Okay, so we finished Bird Box, so now we'd watch Monk Season 1, Episode 3, and then we'd watch a movie that starts with a C. This is kind of the rotation we're going in, but let's just relax in this session. I'll watch something on YouTube, but I'm actually watching a replay of my stream that I was doing today, where it's like the Shameless episode, but I don't get it because it actually crashed. Like, it ran for an hour 25 and then it crashed. So I don't know what happened. Does that mean my computer reset or something? Where I don't know what happened. Right, like it ran for an hour 25 and then it just died, so I don't know what happened. Did my power go off? Did my computer reset? But yeah, it was like me reacting to Shameless, even though that's what it's called. That's like at the very end of the episode. It's like a 9-hour thing. That's so weird that it would just end it like that. That hasn't happened yet. It makes it seem like almost you did something that you're not meant to do. But then it's not like I'm banned. It's just no. And imagine getting banned with like 0 viewers. Like nobody gives a shit who I am anyway. I'm so confused as to what happened. It ran for an hour 25, and then it randomly stopped. So the only way that would have happened is if it crashed or I don't know. That is so weird. It's almost like you should try to get in trouble on purpose, because by getting in trouble, even if you get banned, in the long term it might get you more residual attention than you otherwise would have gotten. Even if it's negative attention, right? If it gets a public, uproar, news story, some people are going to like you and sympathize with you in the long term because of it, versus like just being an obscure nobody anyway. So that's the sad part, is any attention is good attention from the perspective that if I do something that gets me in trouble, even if it's like minor or not like I'm committing a crime, but it'll get you more attention than you ever would have gotten normally within your little niche of what you're trying to do. And so you'll get like national media attention for you did something weird, I have no idea what happened though. That's so weird. So what you can do is I'll probably watch something now on YouTube. But no, I've been enjoying doing these sort of replay thing, because all you have to do is just let it run when you're not there, and it doesn't hurt anything. But if they're going to try to throttle me, maybe it's because, my title is disingenuous, because it's, it's not inaccurate, but it's like part of it is me reacting to Shameless, but there's no title I could give that would be adequate, because one moment I'm listening to the Jodi Arias trial, one minute I'm listening to something else. Like, just because I call it that means like that's the main event of the thing. Like the next one I go to upload, the last two I uploaded were The Fourth Republic, and that has like a funny title. Maybe I should just read through all my titles. The Fourth Republic, which was like, what is it? I don't like to keep looking on my channel because I feel like I'm fucking, let me actually read through like my titles. This one is Film Critic reacts to the Fourth Republic. Still a more secure election than the U.S. in 2020. Skull emoji, just to show like even that corrupt, crooked fucking election was still more secure. Film Critic reacts to Shameless for the first time, or watches Shameless for the first time. Emmy Rossum is as photogenic as Allison Williams, with a question mark, exclamation mark. Like, I always extol how Allison Williams has such a photogenic face. Film Critic votes for Donald Trump in the 2024 election. Here is their nuanced reasoning as to why. Fuck off, dude. Well, I clicked off, so I guess it's okay, bro. I'm not happy. What the fuck is wrong with this fucking phone? Film Critic reacts to the Jodi Arias trial, part 5. Jodi Arias destroyed everyone. Both lawyers got disbarred, right? She sort of destroyed them in a different way, like corrupting them with the attention-seeking nature that she even has. Film critic listens and reacts to their first audiobook ever, The Hellbound Heart by Clive Barker. That title isn't really too funny, but the thumbnail is, where it's like, we have Pinhead at home, and it's like the little skull from the cover of Hellbound Heart. Film critic reacts to the Jodi Arias trial part 4. I'm as obsessed with this trial as Jodi was with Travis. Skull emoji again. And then film. I guess that's the sort of thing you would be allowed to show, probably, because nobody cares, just a court live thing, compared to like showing a movie or a show or something that I wouldn't want to do. Film critic reacts to the Casey Anthony trial. Jose Baez is no ordinary man. Then these were kind of uploaded out of order. Film critic reacts to the Casey Anthony trial. Fear the man who laughs in the face of adversity. The moment that I said there, where he's laughing early on in like the fun party girl episode. Film critic Film reacts. Oh, this title is actually fucked up. I didn't notice that. It must. And I probably don't have the character limit to add it. Film reacts to JCS Criminal Psychology. He plays a video for 20 minutes and says one word. I love that. Film reacts. I guess I could just put critic reacts to save space. Film critic reacts to the Jodi Arias trial part 3. She is a great liar in terms of delivery, like how she says it is convincing, but not content. And then film critic reacts to Jodi Arias trial and discusses various psychological concepts, 1 and 2. We did that twice. Film critic reacts to top. And some of these are so fun as far as the format, even if I don't consistently do them. What else did I want to do here? Like, oh yeah, I want to watch Detroit playthrough because I love that game, and it's actually a lot better than maybe it's given credit for. I saw some video that got a lot of views. I was like, oh, Detroit was bad. It's actually a pretty good game. It's limited and linear, but like from Beyond Two Souls, it's a huge step up. The subject matter is interesting. The story isn't super cliche. Some of the scenarios get pretty elaborate with Marcus and what happened with my play. Those are two things I could almost react to, like my own playthrough of Until Dawn and my own playthrough of something else. Detroit, games like that are good for that. Film critic reacts to top videos of the most subscribed channels on YouTube. Mr. Beast in Minecraft, because that's actually where he started, which I didn't know that. Film critic watches Hell's Kitchen, Season 1. Jessica is a vibe queen and Elsie gets protagonist treatment. Like, I love the way I do these, because you're expressing something very specific, right? Like these oddly specific things that are, very... It makes sense to me, like that's what I'm saying and thinking, but it sounds so weird when you hear it, like it's true, but it's, I don't know how to explain it. Film critic reacts to the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Of course, a lot of these have no views. Film critic reacts to Amber Heard trial again and rehashes old philosophical concepts. Film critic, this is in like the uppercase, lowercase, SpongeBob kind of like stupid way of writing. Film critic reacts to YouTube videos, ear rape edition, because it's like something was wrong with my mic that time. Film critic begins their alphabetical Netflix gauntlet, watching everything in order with a twist. And that wasn't the same as this, or there was some sort of failure state for it, I guess. Like, I would watch everything in order, and then until something didn't get like a really high grade or I didn't really like it, and then I would skip to the next letter. But now I've decided to I'll look through everything for a letter and pick the one thing I like the best from that letter, or not even like the best, but like something obscure but seems interesting, like Alone, that could have been a lot better than what it was. Film critic plays chess, using their voice, and reacts to Daryl Brooks' trial again. And Objective Atheist. Oh, here we go. This one was pretty good. These are like more shorter clip forms that I often don't do. I just upload like a whole bunch of shit together. objective atheist reacts to and debunks the mic drop of entire debate lasted 56 seconds, and that's a very stupid clip because it misses the whole point. The guy's saying, is morality inherent or is it absolute? And then the guy says it's not, and then the guy thinks he dunks on him like, oh, you say that, people who commit crimes or do bad things aren't inherently morally absolutely wrong. And then he said, oh, so how can you say your view is a foundation for ethics? But you're actually admitting why it is, because you acknowledge that it's not absolute. Absolute meaning, I guess you could try to shy out of what you mean by absolute, but it's so absolute that God will strike you down if you do it, or it's so absolute that God made you in his image to not be able to do it in the first place, or whatever. But no, instead, human beings have to enforce it through laws and social stigma, indoctrination, kind of like what you're doing even there, reinforcing a standard. So that's the whole point, that you have, the basis for ethics is to realize morality is a human construct. It's not inherent, it's not absolute. It may be functional, it may be useful, it may be desired, it may be collectively agreed upon, and so we have to keep upholding it. And that's not an opinion, that's why we have laws, that's why we have government, that's why we have parents teach us what's right and wrong, that's why we have constant social contrivance to reinforce and stigmatize behaviors we don't like, or reinforce behaviors we do like, all that stuff. But it's absolute. Like, it's so brain dead, but this is, I'm an average religious person. The guy says, right, are rapists wrong? Are, absolutely wrong? Are killers absolutely wrong? But what does the word absolute mean to you? It's so absolute that it's wrong, that subjective, flawed, imperfect, arbitrary, idiosyncratic human beings have to uphold it actively. And even after upholding it, people still do it and get away with it sometimes. And even though, all it takes to defy the absolute is for a subjective, flawed, imperfect, narrow, limited human being to just say, oh, I feel like doing this thing, and they just do it. And there's so much nuance and gray area, when the government does it, it's okay. It's not an absolute set in stone. And again, that's not how any of us treat it. We don't treat it like it's an absolute, because then you would say, okay, get rid of the government. Why do we need subjective human beings to enforce this absolute morality? Because it's absolute. So again, God, that would be what absolute means, is that it's just inherent to reality, as in, you wouldn't need to tell people something's wrong, they would just know it, or they just already wouldn't do it, or they would just be struck down by an external force or prevented from doing it somehow. Or that's what religion is all about, too, this external force. If you commit a crime, you'll go to hell, or if you don't, you'll go to heaven, or you'll be punished, this and that. But it doesn't stop you from still doing it on this world. It's very stupid, because again, the active practice of upholding morality, and again, it's not to diminish it, it's actually to realize that this is like a thought process that I always talk about. The best way to achieve something is to realize it isn't so, or just because you want something to be a certain way, it doesn't mean that you should pretend like it is. The best way to achieve something subjective is to realize it's subjective. If you pretend oh no, morality is inherent and absolute because we want it to be, then you won't go about upholding it properly. You should realize it's not inherent. That way you can uphold it the best you possibly can. So it's a practical basis versus a idealistic basis. You don't want to acknowledge that it's not real because that's too hard for you to face, I guess, psychologically or something, rather than recognizing, oh no, it's not real. That's why we have to uphold it and agree upon it, etc. Because even that's true of cultures. What's wrong to us, it's so arbitrary. Our absolute morality might not be absolute for somebody else. Somebody else thinks it's okay. Abortion, for example, is such a controversial thing. Some people think it's okay, some people think it's not. Being gay, some people thought it was okay, some people think it's not. So even within the same confines, how can morality be absolute? Because it changes based on culture, based on time, based on technology, based on fickle, human subjectivity. Even religious people themselves, most religions were against being gay, but now all of a sudden we have this ingratiation of it, like, oh no, now suddenly it's not bad. Like, Debate Lord rehashes some of their greatest takes, but I wouldn't mind watching like somebody's Detroit playthrough, actually. It'll give me a chance to talk about it. It's one of those things that's hard to judge because it's like an open world game. You would have to experience absolutely everything that would take forever, or even like an MMO. But this is like you'd have to see every possible ending. So you like pick a fate for each of the characters. Like pacifist Marcus, who died in that street protest, refusing to lift a finger in his defense and be like a martyr pacifist. Gandhi, Marcus kind of guy. And then Connor, who was like all bureaucratic and trying to just do his job. He doesn't care about androids and the rebels and the deviants and their cause, nor does he care about humans like Hank. He only cares about doing his job. Humans are incidental, androids are incidental. The job takes priority over both of them, right? So he's indifferent to both humans and androids. And then, so he's bureaucratic, just goal-focused, job-focused. And then, I guess, Mommy Kara would be she's trying to protect the daughter at all costs, which the young girl, which you might think, oh, well, of course, that's not really much of a characterization of how you choose to play it, but it could be, because if there's a choice that like lets you undermine her safety for your own or for some other purpose, you would prioritize her over everything else, right? So that would be how you play. Marcus is basically Gandhi, pacifist Gandhi Marcus, then bureaucratic Connor, goal-focused, job-focused, and then Mommy Kara, where Alice comes before everything else. So within my playthrough, there were some very fascinating things that happen, like how Marcus dies in the thing, and in some protest. And then after that, I don't think you even control anybody for his story, but you just kind of watch the rebel girl take over, and she's more violent, so she doesn't follow in my footsteps. And then Connor takes her down. So it created a very winding road, but it was very satisfying within the RP. And so on that basis, I'd want to see how somebody else's playthrough plays out, because it'll probably be very different. And, I am impressed by it. It's a very good game. It's a little limited and linear. I'm not saying it has to be an open world game, but it could have been beyond just the plot choices, like give us a little freedom to do other mechanics and other things here and there. But that's okay. Like, it was still very good. The subject matter, everything, is not as cliche as Heavy Rain. There's a few scenes like that, like this Zlatko mansion. If I was to rank the stories, like, Connor's is very interesting because you're a detective, right? That whole mechanic, and he's basically like Norman Jayden from Heavy Rain. Then Kara is like almost like Ethan trying to protect his son in a manner of speaking. And then, so that one's like the least interesting. Marcus is kind of in the middle, where there are some interesting moments, but it's also just like, and for a while I didn't know really what he was even up to. And the way that they kind of explain it is good too. Like, there's a defect in each of them. Like, there was that Kara cinematic trailer before where she's like being put together, and the guy feels bad for her and lets her go. So that would explain why she would sort of have these other tendencies, right? Like, an android wouldn't just malfunction like that, but one was allowed to get through. And then with Marcus, the same thing. It was a gift for Carl Manfred by his wealthy buddy, right? The trillionaire guy who, lives on the iceberg somewhere in the snow. That guy made it for him, so he obviously made it with some other intention in mind, right? That he didn't make it. So that was like a custom-built android with some other incentive in mind, that he's like not a typical android. So that explains two of the three in actual good game theory way. I don't know with Connor actually exactly why he is the way he is. It's like a prototype, so it could be malfunctioning that they're trying to test out. It's relatively new to use it in investigations or something of the sort. But no, there could be some big conspiracy with the company that created, the people that created Connor, and there's something more going on that you could topple. You could probably have the rebellion succeed and liberate androids. Like, that's just what I'm imagining. Like, there's so many cool things that probably are possible to do. Connor's boss, that girl, right, could be a villain, or some conspiracy could unfold. So you might think, oh, I missed out on all that, but even though I missed out on it, it's still fun to think about. I'm happy with the way it went because I played within my sort of role play. I don't know, I'm telling you, it was a really good game. I'm surprised if people didn't think that. Like, let me see like what it's rated on Steam or something. It's not perfect because it has some limits with just the structure, but it is a great thing. And in fact, I want to know what Quantic Dream has done maybe since then. Yeah, let me look at something here. I'll do Far From Subtle, even though I've probably seen some of this. I will watch some of it here. I wouldn't necessarily watch a whole thing like this, but I can watch parts here and there. So this is going to be with just Becky and Fraser, and it's going to be okay. Detroit Become Human, awesome. Far From Subtle, it's like 2 hours something long, the first part, and so I'll give you some time to power it up if you're watching. I can't just say 3, 2, 1 and start, because then you won't be able to do it in time. So Detroit Become Human, awesome. 2 hours, 27 minutes or something of the sort long by Far From Subtle, the first one in the series in their playlist. We're going to start in a minute here from the very beginning, 0000. And these kind of games are very fun to watch. Like, I watched a little bit of that with Until Dawn, or I watched a little bit of that with, I don't know, something else. But sometimes you could ruin this, because I did watch like Heavy Rain before I played it, because I didn't think it would be the kind of game I would like, but then, and there are flaws with it, but I think I would have liked it a lot more if I had played it first. Everything's kind of fresh and a surprise, and it's, there's a sense of value to it. The biggest trick is, I'll spoil it for David Cage. Like, I'll give you advice on how to make these games properly. It's better when there's multiple characters. Like, Beyond Two Souls has only the girl, right? Ellen Page. So if you die, it just resets and you have to continue, like, from the same spot. So that's not as fun, and your choices don't seem to matter as much. Whereas Heavy Rain, at least you split the characters up. But this one seems even better in that way because, well, Connor keeps coming back if he dies. That's the issue, but so it sort of trivializes dying. I don't think Kara would come back, or Marcus necessarily would come back, because, or yeah, that's one of the best scenes in Detroit, where he's at the junkyard and he's like coming back to life in some sort of like locust. I don't know how to explain it. Like, there's all these pile of discarded androids, and it's like some sort of image from hell of like a horde, I am legion for we are many android version. Like, it was a very epic imagery. This game really has a good pacing to it. Like, it's not really too heavy-handed compared to what you'd expect. The material still comes first, where the storyboard and the events that are happening are actually good. You do the heist in that building with Marcus, and you're this revolutionary group, and you're doing this thing with Kara that's like, trying to rescue the girl, get her to Canada, and then you're like Connor, you're trying to catch Marcus and the rebels, or something else of the sort. Yeah, there is great depth to it. Even just from my experience alone, it was good. But knowing that there's all these other possibilities, I assume at least, maybe I'm giving it too much credit, but like, the rebellion was thwarted by Connor in my playthrough, but there's a possibility that Connor would join the Deviants and the rebellion would succeed, or maybe there's a possibility that Kara would join them somehow, or maybe there's a possibility that Marcus would have been alive and something else would have happened, or maybe there's a possibility that the androids take over, or maybe there's a possibility that Connor finds out the conspiracy with his own company that made him, or there's all these different possibilities. They could be very, very epic, and so I'm not giving it too much credit because I don't know what all those other endings are, but and it would be really exhausting. You'd have to play through the game like 100 times, which would be the kind of game where that almost might be fun to do, but I don't know, whatever. So yeah, we're starting in 3, 2, 1, or I'll redo it because it always stutters, that lags like that. But no, tomorrow I'll watch Monk Season 1, Episode 3. And so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Hey buddies, welcome to Video Games Awesome Live. Detroit Become Human. Don't try to minimize David Cage, though. He's like the M. Night Shyamalan of video games, where he can be a genius at times, but... Yeah, I think it's better than Heavy Rain. Not so much for the time that it came out, but... there were a lot of cliches in Heavy Rain. I don't know who this woman is either in the title screen. Is she like a character in the game? I forgot. She might be one of the assistants to the rich guy in his house. Even this, they're getting in the role play kind of mood. They do have like these kind of robots in Japan for potentially intimate purposes and stuff. You don't want it to spoil stuff ahead of time. It'll give away what's going to happen. He's trying to qualify that he's not like a David Cage hater. He was a director and a writer, I'm pretty sure. No, he was. I read it on Wikipedia. He was the director and the writer. They were just saying that because they know you don't like it. It's not really that heavy, though. I would actually defend it. And he deserves the credit. David Cage is the M. Night Shyamalan of video games. I've always said it. No, Indigo Prophecy is really... Man, he's really special, though. Like... It's a lot. I'm just trying to think scene by scene. This game is actually super good. Like, it's really not way better story than fucking Bird Box or this dog shit that we've been watching, but like, it's actually very interesting, even if you played it straight like a fake story. Their setup is so ahead of its time, too, or it was 10 years ago. Also, he's like not there. Yeah, normally I would say, I don't want to watch it because I don't want to spoil the other endings, but I have no, like with Heavy Rain, I watched that Lauren ending of killing Scott. That's so satisfying. And think about it as like a winding road. it's like in The Departed, like everybody else dies. Ethan kills himself after his son dies, and Madison is all alone and crying and having night terrors, and Norman Jayden is all like think about that. That's one of my favorite endings in anything ever. Norman Jayden's all tripped out on drugs and quits his job and is hallucinating the tanks on his table, and Ethan shot himself because his kid died and drowned in the thing, and they weren't able to catch the genius origami killer. And then Madison is on drugs and sleeping pills and having night terrors. So everybody's all fucked up. Nobody was able to catch the origami killer. Everybody's life is ruined and in shambles. But Lauren comes out of the woodwork after everything everybody's been through and deduces based on the events, obviously, that have been happening, and shoots him in the fucking face on the street. If that's the scenario that can happen, that is God-level writing, because everybody... I love that. That's basically how... The Departed is. Everybody's dead. Leonardo DiCaprio's dead. Costello's dead. He outlives everybody. But then Dignam comes into the clutch with one final shot, right? Even though it's a copy of Infernal Affairs, fine. But no, think about the implications of that Lauren moment. That is God level. God level. Everybody's trying to catch the origami killer, but Ethan fails, and his son drowns and dies, and then he shoots himself. And then Madison doesn't get her big scoop, and doesn't get to write her book, and doesn't get anywhere financially with her job, and gets fired, and whatever. She's freelance, and she's having those nightmares again, and she's on drugs, and she's not happy, and she's alone, and she's depressed, and just can't sleep. And then Jayden's having hallucinations and quits his job and gets fired and loses credibility, and everybody hates him, and he's jobless and homeless. And he's also doing... they should have had like some mini games that you could play the way that you do with the glasses. And this guy's like Norman Jayden. Connor is Norman Jayden. Ethan is like Kara, and Marcus is like... I don't know what Marcus is. Norman Jayden, he's got the same... I don't think it's the same actor as Norman Jayden, though. That guy had more like a phony Yankee accent or whatever. And the graphics in these games are always good, but it kind of comes at a cost where you're limited in your freedom of scope of what you can do. How would he know this already when he just starts playing? That might be partly true, or like if you just get one big clue, it'll advance the story. It doesn't seem like that would even be accurate, though, because then it would never let you look at everything, because it would advance the story if you get X number of clues. They don't have internet in Detroit. It's a shithole. I like how Trump won despite saying that, too. Oh, that was supposed to bury him. If you don't elect me, everywhere will end up like Detroit, because it's such a shithole. Or even worse, Puerto Rico. That would be the extreme of the choice. Choices matter. Chekhov's fish. Yeah, he's already disobeying his programming. Something small like that. Like, that's so inconsistent. Why is he doing that? It's a soft spot, too, because an android's the kidnapper. Yeah, what was I saying? I forgot. Like, it's just a good game because you have, I don't know if he's right about that. It very well might be. He could be wrong. Some sequences kind of are time. Oh, no. Look at him being a dick. Snarf, it is timed. I mean, this is a very tense moment, so in most games it might not be timed, but I can understand how it would be here, like it'll advance. Or it'll give you a timer. It's hard to know how much these dialogue options really have to do with anything, but that somehow prevent it. Yeah, that's not really a very germane question right now. You know, was it behaving strangely before this? But that is basically what he means. Like, I'll just have to do it my way if you're just going to stand around and ask useless questions. So he is putting pressure. So he somehow prevented himself from being deactivated, which I don't know how they do that exactly, but... Sometimes it's a shot in the dark, like what you're looking for. You just kind of go look for the prompt, more so than looking informed, you know, what you're doing. There was a gun there, but, I mean, it is a tutorial. I don't remember a ton of moments that really rewarded you for extremely good deduction, though. Like, it kind of is on rails a little bit, but maybe there were some... We have to come up with some crazy conclusion, like it's, you know, like it's going to be... But this is like what they do in Miles Edgeworth too, where they kind of recreate the scene, and hypothetically of how a crime happened or something. But yeah, this will punish you for being too much of a completionist if you... Because yeah, you'll miss out on flavor if there aren't a time limit, but it's also meaningful because then if you give too much of a chance to look at everything, then everybody will always do it. Like no sense of urgency though, even despite, the circumstance. Hostage could be wounded, but it's the little girl. They're talking shit about you already. I think my Connor died actually in this scene in my playthrough, and then he came back many times throughout the playthrough, which means I obviously didn't do it exactly right. Yeah, like LA Noire was a game that definitely deserved a sequel more than anything else. Like, it would have been so good. Instead of LA Noire, it could be Miami Noire or something, but it wouldn't have to be even in the same universe, per se. Yeah, that Bird Box was a real disappointment. Yeah, this game is pretty well paced. Like, none of the scenes really felt like they went on too long. A lot of interesting things that do happen. The whole rebellion, the revolt going on by that girl and Marcus and stuff. And sometimes it lays it on a bit thick, like with like I don't know, just like just the events that happen are pretty good. Deviant was going to be replaced, so he got upset about that. Yeah, they get mad at you, at least in terms of this flavor dialogue, that's like, you're taking too long, even if there is no time limit. A nice piano, pretty seemingly wealthy house over here. Or it's like just like an apartment loft, but you're going to be playing a piano and bothering all your neighbors in a place like this? It just means you're the first to respond to a scene. Hostage witnesses. I don't remember this even entirely. I almost would enjoy watching my own thing, but it's so hard to do that. I have to upload each one or something in a way that I don't really want to do. Sometimes the way you do something just in the form of it is what changes it. Like, if you upload a 10-hour thing, it'll get less views than if you upload like a 30-second clip in the same thing. Or like you edit it down, or you do it with face cam. Like, just the presentation is more important than the actual content of what you're doing. If you give it like a catchy title, it gets a lot of views, like something dumb, like a meme or a joke. Yeah, they sort of play like I do sometimes, like where they are really slow and take their time. But they are the weapon. That's what they can say. I'm forbidden to carry weapons, but I am the weapon. Because you see what Connor does, for example. Maybe not all of them are like that, but he like goes all Rambo mode at the end and beats like 3 people up and fucking whatever. He's highly combat capable. He does say like, oh, but I can't die. But you come back, but you can die. You can get shot in the head. An android like Connor, though, should be almost bulletproof, because I can understand an ordinary android wouldn't be, like Kara or Marcus or something like that. But Connor probably should be, because he's meant to deal with situations that could involve him getting shot. It's kind of funny to bait out an interaction like that. And this little girl turns out to be the Alice girl who Kara does something. If you get shot in the head, you do die, though. I like his delivery, too. He has, like, that monotone. Daniel, my brother, moment. You're not supposed to have guns, even though you are a detective. You're not still supposed to. Right, the humans would be just as pissed with you about that as anything. That scream was so loud. I like how it shows you the clue. And you're such a good part of the family that as soon as they try to cut you out, you try to murder their daughter. So you're doing it for a different reason. Like, not that you're out to get them, but... just turn your little ear coating off so you can't hear anything. As if they wouldn't have some other technology that they could just shoot him with that would be like a silent bullet that would tranquilize him being an android, or some way to deactivate him in some other way. Not like with his deactivation code, but with some general thing, like what's that thing in Code Geass? A disruptor that shuts down the nightmares and something like that. That just shuts them down, period. They do shoot the shit out of him if he... This is one of the ones that's shown in the trailer. And they immediately... You could arrest him and at least try to do something, but I guess he's an android, so he's expendable. And he falls forward, of course. So they did a better job than I did, because I'm pretty positive my Connor died. I don't know if you could save him, actually. You lied to me. Now, this could go with the inner psyche, Connor's, and be like that. And Connor doesn't give a shit. Oh, you did a relatively good job of that. Mine, where I, like, fall off the building. That's the greatest endorsement you can give a game like this. You get through a scene and you want to do it again. Just like when I said Monk episode 1 and 2, I don't want to watch the next episode. I want to watch the same episode again because it was so good. A good episode will make you want to watch the rest of the series, the next one. A great episode will make you want to watch itself over again, the same one. They have actually a chart. I don't know if it works like that, but you can probably replay from somewhere. But some of them will be dependent on other previous events, so I don't know how you would replay it at will. Kind of thing I wouldn't even want to really look at as I'm playing because I don't want to know, but I guess in retrospect it is a really cool kind of thing they've done here. You got to make a game like this and then make it open world too on top of everything else. open world story based choice game. I don't think anything on here would have to happen because it would be... There probably is some alternative, otherwise it wouldn't show it. Or maybe there could be scripted things. Because that means that's not what he's programmed to do. Because you're doing things that you're not supposed to be doing. Even like taking the gun, you're not meant to do that, I'm pretty sure. But then it'll hurt you in some other way that you won't have enough information. You didn't really use your information for anything there, though, aside from trying to win him over, like they were trying to replace you, and that won his trust, I guess, a little bit, but, you know, you didn't use it to actually make a deduction or something. Watching TV. I love that. He's trolling. He does that like in Heavy Rain, like he's digging around. Ethan, will you bring me the plates? His wife is saying, and then he turns on the TV and just walks away. I think there are still some timer. I think it's a combination of both. Sometimes if you just sit there for an hour, it will... But how would you know? What if the Buddha statue had blood on it and it was a clue on the other side that you wouldn't have been able to see unless you turned it over? Like, you wouldn't know that. I'm sure there is some time element, though, too. Even... You win him over. Or how many people would have really played the game at this point, because it would have just come out. So 80% could be like 8 people out of 10. That nothing's going to happen to you. You would have had to have known that. You maybe as a player can feign ignorance, but I'm sure Connor would have known exactly what they were trying to do, or exactly what they would do. But that's the same guy you kill at the end, I think, Captain Allen, where you beat the shit out of him and his crew with a QTE event. That was actually pretty badass, and then you go after the rebel. I love that. No, this actually works at a very high level. If this was like a movie, it would actually be great. It's way better than, you know... What did you say? Passive bitches? Much more likely to waste time. But that's the whole fun of it, to be a completionist. But yeah, like, I get really immersed in stuff like this. I do really enjoy it. I guess some of my playthrough I don't have on video. I kind of only have it from... I have most of it on video, but only from, like, a little ways in. Not too far in, but... The same thing happened with... No, I guess it didn't happen with Until Dawn. It happened with something else. Where I start... Oh, yeah, like Phoenix, one of the Phoenix Wright games. Oh, it didn't even look like he paused it. Yeah, now you're playing as Kara. So is that scene really canon? That Kara being crafted and then it turns into her? Right, like it's the same one. And then she gets beat the shit out of her by the guy. Domestic violence situation. That's the kind of thing he would say, but she said it. Stretch it out literally. He does that, you know, he'd have to keep coming up with an excuse every time because it happens regular. You have, where, they should have had that scene in the game, though, somehow, the car thing. But no, it's the case where... And it makes sense, it'd be in Detroit, because it's the Motor City, so somehow they would be good at making androids, too. Yeah, because whatever happens in Detroit. I mean... You would be just as excited if there's a game about Canada. He was so excited when Trevor was revealed as Canadian in GTA 5, right? So you get excited in any sense. I don't give a shit about stuff like that, though. Assuming that person's in Detroit. Not much else to get excited about there. But it should be beautiful because you have such limited movement and everything scripted. It was a lot easier to make that look good then. See, it's populated, but you can only go to like one little portion of it at a time, or... And David Cage. They were almost hoping because they hate him so much. Yeah, some of the little kid androids are deceptive. You can't tell the difference between them and a regular kid. Is this him and Carl Manfred where he's like escorting him around? Or no, I think he's just out to get do some errands for him. But then why is he out in the park anyway? Well, you want to have. How often do you have to thank your sponsors? For Frash's beard, I guess. Do they? Do you have to do that every single episode or every part or what? I mean, there are aspects of it that would be good. You don't have to eat. You don't have to sleep. The old Alphonse Elric thing that Greed talks about, like, oh, it sounds ideal that you don't have to eat, you don't have to sleep. Even though as a homunculus, you presume we don't have to do those things either. I don't actually know. Maybe they do have to do those things, but they just can't die or stuff. Or they can regenerate. Or yeah, like androids took my job because I used the auto self-checkout line at Walmart. Androids eventually took my job and now I'm homeless. That's what you fucking deserve, you dumb piece of shit. You shouldn't have used that self-checkout line at Walmart for all those years, as you're probably doing right now, as I even do. Like, people so mindlessly do it. It was all part of the COVID conspiracy that was done on purpose to try to enable and justify companies doing that otherwise it would have been hard to justify doing that. And now everybody just accepts it mindlessly and blindly. Right? It was all part of their master plan. Even if it wasn't, it benefited them that way and gave them a pretext to do it. It's like the equivalent of martial law being declared to emergency powers in government, a way for corporations to do that, where they cut down on staff and they do the auto self-checkout. It's like the amount that these companies are making anyway, it's so stupid because, you know, you can't even have cashiers, you can't even have anything. You would have androids, you know, doing the physical labor and shit too. Yeah, you gotta go get in paint. But, like, why were you just randomly in the park then? You go all the way here just to get a thing of paint. But, of course, it's for a guy who's wealthy and just was gifted this android and was able to, you know, paint despite being sort of handicapped. I wonder about that, actually, how Detroit reacted to this. I'd want to see that. Oh yeah, like they moved to Japan. But he's a completionist in real life. He'll be like me, where he wants to explore every... I would have imagined Becky's more like that than anything else. I'll look that up. Like, what did Detroit cover? How did the city of Detroit react to Detroit become human? Of course, the one time you go out to get paint, you have to hear this. Yeah, that's why it's better. Just watch it on YouTube and you can skip it, but I'm kind of like that too. That might be true and a possibility because you become a rebel. So presumably they can speak Japanese too. They moved to Japan. It's always fun to see these made-up movies. They'll all be to do with androids. They don't all have to deal with androids either. Like, that would get tired after a while, but... Or it would be kind of less novel since androids actually do exist. But this is as much as freedom as you'll ever get. Because everything's linear. It should give you more, androids don't carry money, just like they don't carry... You make some virtual digital payment from your brain. You have no need of social contrivance. So even here they put it on. That's how I would have written stuff like this. Like, they don't even say anything and you just get it and you just leave. You don't have to keep up pretenses. These scenes like this are just very painfully scripted, but it's okay considering it's so early on. See, you wouldn't have to say any of this. Maybe for the sake of the cameras or something, but you don't need... Or maybe because you... Like, I guess he's doing it as if you're treating it like it could be a person. If it was a person who came in, you would have to keep up all the pretenses. But if it's an android, you don't have to say anything, so that you could have done that for effect. This part is a little bit slow, but it just started, so... You know, Connor has an epic introduction where he's rescuing a hostage from a crazy crime situation, whereas this guy is just going to pick up some fucking paint, and then Kara starts off kind of simple, but then it starts with domestic violence situation. No, Connor's is the most inherently interesting. Marcus becomes kind of interesting. Kara never really becomes really too interesting. As you go from like one cliche to another, Zlatko and this and that. There'll be a statue of Marcus in my playthrough because he died as a hero, pacifist, right, symbol of peace. That he got gunned down, mowed down, like in Tiananmen Square when you were trying to just protest. Human music, $1 to hear. Music with soul. No, this wouldn't get you fired. It's just a random song. Well, there's no uniform way to say that, but it's too subjective. Yeah, AI will ruin Shakespeare, and then the AI making those Gordon Ramsay fucking shitty meme videos like... Or sometimes it breaks your immersion when some of this stuff loops. Even here I was a pacifist. Doesn't that show you how shitty you are? Yeah, what does that say about you? You can't even stand up, but you're still better than I am. I'm obsolete. Are you ableist, saying people who can't stand are not worthy of jobs? One day you're going to be a leader of a rebellion, so... And it's taking your job right now, like through Connor. You're just following orders, but then you will really take your job in the future. The way you said androids there was weird, like androids. Maybe you should just have a job that's so irreplaceable that an android couldn't possibly do it. Like even making androids, but I guess even that could be done by a... That could be done by androids too in the long term. It's not that it couldn't be, but I mean, when you have an Android, you give it something to do. It's not like it costs you anything, like, oh, you got to refuel it. And also, I think he explains that, like, I like to let you go outside and have some fresh air. You know, when you have the Android, you'll use it for every little thing just because you can, right? It's no real inconvenience, so it doesn't matter. Like, what does it cost you? It'll look better than this, but that's not a good city. That's fucking Detroit. So Detroit in 2038 is like New York City in 2020 because it's fucked. It's fucking Detroit. So that's the best way. That's the best way to subvert expectation. Oh, look at this futuristic city that looks kind of like the world did in 2015, even though it's supposed to be 2038 or whatever. Oh, wait, it's Detroit, so we can get away with the fact that it isn't any more advanced at all because it's already so behind the times. that now would just be caught up finally. You know, make a story that takes place in a third world setting and justify it like that. Like, oh, look at this futuristic thing, but it's actually just like the present in a third world country that in the present isn't like that now. Okay, so today I'm going to be reacting to Monk Season 1, Episode 3. So, just to recap on the first two episodes, they were sort of tied together as a premiere. I'm not sure if that'll be a recurring thing. I almost hope it is, where like a case can go on for more than one episode. So every episode isn't just like one procedural thing where you have to get from beginning to end and solve the case just like that. I don't mind if they continue over, right? Like it takes 2 or 3 or 5 episodes to solve one case. If it's well written, that's fine. And what's noteworthy about those two episodes is they weren't just good, but they both got A grades. At first I gave episode 2 a B, but then I couldn't really explain or justify why, so then I accepted. So it's like episode 1 and 2 are both A grades, which makes it one of the greatest premieres, if not the greatest premiere of a show that I've ever seen. Up there with like Arrested Development, where I said episode 1 of that was so incredibly good. And that's the only episode I've still seen of that. But it's in that class, and so just for context of how rarely I give out A grades, which almost makes me feel bad like I'm being overly generous with it, is the fact that in watching the entire Sopranos series, I didn't give out a single A, episode 1 through 13. Or in watching Lane, I didn't give out an A. Or in watching all these movies, for example, I didn't give out an A to any of them, I don't think. So these are like this might actually be the first 2 A's that we got. Or maybe I gave one somewhere, but it's very rare that I give out an A or an F, because an F means there's no redeeming quality, nothing. Like even Bird Box, which I thought was pretty much garbage, with the creatures being unseen and no, inconsistent explanations and no real presence or value to them, and no payoff or anything, which is really shitty. That's still only a D, because it's bad, but some of the presentation is good, like, the atmosphere and stuff, but I like those shots of them paddling down the river. That could have been a lot better. Like, it could have been a lot better what was actually going on. Like, they're actually just in a world that has been taken over by monsters, and those monsters are going to kill you. And they have physical form and shape, and they attack you. But it has no physical form, but then it can still disrupt the car and all this kind of stuff. And it can't do anything directly to you, but it does it through other people. And it can't even take your blindfold off, but then it can't even, I don't know, like we're supposed to be scared of it, but then all you have to do is keep a blindfold on and just live with the blind people. Like, I don't, it's just dumb. It wasn't satisfying in either way, whether it be scary or fulfilling or anything. So, what we have here is, Monk Season 1 and 2 Season 1, Episode 1 and 2 were really, really good. And again, I may have not given out an A grade to anything so far on this whole reaction thing, right? But that's, again, A means it has to be perfect. Like, there's nothing to criticize, which I was trying to go back and justify why was Episode 2 a B, and there was nothing really wrong with it that I could say, like with The Sopranos, there was that noteworthy game theory episode. Like, if, I think it's like episode 4 or 5, so if Chris had come over, because he's talking on the phone with Chris, and Tony's telling him, don't come, I don't need your help, you won't be able to handle this guy, and then Tony beats him by himself. But if he was outflanked by this guy, because he's very smart and very capable, the mafioso guy, right, who was in like witness protection, Tony tries his best, but he gets outflanked by him, and then Chris, against Tony's advice, happens to show up and save him. That would have been like a game theory moment that felt natural and organic, and they were building up, even in the episode and the relationship and everything. That would have actually made it an A, because everything else about that episode was really good. But because they just have Tony kill him just like that, like it's no big deal, it's kind of dumb. You should have shown that despite Tony's best efforts, this guy was still too good for him. And he sneaks up on him like he's not a big fat fucker. And then Chris comes and saves him, right? Even against Tony's own advice that he said don't come, but he comes anyway. Right? And then that creates a ride or die vibe from him. So even that one didn't get an A. But the first 2 episodes of this get an A, so that's in legendary status. it was well written. The villain was good. I did predict that adequately, so I have to be more sure, though. See, I can't say, oh, it might be. I should be very sure. So I have like that sort of criteria where if I fail to guess the killer in 3 episodes, where it would be appropriate to do so at least, I have to stop watching the series, which maybe seems per season at least. so it resets, but maybe that seems unfair, but I'll see how it goes. Like that one, I kind of was suspicious of the campaign manager guy from even the first episode. So as soon as he looked up, like, he points, and I even said right there, how did he know where it was? I said that, so I predicted that pretty well. The only other point that I have to make is that, again, those 2 episodes, whether you want to combine them into one and consider them like one grand premiere, which I imagine is probably how it should have aired. I don't know why it's split up like this, or because imagine seeing that and waiting a week before you find out who the killer is. That's not very satisfying, despite me saying that these multi-part episodes are good. So it's a situation where those 2 episodes were really good, and I'm just doing an RFK Jr. impression with how he has some throat issue, but you're in a position where, again, they have to be near perfect, which they were, so that gets off on a really good start. And again, an F has to be completely garbage, so I don't think I've given out... I give out 1 F to a Sopranos episode like 9 about the soccer coach and junior stuff, because the subject matter was so awful, and even the presentation therein wasn't really worthwhile. So that deserved an F, but that might be the only F I've given out. And these might be the only A's I've given out, and oddly enough for the first 2 episodes, so it's starting off on a really good foot. The other thing about this series that's noteworthy is, even though Michael Richards was offered the role, and the biggest mistake he made, not even above the one where he's giving that racist rant at the club, like, imagine turning down Monk. It's a really clown thing, and that's why there's no Seinfeld curse, because if you're just dumb and you turn down a great show, that's your fault. I can kind of, and then you go on to do the Michael Richards show, which is like a bumbling detective anyway. But what would have worked better with this is, I like how they try to explain it too. He's not just like that, but it's something with the condition of losing his wife, or it's something with, like, his, it's something he can't control, more so than just how people are. Like, Jane just likes to be all peevish at times, and he gets bored and stuff. But what you have is, what you have is the realization that it played it a bit more seriously than I thought. I thought it would be as goofy as Psych, if not more so, which I tend to prefer it being more serious, but in the end it didn't really matter because I'm still objective. It's just that's my preference, but regardless of my preference, it's just really good, period. And so you have the ability to consider that it was more serious than I would have thought. They play it straight. They're not copying out too much. Some of the scenes of him being goofy are a little bit overdone, but generally they're still, it's like it splits up the 2 parts pretty well. Like, you know, when he's being goofy, he's goofy, but when he's being serious and investigating, it's still satisfying to try to figure everything out. Like, it's intelligent, his deductions are good, everything's based in some sound logic and reason. And so it's a lot better in that regard than what I would have expected. Right? I was expecting maybe it to be a bit more goofy and use that as an excuse for logic and reason and stuff. He did have a plot armor moment, so I'm going to do this as a counter, right? Where if he has 3 plot armor moments that save him in a season, or is that the whole show? No, I think that's just for the season. He had a moment, but then I'll use one of the A grades, which again, we haven't had this to work with in the past. One of the A grades can negate that, so we have 2 A grades that can be a free pass, so that'll knock out the plot armor moment where he was about to get hit by a car, but then he just kind of is bumbling around because he's OCD and trying to touch the pole or something. So therefore he, it would have been a strike, but it's not, because an A grade kind of makes up for that, so we'll do it like that, and so we have one more free pass in reserve. And what's interesting to think about is he must have been a little bit like this at least before the accident happened, because I almost don't want to watch it now. I go to fucking do this and I forgot my recorder first of all, and then I had to go back and get it, I wasn't too far, but now I have hiccups or something. But my point is that you ASMR hiccups while Film Critic reacts to Monk episode 3. But yeah, it plays it much more straight and serious than I would have thought, which I like a lot. And of course, the material is very good. It respects the intelligence of the audience. The deductions and the case solving were satisfying. It doesn't cop out with the comedy element too much with that, if at all. And so it can still be funny and interesting that way, but it can also still be very good. And that's what's important, right? It's easy to lose sight of that. Like, oh, it's about this goofy, bumbling detective, and that's it. No, that's not it. It's also he's really smart. It's also these cases are really well written and in-depth, and the villains are good, and everything like that. One moment that I didn't understand was the Ian Sykes thing, or whatever his name was, Skies. The guy was the assassin, right? And he gets shot, I think. The campaign manager drives up to him and shoots him, and then he survives. And then he takes Sharona, I think is her name. I'm not good with names when I first started watching a series. Adrian Monk, obviously Shanoa, the captain, whose name I forget. But there's a nice moment between him at the end too. Like the killer says, "I don't have to listen to this," and then the captain says, "Yes, you do." But it doesn't seem as adversarial between the two as you might expect. Like, there's some unspoken respect where it's not like Lassiter and Sean, where Lassiter seems to just fucking hate Sean at the beginning, especially completely. Like, I just hate you, you're a piece of shit. Like, he completely, almost to the point where it's almost a little annoying and fake, but, it still works for that purpose. But no, here you have, again, the assassin somehow survived, so I don't understand fully. They didn't convey that the best way, but there was a good game theory sort of encounter there too. The little gimmick puzzle that he does where Sharona's at the top and shoots the gun out the window and all of this kind of stuff. So you're seeing all the gambits that Sean and Patrick Jane kind of use in their roles. Like, you'll come up with these little tricks or gambits to expose the killer, which, again, the fact that it's so smooth with this and is doing it so organically is truly spectacular. Like, this was way more ahead of his time than I would have thought, and it makes Psych and the Mentalist look a lot less impressive, actually. Even as much as I like them, it's like, I wasn't expecting this to be so on the nose of what those two are like. So, we're going to watch episode 3, even though my whole hiccups and stuff is bothering me. So, this one is called, speaking of the Mentalist and Psych copying this, so it's like a trickle-down effect. Psych copied this, but the Mentalist copied Psych and this. But this one is even called Monk and the Psychic. So, the problem with that is, does that mean it's going to be like a Christina Fry type character? And does it mean that it's going to allude to some of the same things that those two series are based on? So they saw this episode and then they had the idea, let's make a show just about this dynamic of being a psychic or whatever. So he's going to be really skeptical and hate the psychic in the same way that Jane does. So it's going to really ruin those shows for me, because it's like all the goofy antics, from Psych come from here in part. And a lot of the serious moments, losing the wife, right? Like, it's so on the nose. I was not expecting that at all, I'll be honest. Like, the same way as Psych, I thought, I even specifically said that, like, Sean doesn't have, like, some overarching loss or MacGuffin device. He's just kind of doing his thing. And so, the same thing here, I would have expected, there's not going to be anything serious like that. He's just going to be solving cases and bubbling around. But instead, it's very serious. He's psychologically torn. He's traumatized. He's off the force. He's trying to overcome the loss of his wife and try to find out who did it. That plot line could be really good too if they do it the right way. Right, like how it's still unsolved. It's like he was on some big case, some big killer criminal conspiracy, right? And he was about to solve it, so they try to kill him. But they fail to kill him, but they kill his wife. So then you might think, why don't they finish him off? But then they realize the loss of his wife messed them up so bad that we killed two birds with one stone instead of just killing him, which they probably wanted to do, right? The old Apollonia thing gone wrong, car bomb gone wrong, where it kills somebody other than what you intended. now you have a situation where it was meant to kill him, and so they thought, oh, maybe we'll finish him off. But then they realized it messed with him so badly that he got kicked off the force, that he became a nutcase, that he, obviously whatever progress he was making on that case that he might have been on is undone. I'm just theorizing, of course, is undone. So now they said, oh, just leave him, it doesn't matter. Right, we're good. Because he's off the case and we won't get caught. So whoever that was, that's some big conspiracy, super genius villain, is going to be responsible for her death as well. That could set up a great dynamic going forward. And so you have the dynamic where that would be a very good thing. Hopefully it's better than the Red John story, but it probably won't be because they pay so much interest to him. But imagine if it's like some nickname killer like that too, and they kind of make it similar. That'd be really disappointing. Like, that's one thing always the Mentalist did that was better than Psych, or different, was the whole Red John dynamic just wasn't there at all in Psych. But they kind of overdo it and milk it for 6 seasons when they should have ended after like 3. But my whole point is that you're in a situation where you're basically able to how can I describe it? Just, you're going to have a similar dynamic between Patrick and this guy, with the serious element trying to avenge your wife. So that would be my theory about that topic. Just the fact that he was working on some big case where maybe some big government official or just some very powerful mobster, etc., that he was on their track, right? He was on their case and about to solve it or making progress, and so they try to kill him, and they accidentally kill his wife inadvertently. Instead, he somehow escapes it, but then he becomes so traumatized that he's no longer a threat to them, so they let it go. And he sort of, he gets kicked out the force, etc. So it still worked to get rid of him off their back, but that might have been the motivation for why they did that. So he was solving some case that only he could solve, and then with all this trauma, he hasn't been able to focus or get his skills back on track. So it's a great way to justify that. Like, how could somebody as smart as this not be able to solve a case? But it's not just because, oh, there's some smart supervillain like Red John, but it could just be because he was about to solve it, but then they almost killed him, and then he's so traumatized by the loss of his wife that he's no longer at the prime, and he's kind of distracted and just, he was, dealing with that trauma, so now he no longer was as good. Now he's starting to become good again, so now they're going to try to kill him again. And so we're going to have a lot of plot armor type moments, and that assassin could have been the same guy. And she kept saying at the end of episode 2, like, we'll get him next time. Does that mean the assassin still got away, or is she talking about something else, like the fact that he's still not out of the therapy, but he's generally doing a lot better? So yeah, this is going to be Monk and the Psychic, and I already don't like where this is going, because you know it's going to be like a Christina Fry type. Like, why does it have to be this on the nose of what they copy? Like, it's totally going to be exactly like that. And of course, Sean pretends to be a psychic, and Patrick used to pretend to be a psychic, and then he turns into a police officer, obviously, well, a consultant, but he always mocks psychics and says there's no such thing, whereas Sean pretends like he is one. Like, is that werewolf case going to be from one of these two? Like, there's somebody who's, pretends to be a werewolf killer, like, both Psych and the Mentalist have that scenario in there. It's amazing how blatantly I will criticize, like, it's one thing to copy the premise, like, okay, it's a fake psychic detective, blah, 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 whatever, but some of the episode plot lines, like that bomb gambit, is so noteworthy in the Mentalist. Like, Sean and Patrick have the same thing happen, where they do, like, some gambit with a bomb at the end of the episode to make the killer defuse it, thereby revealing that they're the killer, right? Otherwise, they think they're going to get blown up. So it's like, they do that exact plot line, that exact scene is copied directly from there, Not just like, okay, the premise of him being a psychic, fake psychic, whatever. No, it's literally that same exact plot line, the bombing, the same exact scene, right, where they get the killer. It's so on the nose that it's really stupid. And so what you have is, the ability to realize that it's copied in a very direct, noteworthy way, and it's also disappointing a little bit, but I honestly wasn't expecting it to be like this direct. I thought it would just be like, okay, it's a little goofy and fun, and that's it. I didn't think it'd be like a masterpiece writing of just genius case solving. Again, it's only 2 episodes, so I can't judge it too harshly, but within those 2 episodes, it's gotten more A+ or A grades than all the other things I've watched combined, because I don't think I've given out a single A. I don't know why I feel like I maybe gave one to Lane, but probably not. There might have been like one really good episode of Lane that deserved it, but I know The Sopranos I didn't give it. So yeah, one more thing to review is the character point system. I almost want to wait to do this later. I don't feel good. I might just do this in the second session. We can just relax. But I'm at least doing the recap, so we get that out of the way, and then I'll just go straight into watching it. But my point is that the character point system, Sharona generally gets like a +1 for her caring, positive. Like, it's got to be something more specific. Like, the way my character point system works is I'll give a character a plus or a minus whenever they do something impressive or unimpressive by their own measure is the key word, though. Not just like, oh, they're a bad guy, so they killed somebody, so they get a -1. No, it's a question of within what they're trying to do, whatever their motivation is. So it could be a villain. So Red John does something really impressive, so I give him a +1. It's not about right or wrong morally, it's about whether it's impressive or smart or stuff like that. So Monk has gotten a number of plus points, and so let me try to measure it a little bit. The captain is pretty neutral, but I guess he gets a +1 for his general demeanor, just in how fair-minded he's being. Yes, he's still being critical of him, but I got a sense immediately that he still respects him, and he was fair. He was being more fair than most characters, so I'll actually give him a +1 for the captain. Sharona gets probably a +1 for, again, her understanding, compassionate nature towards him, and good treatment that way. These are more like general things than specific things. And then maybe another +1 for being a helpful aid to him in the investigation, at times vouching for him, shooting the gun out, just being a good, that gun moment with her, just always, it's kind of not super well defined, but I'll try to be more precise with how I give these out in the future. It has to be an exact. Now, sometimes I give it for general demeanor, but which is appropriate, especially at the beginning of the series. So I'll give the captain a +1 just because his demeanor was still good, despite being skeptical of Monk. He still was being more fair than most characters would be. Like, I'm going to give you a chance. I still respect you more so than I should. Right, so he gets a +1. The Sharona gets a +1 for the compassionate, positive nature, and she gets another +1 for, again, like, aiding in the investigation in a meaningful way. That is, she did a number of good things, but just every step of the way sort of babying him. But the gun moment that she was helping with that, the fact that she is, just kind of sticking up for him and being a positive force throughout the investigation. So I'll give her a +1 there. And then finally, Monk, he would probably get like a -2 for some of his clown behavior, where he's getting distracted and being, all gimmicky with some of his shenanigans, like, -1 for his whole stove thing, -1 for his thing with the chair and general issues there. Even like the ladder moment where the guy escapes. Although that I almost give, see, here's where we gotta, now give the captain a -1 though, so he's back at 0. Because when Monk's on the ladder and doesn't stop him, Monk could just lie about that and be like, why weren't you guys finding him? You told me to just wait and not do anything, and it was up to you and your police force to find him. I was just supposed to be standing there out of the way and keeping safe. but I go out of my way and I find him, where your whole police force combined can't find him, and yeah, I'm the one to blame that I didn't catch him and stop him when that wasn't even my job. Like, so that's a -1 for his reaction there. And then, so again, Sharona could be at a +2, +1 for her general nature, +1 for, and we're not going to give that out every episode. That's just like a one-time thing, basically. So the captain gets a +1 for his nature, demeanor towards him, even though it's still harsh. It's more fair than you would otherwise expect. And then a -1 for his reaction to that latter moment. Then Sharona is a +1 for her compassionate nature, and then another +1 for her specific help in this case, sort of babying him every step of the way, helping him, doing the gun thing with him, doing a lot, going sort of above and beyond in a way that's very. What character was I comparing her to, where I thought it was like really on the nose and I didn't realize it at first? I mean, she could be like O'Hara in terms of the love affair, or she could be like, Lisbon a little bit, but not really. There was some more on the nose comparison that I made that I was surprised I didn't get at first. Oh, like Gus, obviously Gus from Psych, because it's a situation where you have they're both like medical professionals that are helping in that way and everything like that too, and so you're able to see the parallel there, even though Gus isn't a love interest for Sean. But you have a situation where again, she gets a +1 for her compassionate nature, she gets a +1 for aiding in the case in a significant way where he needs some help. He's trying to keep her on task, she's trying to keep him on task with the stove thing, trying to help out, dealing with some of his antics, encouraging him, doing a lot of just generally positive things. The fact that she's quitting, I won't even hold against her too much, because that's almost justified. And then, so she'll sit at a +2. The captain's back to a 0, and then Monk finally is up and down, like, again, I'll give him a -1 as a blanket for some of his antics and stupid behavior, the chair, the stove, etc. Then I'll give him a -1 for the latter incident, even though I sort of hold it against you a little bit, like, that it wasn't really his job, but that's also a bad moment. So he's a -2 from that, and then another minus for, like, spying on her date, that's sort of out of bounds and coming in there and being all dickish about that. So he's a -3, but then obviously +1 for his excellent deductions and case solving, just period, the way he handled the case. I'm going to try not to be as broad with this stuff in the future, but just for now. So he's a -2, then he's a +1 for if you have like some specific thing, like the first +1 is for his general deductions, like early on, how he's able to make the connection between the two killers and the 6 foot and all that, right? That was a +1 moment where he's first being introduced and everything like that. Then the second +1 is for some of his questioning skills, like I have to listen to you, I don't have to believe you, to the one girl, and then he's on point with the campaign manager, putting the piece of paper, like all these little tricks he does, putting the piece of paper back together, right? But a lot of what he does cancels itself out too. Like now he could get a +1 for what he does to try to pick up the keys from the dead body, but then also why did he drop them? So that kind of evens itself out. So you got a +1 for your early deductions, like making the connection that he's 6 foot and the two killers are connected. He gets a +1 for some of his little gambit tricks, like putting the piece of paper together and doing the key trick and doing the other gambits, and then I guess just another +1 for finally solving the case and using the gun trick and coming up with that idea, and even dealing with the assassin and shooting him in the dark or whatever. He can barely handle himself with the gun even in the light, let alone that he can suddenly do it in the dark. Like a real savant type character, this guy. So yeah, I'm not going to watch it here because I'm practically dying, but so yeah, I'm being a little bit vague with the character points that I don't like. So he's maybe at like a 0, which I feel like he should be more than that. But every time he does something good, he's going to cancel it out, is the problem. With respect to I guess I'll give him a +1 for the shooting at the end too. So like, let's look at it again. What were his gains? He's at a -3. He gets a +1 for his early deductions, the 6 foot tall, that connection. Then he gets his second one, the +2 for his interrogation skills, questioning people very well, stuff like that. +3 for his gambits, putting the piece of paper together, the gun trick to basically solve the case. And then +4 is the ability to shoot the guy in the dark and kind of have it at a wrap. So that's quite a lot, but that's between 2 episodes. So Monk is at a +1, Sharona's at a +2, the captain's at a +0, and all the other characters aren't really that important right now. I guess the killer could have gotten a certain amount throughout, but the Ian Sykes guy, the campaign manager is probably at a neutral, but the Ian Sykes guy is really good because, you know, he kind of came around, so he would end off at probably a +1 still, just because his overall capability and his ability to survive that and come back on him and shoot him and stuff. I don't know if that guy died, actually. Where he, you know, Monk thinks Sharona shot that, but it was actually a sniper, the Ian Sykes guy, so he has the balls to come back, even after he got shot. That guy's ruthlessness is pretty good, though. He's willing to kill people left and right, in terms of, you know, or he's willing to take out the hitman himself. So yeah, if you look at the character points, I'm not doing it exactly right the way that I typically do, where it's more, it has to be like a noteworthy, I'll be a bit more strict with them in the future, but let's just recap. Okay, Sharona gets a +1 for her compassionate nature generally, and then another +1 for her aid in the case. Right, I could point to specific moments, but generally just helping him every step of the way, helping him with that gun trick, etc. So she sits at a +2. The captain gets a -1 for the whole ladder thing, blaming him, even though his cop should have been finding it. Like, you failed to do your job, and then you blame him for not doing your job for you. And then you get a +1, though, to even it out at a 0 for the your general demeanor, that you're still being pretty fair-minded most of the time towards him in a way that you don't really have to be, or that most characters wouldn't be. And then for Monk, you get a -3 and then a +4 to leave it at 1. So let's try to see what they are again. The -3 is going to be -1 for his general antics. Again, like dropping the keys and the chair and the stove and stuff like that, right? Then another -1 for his specific failure on the ladder, right at that moment. And then another -1 for, I guess even that plot armor moment could be held against him, now that I think about it, but that could be part of his antics and stuff. I don't know if I really count that so directly, but that almost should count. What was the third one, though? We had -1 because of his goofiness in general, right? His antics. Number -2 because of his ladder issue, -3 maybe because of his plot armor thing that he would have gotten hit, but he got lucky. And then minus another, so it might be at a 0 actually. What was the fourth one? I forgot. Whatever, but it's pretty much between his antics, between his ladder, between his something else. There was one other. And then the +4 goes to his general deductions, especially early on. Then his ultimate solving the case is the second one, and a lot of the tricks that he uses. Number 3 is the fact that he shoots the guy in the dark, and number 4 is the fact that he, well, I guess 1 is for solving the case, and then 1 is for his overall tricks throughout, where he's able to put the piece of paper back together, and that he's able to, you know, do the little key trick and stuff like that. So I can't remember what the fourth minus was actually now, where, again, one of them is his psychological weakness, like all the little kind of, what do I call them, like all the kind of goofs that he's doing, right? That's a -1. Then another one is the ladder, and another one is the plot armor moment. Maybe I'll combine 2 of those into one, since I can't even remember what one of them was, so he'll still be at a +1. And so, yeah, we'll watch that in the next session here. Hopefully I won't have the hiccups or whatever, like I'm kind of congested here. But no, you're in a position where you have like a +4 dynamic of, again, 1 for deduction early on, 1 for solving the case, the gun gambit, another for the overall gambits throughout the case, putting the piece of paper together, doing the key thing, whatever, just that you can do stuff like that, and then a +4 for the thing where it's like shooting the guy and dealing with the combat situation better that time. And again, the minuses are your goofiness with the chair and the stuff like that, dropping the keys, dealing with the chair. You see how some of these cancel them out. Oh, you know, dropping the keys is dumb, but then using that thing to pick out the keys is good. So, -1 for his goofiness, like that, the stove, the keys, etc. -1 for his ladder incident, and then -1 for the plot armor. And between one of those, the other point could fit in that I honestly, genuinely cannot remember now. What could it have been? Because we didn't have the plot armor, so it was something else. His inability to oh yeah, no, you know what, I'll keep him at a 0 then. The fourth one was the fact that he crashes Sharona's dinner. So even though he figures out what he's doing, that he's lying. See, that should almost cancel it out, because he's sort of doing her a favor, but also you shouldn't do that. Right, like everything you do is half impressive and half stupid. You shouldn't have gone there, but then once you go there, you immediately realize that he's lying, and you know, so I don't know if I should count that. That's going to be his theme. No, I guess I'll consider that a neutral then, because he shouldn't have gone there, but then in going there, he exposes the guy to be a liar. So the fact that he's able to pick up on that so easily, so that'll cancel it out. So the -3 are officially the plot armor thing, the idiosyncrasies in general, all his goofiness, and then the other one is the ladder. And again, it is a -1 that you have the dinner, that you shouldn't have gone to the dinner, but then it arguably could be a +1 that you're able to see through that guy so easily, So I have a hard time really, because in a way he's doing a positive thing. Why would you want to end up with somebody who's lying to you? So it's actually helping you. So that one is a -1 and a +1 baked into one, so there's no need to even address it. And so now you have episode 3, which I'm not going to watch right now. I was watching some stuff from Shark Tank. Maybe we can do that. This is like where Lori, I don't even have the timestamp, but Lori gets offended that this guy isn't paying attention to him, the doctor. So he has pretty good sales, like over 1 million. Zinc lozenge. Because that explanation was so rambling, Robert says it's not for him. You know, I'm actually watching somebody else's reaction to it that he goes rambles on longer than I do, because at least I ramble on during watching it. I don't keep pausing it. But no, like Monk's points then would be at a 0, I guess. Or no, it would be at a +1. It just feels like he deserves a +1 or a +2. Let me recap it again, because this is like the biggest amount that's going to happen at once. So -1 for goofiness, which means the chair, the stove, etc. Right? -1 for the ladder, that he wasn't able to catch the guy. -1 for the like sort of the plot. Should the plot armor moment really count against you, because you were about to get hit by the car and then you got lucky? So like, it's not like it's different than, oh, but his idiosyncrasy saved him, but that's a lucky one. He didn't even realize the car was trying to hit him. So that's different than like the dinner where, oh, you're going to sit down and you shouldn't be doing that. But so yeah, the third one is the plot armor minus, so he's -3. Then he would be -4 because, oh no, he shouldn't have gone to dinner and spy on her like that. But then because he finds out that guy's flaws, it sort of validates him and shows his ability again, so it's a +1, so it cancels itself out. And then with the +4, you have his deduction early on, making the connection of the two cases, his ability to shoot the guy at the end, his ability to ultimately solve the case, use the gun gambit thing where she's shooting out the window, that whole idea, and the final confrontation. And then the fourth one is his sort of interrogation skills, that despite his awkwardness, he's able to get some good information out of the wife of the guy running and the other guy, even the campaign manager guy. So I was highly sus of him early on, and it was a good call. It almost makes it seem a little bit too obvious. Like either him or the wife could have been the two. Credible suspects. Because it was a contract killer anyway, but it's a case where, you know, it wouldn't have mattered because, you know, that's what I was wondering. I was trying to look at who could be tall enough to do it. And I'm thinking even the guy running himself is tall, but, you know, there was nobody who fit the description really. So it wasn't one of the characters. It was just somebody who hired them, which I was kind of all over that too. So they're all bummed out that the contract killer got away. And then I'm even saying, oh, don't worry though, he's dead. But then I guess he wasn't dead. But you have, and he's highly capable. So even that character ends off at a +1 for his general, you know, ability to escape and survive that. His ability to escape the cops multiple times. Like, he was a capable character. was going to turn out that he survives again, and then he was the one who killed his wife on behalf of somebody else. That'd be a good way to... That would actually be really good writing. See, this is my editor stuff in tow. The fact that shot by Monk only grazed him, and so now he's going to be out of commission for a while because he's been shot twice. They're like, oh no, it only hit his shoulder. And then this was the same contract killer who's so highly capable that he's going to be set up as a sort of like a figurehead villain, main villain, because, oh, he's the one, we'll find out later, that planted the car bomb that killed his wife, right? Because they would hire a very highly capable killer like this guy has been made out to be in the first 2 episodes. But that would still leave the secondary mystery as far as who hired him for that. So it would be a great way to pose this as a thing. Like, we don't know who hired him, that ultimately is really the one responsible for his wife's death, but we could at least attach our focus on him for now, that, oh, he still got away, and we're going to try to catch him for a very long time, and maybe by catching him eventually, he could be an ongoing recurring villain who appears in various cases here and there, who's like this really good hitman, really, really good hired gun that's highly capable and always gets away from the cops and stuff like that. So that would be a great dynamic, that he would have survived still at the end, even though he's heavily wounded and is going to have to recover. And then he comes on the scene again to do some other crime. So it'll set up an immediate rivalry and main antagonist of the series, sort of. That, oh, it's this guy, but it's not really this guy, because it's the fact that, oh, we're going to find out that he hired, whoever killed his wife hired him to do it. So it's a good way to, again, it establishes the main villain of the show in some sort of secondary form, where you know the true villain is still out there, but this guy could be like the front man, the figurehead almost to show that. So the first step is we got to catch him, and then maybe by catching him we could find out who hired him. That would be a great way to actually do it. He's like the right hand, and he's so capable that it would be believable that you could do this. Right, that he could have done that and gotten away with it, and done even these crimes and gotten away with it. That would actually be amazing, because it seems like a waste of material. It's not really necessary, but that could come out later, that, oh, he's still alive again, and he's just the most capable contract killer out there, and so it's no coincidence that he was the one who was hired for to kill the wife, right? It wouldn't be a surprise to learn that somebody that capable would do it. It would be the one they'd hired to do it. And then you have, it's almost a plot armor moment too when he's on the ladder, that he doesn't just knock him off or kill him. It's almost like he doesn't notice who that is. He pretends to be in a wheelchair too, that guy. He notices that his shoes have been kind of worn. And then, like, he has to look at the captain's shoes for reference, because the captain's kind of chiding him. That's because I actually use them. But, you know, like, Monk never does too much work, so he wouldn't know what worn shoes look like, because he never has them himself. Or, you know, I mean, if you're going to go through the trouble of going on a wheelchair, you would think you would go through the trouble of changing to a new pair of shoes that wouldn't look worn, but I guess he didn't think that far ahead. But, yeah, you have that situation where it's, you have the situation where it's like that contract killer is highly capable. So this isn't like necessary for them to do, but it would still be a good idea. Like you somehow in the first episode in the first 2 episodes you're introducing a main villain of the series, the one who sort of did kill his wife, but without revealing the overall villain, right? So you can keep the overall villain in the background, but you can still have the perpetrator and one of the people involved and a major overarching, highly capable, hard-to-catch villain still be present. But that would have been a great bit of writing in terms of... So in that sense, I would almost hope he had gotten away. This is why I should be like a producer, because I would look at that and say, that's really good, but let's keep him alive and have him get away. That like, oh, he was shot, and now he's been shot twice, and you'd be like, wow, this guy's like invincible. But he wasn't killed, so he runs away. Right, he gets away again, and then you end up butting heads with him on another case later, and you somehow find out later on in the story that he's the one that was hired to place the car bomb in the wife's car, or whatever, that ended up killing the wife, even if it was trying to kill Monk, whatever the whole storyline behind that is. But he was the one who tried to do that, and so now he has a link to the actual overall mastermind, main villain killer of the series, and so it would set that up without having to directly address it or give anything away as to who might have done it. So you're again, it's a great way to kind of split the two in 2 parts. So that part I find very fun because, yeah, see, if I was a producer or an editor, that's exactly what I would do. I would show that, I would just tweak it. So that might be something they didn't think about, or maybe it feels a bit too contrived, like, you don't need to do that, but I would have at least left the door open by leaving him alive. Like, and that would establish what they've done with him is they've established him as a highly, highly capable character, that he's able to... He kills the one girl in her apartment, right, at the beginning. Then he kills the bodyguard. Then he kills potentially the culprit here who hired him after getting shot, and he escapes from that. He escapes from the cops multiple times, especially when he's in that ladder situation. He escapes, and then he escapes again here, even after being shot potentially twice. Right, he gets like shot on the shoulder, and somehow Monk's able to deduce that. Like, how is he able to take this many shots? And again, how come he wasn't slowed down by the fact that he was shot before by the guy who hired him? Even assuming that would finish somebody off, like, wouldn't you make sure of it? Like, I guess he falls back and falls in the water, so you don't want to go fishing for him and looking for him, but he somehow survived that. So he would have survived 2 gunshots, one to like the chest, one to like the arm. That's why he would flee. And then, you'd be shocked to see that he's still alive. And that'll set up a great rivalry for the future. It allows you to do so many good things with it. It allows you to kind of deduce who the killer is here while still not knowing who hired him in this episode, like the campaign manager. But it also allows you to set up a rivalry that's like, we solved this case, but there's still some ongoing major villain to catch, right? And that would be the contract killer. And he had so many good kind of tricks up his sleeve, the whole tying the thing to his gun, the thing from the window, and then using covered shoes, right? Like the kind that nurses wear, or whatever the Dignam wears when he goes to shoot fucking Matt Damon. And then he has the wheelchair thing ready. Then he has all kind of other things up his sleeve. Right, so he's full of tricks too, so I would have loved that as a dynamic. See, I always come up with these. This is really my whole purpose. I know people might dismiss it at first when hearing something like this, like, oh, well, that's just silly, or it's just like a fan fiction theory. But if the writers had done it, I guarantee you people would have swallowed it right up and loved it. Again, it's not fully necessary, but it is good in terms of a setting up an overarching dynamic that we already have this rivalry and this major villain, who would be like a foreshadowing of who the true major villain is, who would have hired him in the past. But yeah, that would create a great rivalry of an ongoing thing that we're trying to catch. And there could be some implication like, how is he going to heal from those 2 wounds? It's like he must have really big connections in high places, and you could just leave that floating for a while and realize that later those same connections would have been the ones who hired him to kill his wife, or him, because their whole corruption was being revealed by the fact that Monk was investigating them, and he was on to something. That's why they tried to kill him. And so then he'll be out of commission for a while too, so you won't hear from him again. But you know, they put in so much work into that character, and he was not ordinary. He was a highly capable, highly good character. So he should have actually survived. And it's still satisfying because you caught the culprit, the campaign manager, but the assassin still gets away, so now you have to live to fight another day and try to find him. So that sets up a whole nother thing. And again, I wouldn't use him a lot. It could be another season before we see him again. And a good reasoning too, because he's recuperating from his wounds. So you have him recuperating from his physical wounds, and Monk recuperating from his mental wounds from the loss of his wife. And you might think, how would he not know who Monk is if you tried to kill him and his wife? But he sees 1,000 faces every day that he gets asked to kill. Or, maybe since Monk wasn't there, he doesn't even really know. But he would do research on his target, I'm sure. But I guess he did fuck it up, like... But yeah, those episodes were really good, and the only other thing I want to see is this, I just want to see episode 3, I guess later today I could do it, and I can also do, but no, I've already come up with an editorial alternate ending moment plotline. I don't see what the downside of it would be. Maybe it's a little unsatisfying that he got away, but... Or that would have been an even better way to explain it, like... He sees that he shot the guy, and then he flees, or whatever, and Sharona gets away, but Monk would deduce, like, there's only blood on half of the wall here, and the other half is clean. That means that he's wearing a bulletproof vest, so it absorbed part of the blow. And that would also explain how he survived the encounter before. Oh, that would have been... Oh, wow, dude. See, this is like my first time seeing him, but look at all the shit I'm coming up with. This would develop him into such a badass villain. Like, that's perfect, dude. I gotta produce this show or something at some point, because that's what I would do. I would keep adding these little things in. You come up with the story and the overall thing, but then I'll touch it up. That would be my contingency. I always come up with these amazing ideas that are so satisfying. So you would see him and like, oh, he got shot in like the shoulder or something, right? And he has a bulletproof vest that absorbed part of it. And so Monk would deduce that and say that for the audience would explain how did he survive that shot earlier. Like the impact still knocks him back, but he wasn't injured badly from it. And then it would also explain how he survived this, where, oh, look, his vest caught part of it, and he bled on part of it, and that's why he still ran away, despite the fact that, the light's out, so he just says fuck it, and he gets away, even though, he got shot, and even though he's wearing a bulletproof vest, so... That would reveal him as like, wow, this guy's thought of everything, right? He's on top of everything. Even when you finally think you have him, you don't. Even when the person who hired him tries to do that. Oh, that'd be sick, because again, it explains how he survived, and it also shows his level of preparation and how capable he is, and it also sets up for that deduction by Monk that, oh, he got hit by part of it. Some way to explain it like that. maybe that's not the best way to say, oh, he got hit by part of it. So, I would say you could touch that part up a little bit, how you want to explain it. But basically, Monk deduces that, oh, he did get shot, but he's still alive. And then, because it's in the dark that it happens, and Chirona's like, how do you know that? And, because he... so he escapes in the dark while Chirona runs to him, and they kind of hug and everything, right? But he gets away, and Monk knows that, okay, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, and he's still alive and all this, because you see that the formation of the bullet, not the bullet, but like the blood, is like in a very specific formation that would show you like, somehow he would be able to deduce that from it. Like the blood cuts off unnaturally. Why is there some here and then not on the other side? So this partial blood on the wall is a result of part of the hit either missing or being absorbed by something like a bulletproof vest. I don't know what happens to a bullet when it gets absorbed though. Like, does it just hit the thing and then bounce right off, or... You would think by today's standards in the military, you'd have like a full biosuit that's like that. You just, even if it's expensive and for the highest level troops, but like you wear a full body thing of body armor, like a bulletproof material, and so now you're just invincible and nobody can kill you, and they'll have to blow you up or something. Like, we're in that day and age where that should almost be the case. Yeah, we'll watch that in the later session. I wasn't feeling too good here, but I'm glad I came up with like these alternate ending theories. I didn't think of that at the time, but now I have, in terms of, and who knows, maybe something like that will turn out, but I'm pretty sure he shot him, because they even talked about it like, oh, how could I miss him? Well, you wouldn't say how could I miss him if you did actually miss him. And you might think that's sort of a cop-out. They're like, oh, it's not even satisfying, but it is, because you caught the actual culprit, and so that guy's going to turn into a series-long, season-long kind of villain. It's just too good of a character to waste, right? Like, he notices, oh, he must have been wearing a bulletproof vest. That guy was prepared for anything. Okay, so here, since I already did the exhaustive intro earlier, let's just go right into Monk Season 1, Episode 3. We're going to start from the very beginning, so you have time to prepare, like, match up the timestamp, because I usually don't give enough time to do that, so I'm giving you notice now. Monk Season 1, Episode 3, we're starting from the very beginning, 0000, with like 43 minutes and 50 some odd seconds, whatever. From the very beginning, it's the Netflix version, and my concern with this, just based on the title, is that it will further expose both Psyche and the Mentalist, in the sense that a lot of the tropes to do with psychic and being a fake psychic and the psychic detective and all the cynicism about it and all the kind of posturing that Sean does and all the ridicule that Jane does, a lot of that might be present here, a Christina Fry type character. So the problem with that is it cheapens that, because it makes that even less original. It's one thing if they copy the premise of this generally, like a quirky detective, but at least the psychic aspect should be unique, but now it won't be. Not that Monk himself is like that, but they'll introduce some of the same subject matter. So there'll be a character just like Christina Fry, and there'll be a conflict just like that, where there'll be a conflict where you're able to identify that Monk is going to have a vendetta against fake psychics or psychics in general, like Jane does, or somebody else will be playing into it like Sean does, and that'll be the other character. And so a lot of that sort of dialogue and thought process around being psychic is going to come up, and so it makes it far less novel. And the fact that it's happening so early on in the series is fascinating. Like, this episode might have given them the idea for that whole premise, right? Let's copy Monk, but let's take I don't know, it's just interesting that the subject comes up so soon in a series that we know. There's 2 major series that are based on this show that, instead of just being a good detective who has some idiosyncrasies and quirks, like Monk, he has no psychic element to him, but both of those series are based around that premise alone, just that Jane used to be a psychic and Sean is pretending to be one still. I mean, in the course of the show. So we're going to start from the very beginning in a second here. So we're starting from 0000, Monk, Season 1, Episode 3. From the very beginning, in 3, 2, whoops. We're starting in, I don't know what I did. We're starting from the very beginning in a second here, starting in 3, 2, 1. I don't know if that's exactly right. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay. We see a car driving. 43.50, 43.49, 48, 47, just to see how much is left. So somebody lost their pet, talking about a veterinarian. Or he's like just lying about this. He's lying about this to set up a way to kill her somehow with those roadblocks. It's kind of an elaborate way of doing it. He knew exactly where she would be, and he's lying about the pet. That's a new low. It's one thing if you set up the killing, but it's another if you lie about your pet being hurt just to do that. Theme song playing, so I don't skip the intro. Although this sounds sort of different than the other ones. This is just music. There's no... normally there's lyrics in this. What am I listening to the instrumental version? Why is it different? Or I like how in Psych they would play around with that. There's like different opening songs and stuff. Like references to stuff, and it'll change based on the episode. It sort of lags for a second here and there, and there's nothing I can do about it. So we're at 42:10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 42, 5. What was that intro? That was totally different than the other ones where they actually have a song. Now he's in good with the police. He's going to be back on the job. Now he's going to have a free pass for a while. He's just expressing his patriotic fervor. Normally Adrian's pretty nice about it, though. He's not like a stuck-up jerk. He's just awkward, but he's self-aware. But now they'll enlist a psychic and he'll expose the psychic. Oh, here we go. But see, we already know who the killer is then. It was a very elaborate setup. So in a way, you could say she killed herself by driving so fast and hitting that, like... Or he's associating it with his own loss. He's associating it with his loss of his wife. Oh, because the wife. Yeah, he had a multiple choice option. Of all the things you could say to a man who lost his wife, can you imagine what he's going through? Yeah, that was the worst dialogue option possible. He's cleaning. Or now he's doing it in a cheeky way, like he thinks he's a clown, so he's gonna let him do it just because he thinks he's gonna fail. Oh shit, there's a dynamic there. Maybe Monk already suspects him, and that guy's letting him do it because he thinks he's a clown moron. So if he's on the case will fuck up, right? And they won't solve it because he's the one who did it, right? Like that. So how am I supposed to make a prediction here when it's too obvious, right? What would I have to do? Guess it within the first 30 seconds before he makes it obvious that he's the killer? Which I didn't really guess there. So some episodes will be an exception. Wait, what is this? Wait, are you telling me she didn't die somehow? Oh, no, somebody else is there. Okay. I didn't get a good look at her, dude. I might have my detective investigative moments, but it's very hard to keep track of everything. Not in this show, but just in general, like when... Oh, the psychic. It even looks kind of like Christina Fry. So even the cop is suspicious of her. It would make more sense if... It would make more sense if the police were on her side and Monk was the one who's trying to expose her. You would normally try to suspect her, but we've already seen it, so... Is this like a part 1, part 2 type of thing? I guess not. It would say it in there. I like this captain, though. He's kind of... Look how quickly... You know, now you have 2 crazy people on the case. I guess that's not really that much. Oh, see, he's sort of on the side. Yeah, one of them's eventually going to be right. Don't get me started on astrology. Imagine blaming celestial objects for personal problems. He's already... Look at who we were dealing with in the show. He already noticed the fucking tire. Bro. So she was already airborne. He wants to tamper with something. He wants to know all the evidence. Or he'll sort of believe her somewhat. But isn't that what psychics do? They interact with dead people, so how could you find her dead? What's the point of it then? You're not telepathic, you're psychic, which means you, or at least like a medium. Move that piece of wood closer. They're going to have a little butting of heads. But Christina Fry's more elegant. Or she likes her. Miss Flint has a splint. Why? Because you just randomly found a body? Maybe that guy set this up, like told her where it was, just so she could use it to... You already have. That would be sort of my prediction. The killer called her and told her where the body was just so she could take credit for it. Somehow. Now that's at least a reasonable form of OCD. I mean... So what does that mean? She moved her seat, so somebody else was driving her there. Somebody else drove her there, like the killer himself. Like, they think he just got in a car crash. The trajectory doesn't match, though. You didn't seem to like it either. I mean, it's weird that he would take that side. So what does that mean? Photograph going through a red light. What does that mean? Like, she went through a red light to get there. Why? Why does that prove it's legitimate? But no, unlike Christina Fry, actually has a good track record. This chick is already a clown. send something from the hand or just bothered by the germs. Okay, dude, this is gonna get a little tiresome. Oh yeah, like he can touch other people's clothes and they don't mind, but he can't get touched himself or he gets mad. Like, a little bit of a hypocrisy there. Or this is one of those gimmick moments. Like, he'll discover something by simply going to the bathroom that he otherwise wouldn't have seen. So his idiosyncrasies come back to help him. I'm missing the zoom, though, from Psych. I wish it would have been more clear with, I love the way they do that. It's sort of zooming in there. So he has muddy boots, so he went out there himself. Just like, I love that about him at the crime scene where he's like, afraid to get his shoes dirty and stuff. Like, what do you expect, though? You know what I mean? There's going to be some evidence here of... He gives you a fucking mansion of a house? Maybe he had the opposite. Oh yeah, I said that. I said that line. He sort of cherished it instead. I guess people have different reactions, opposite interpretation. Every single thing, good one. Well, there's not much of predicting the killer here, but I'll give him a +1 for how quickly he picked up on the he picked up on the tire tracks on the ground, the little thing that something was placed there and dragged there. That's an unbelievable deduction, and he immediately, like, he's so quick with it, bro. Or a current one. Or he just doesn't want to get caught out in some way. This could be potential motive, or she could have potentially done it in his mind, but they kind of gave it away here, unless I'm missing something. I'm a psychic. Kind of like Patrick Jane. Not till the fish jumps. Not till the car jumps. Motive. The kind of laying it on thick. So now this is one of those that's more a question of the difficulty of catching somebody rather than the mystery of finding out who it is. He always has dialogue like that too, where he's worried about he'll be talking about the case and then he'll mention something matter-of-factly. You should probably take a picture of some of this stuff just to... yeah, give it to her, what a dick. Oh, no. It wasn't the psychic who ran the red light. It was the victim, I guess. He could be in cahoots with her and just told her. And she would go along with it for the attention. But no, it's like this... it's the fact that... just say general things that could apply to anybody. The point is that good one, Monk. You're talking about him in his presence. That's a little weird to do. I like somebody putting him in his place a little bit. You can afford a cleaning girl? See, it doesn't have the same effect here, though, because she doesn't have very much credibility anyway. She's, like, been wrong 220 times and never been right. Now she's right for once, like... This is sort of manifesting it into reality. Like, did you, now, every time you see a David or a Derek, you'll, okay, they're doing this is good for comic relief here. It's written at a pretty high level, though, like, it's not, yeah, why can't you figure out? That's not really a spiritual term. So you have trouble sleeping too? I could have predicted that, and you think I'm a psychic. Oh, she drove over there? This is like in Memento where she... hyperventilates in the subtitles. Like in, where you can take away the pen, so now he can't write something, so he won't remember what just happened. So you're playing on his insecurities this way. So that's a good way to control him, which I think that's a really dickish move by her. I'm going to give her a -1 for this whole scene. So she's at a 1, and he's at like a +1, maybe a +2, because he deduced something earlier. Just seeing the tire tracks and stuff. Now he'll discover something even here inadvertently. I love that. Just random things that you go through in daily life will help inform the case that you're on. But she likes it. She feels like Lois Lane. Why you gotta bring a kid to a scene like this? No, but Bro is actually pretty serious. This is why it's so well written. The fact that it still takes itself seriously in terms of the actual deductive aspect of the case. So you're comparing something from the ground to the tire, I guess. This is a very rare sort of material. But look at Bro go, dude. What happened there? I didn't even get it. Oh, he dropped it. Pebble. He doesn't have like a very good authority with stuff like that. He's kind of clumsy in moments like this. He dropped it in somewhere. It'll be in his hair somehow, but how? Don't say it was in your hair. So she's at a +1. Monk is at a +1 or a +2. I forgot what I gave him from before. See, that's a weird thing to do. You're being a bit standoffish. Just knock it out of his hand. But you just knew each other. Figuratively and literally. I'm in your way of you getting away. Are they going to have a big TV special and he'll expose her on here? Oh, you need to focus, you dumb bitch, right now. But if you were in some sort of sleep-like trance, maybe you're the one who killed her. Recruited you. I guess I didn't think of it really like that, being so serious. He's just doing all this on his own. Right? He's not really Oh, was she like drugged and taken there? Oh shit! So he drugged her. She's telling the truth. He drugged her because we saw her wake up like that, right? He drugged her and took her there somehow, and then let her come up with the thing herself. That you are, and you were drugged and he took you there. Oh, this guy is trying to be all scary. But what did they really learn from her? That's the fact that he's a dangerous man. Even without that, he would have been onto it. He's going to get in trouble now. Oh, so somebody either means she's psychic or she was taken here. Like she knew exactly where she was going. Oh, look at him flattering him. Why are you being so... Yeah, maybe doing it to his face isn't the best idea. You just got it back. You have nothing to lose. How many big cases do I have to solve before I get my badge back? Arranged how? I drugged her and put her there. Look at him just being like so sort of laid back. Like, can you prove it? Like it's not like it's my job or something. It's fucking clown. 7:50. Oh wow, it's almost over. 7:54, 53. It sort of keeps stuttering in a way I don't like. Oh, that kind of ruined it. Now we know it's almost over. Feels like there's a part of this episode that's sort of missing, like a more adversarial thing. Like this captain isn't adversarial enough, which is kind of refreshing. Like, he's more believing in him, and I like it. He's kind of a hard ass, but he's being kind of reasonable at times too. Like, he's not unreasonably just against Monk for no good cause. So this is like something he saw in like a letter or something? Or was this the girl? Oh, this was the girl who, so he probably abducted her or something. What is really happening here? I don't get it. He abducted her. Or they're like sort of framing him for this. Just to get him to confess to the other killing. This reminded me almost of Sleuth, where everything was sort of arranged in a way when they're playing that game. You can't question her skills either because she found the body, right? So you'll try to discredit her now, even though this Jenny isn't dead or something. Is Jenny the girl that the gift was sent to, or was it... It's going to be sort of fake. She's not really dead. Or admitting that you love her is itself a motive. I think she's still alive, and he's just doing this to get... Got the confession. You think confessing to one crime is better than being found guilty for another? Oh, look at that, dude. I know these shows too well. Oh, look at her being all snarky about it. No, there was no mudslide. But were you already sleeping with her, or what? But you drugged her, but why did it make it seem like they were having an affair, too? Oh, you put on a wig, okay. I did predict the drugging. That one was sort of a little anticlimactic. Like, so this one probably gets more like a B. Again, a good, solid episode. Enjoyable, but... And in fact, the villain was pretty damn good. The commissioner and everything, but... I don't know. It left me wanting something a little more from the ending. I didn't think of the whole wig thing. That he was wearing a wig. I thought he drugged her and took her there, but... Oh, this is like the British guy. Hey, don't do that. You will end up together. That's a bit of a dick thing. They will end up together eventually, I'm sure. Or maybe they won't. Yeah, that's a solid B. Again, this is like the average episode you expect. Just good. Still a high-stakes criminal villain. And you know what's weird about that? He never laid out the plan of how he killed him. He never even said that. He pointed out, I love that. That's actually kind of a glaring omission. He said at the beginning, unless I missed it, he said at the beginning, oh, there looks like some metal has been on the road. But, like, how the fuck did you kill her then? Like, all you admitted was that you knew where she was such that you could bring somebody to her, right? But how are you going to explain that super elaborate setup of those fucking little things he puts on the ground? I don't even know what you would call them, the ramps that he's putting on the road. How would you prove that? Or maybe you'll find it somewhere. And then he made her drive on, like, how you convinced her that the dog was hurt, and then you drive her, or you make her drive over it. Like, that's a pretty elaborate thing that he never explained. I love that. That's actually a pretty bad piece of writing. It's still a B episode, but that's weird. They never even go over that. How does he find out about the ramps and everything else? That he put the ramps down, that he called her, that he told... Like, there could have been a whole another 20 minutes of that episode. They kind of rushed it. That's the problem with these episodic things. That could have been another two-parter like the first two. Like, I get it, but it was a little anticlimactic. So she pretended that she was dead, the girl, and as the audience we could believe that maybe he really did kill her, but the reality is that he didn't. But he didn't actually do it, but he would rather admit to that other crime than to be caught for this one that he's sort of being framed for. So by calling her a fake, he has to admit that he brought her to the wife. That's very typical of this kind of show. Something Sean would do, something Jane would do. That was pretty good. I like how snarky she was. It was a good, solid episode. Now we're seeing a full moon here. Does that mean that Monk meets Dale the whale? Like, is this going to be the werewolf type of fucking thing that both Psych and the Mentalist copied in some form? It turns out in the Mentalist to be something totally unrelated to that, though. Like, right? Isn't that the episode, like, where it's Todd Johnson and he's killing law enforcement, but somehow it has to do with the full moon or like a werewolf? Like, they're kind of playing it off like that. But no, that was a good episode. I enjoyed it. So now we have to find a movie starting with a C that we can watch like tomorrow. And so what I want to do is, I don't know, I'm kind of a little bit at a loss for words for that one. Like, they don't give the murder method at all. Like, unless I miss something. I hate that aspect of it. Like, see, it would have been another A if not for that. So at least I'm finding a deficiency in it. He looks at the ground and immediately, and he got a +1 character point for that. So Sharona loses a point for being so gullible as to believe the psychic and being kind of annoying that way. So she's at a +1 down from a +2. And then Monk is up to like a +1 for his generally quick deductions there, especially figuring out immediately what was happening with the branch and the thing. And then... So yeah, he's at a +1 now. Or actually a +2, because he would have still been at a positive from the last episode, or the first two episodes. So we're at a +2 for Monk, we're at a +1 for Sharona, we're still at a +1 for the captain, I guess. Or no, he kind of evened himself out. But no, this was another high stats for sort of good killer. It was sort of too direct and confrontational, though, too quickly. Again, they sort of have to rush it in a way. But what you have is the ability to... Again, they totally omitted the part. How did I kill her then? How did I get her to launch up there in her car? Where did I have these big metal things? What did he do with them afterwards? Those ramps. That's a pretty elaborate way to, kill somebody. So he put up the ramps, and then he called her and told her our dog is hurt, so rush back home. And then, that's, again, I'm not denying that's what happened because we saw it at the beginning, and so it kind of ruins it. I wish they don't do that. But what I'm saying is, how does he explain that? He explains more so the psychic aspect and the fact that, the mudslide and something like that happened, but it's a case where you, he absolutely does not explain the fact that how he was killed, or how he killed her. Which, again, looking at the beginning, that was super elaborate. That would still be pretty fucking hard to prove. Imagine trying to convince a jury of that shit. Like, come on. Oh yeah, he had these metal ramps that he put out on the road, and nobody else was out there, and he planned it and timed it. Yeah, how would you even know that? What if somebody else came along? Like, you put those ramps... I guess you timed it sort of right, and it's probably a pretty quiet road, but it's a case where you're able to... you're on the phone with her, she's coming up soon... You put up the ramps on the road. There's no witnesses who see you put the ramps down. There's no witnesses who see you put the ramps back up. There's nobody who comes along the road in the time that you do that. They could have went on the ramp themselves. Presumably it wouldn't have been as bad for them because they wouldn't have been going as fast like she is. But she's going really fast because she believes her dog's hurt or whatever. And so she's rushing home. And so... pretty good elaborate way to try to kill her. So he did it partly for the money. He did it partly for what other reason? Like he just hates her in general. Yeah, I'm happy with that one. That's like getting more back to reality, right? It was still good, definitely, but I don't know. The way they write it is really at an elevated level beyond what I was expecting. They could easily cop out and just, oh, look at this goofy guy and bumbling around solving cases, but they really put in the time and effort and the, investigative prowess to try to come up with all these clues, and they really, really went above and beyond. And I hope they keep up with that. Like, they deserve everything they got in terms of the credit and the fame that this series got. And Michael Richards deserves every bit of ridicule that I'll keep giving him. Like, bro, what the fuck did you do, bro? You thought his biggest mistake was cursing in the racist rant of the club. Oh, no. This was his biggest mistake by far. How the fuck do you read that first episode script, assuming that's what they gave him? Maybe it was earlier on than even that, but how do you read that first episode script and turn that down? Are you out of your fucking mind? Holy shit, dude. And he's a great actor. I really respect him, but what were you thinking, man? You talk about, oh, my career fell off, the Seinfeld curse. Bro, what the fuck? It's your fault. I think I can kind of speculate as to why he turned it down. And the reason why is because he would have seen, like, oh, it's a bit too serious. My wife is dead. It's not like a pure comedy like what I want to do. And I can respect that, but it still fits. It's the right call, right? Like, saying Michael Richards in this role is not a bad choice because he can do the goofy, funny stuff a lot. But there's also a serious side that I'm sure he would have done a good job there because he's very talented. And so it's just a much more deep, dynamic story. It was not the kind of show that was catering to him, like, oh yeah, let's just have him do goofy stuff all the time. No, it's actually a well-written, dramatic story with good investigative prowess and deductions and serious moments. And it also just so happens to have that goofy vibe in it too. So, I don't know, it would have been quite the thing to see. I think he would have done a good job and it would have worked out just fine. But I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. At least now I'm sort of starting to doubt it. There's no way that you could turn this show down, and there's no way that they would have even offered it to him because maybe, oh, he has too much of a stereotype of being too goofy. But it is perfect casting too because, it's that kind of character even though it's a bit more serious. And of course, he had the star power to go along with it, so of course that would have been nice. But this just is so well written that it doesn't matter who Tony Shalhoub is. I don't even know really who he is. Maybe he was in some movies, maybe he was in some other show I don't know about. He apparently made enough money in his career up to this point that he was able to produce it, which I saw at the beginning. Unless I'm misunderstanding something, like how was he able to do that? Like, good for him, and also, why would he ask Michael Richards to do it then, and then suddenly decide on himself? Like, he's humble enough to, like, what is he, Margot Robbie? Because, Margot Robbie asked for somebody else to be in it, and then they turned her down, and then she was the backup. So she wasn't even choosing herself in the beginning, right, to be Barbie. She was choosing somebody else who I forget who it is. Maybe it was like Gal Gadot or something. I can't even remember, but yeah, she wasn't even choosing it, even though she was the producer. You would think you would have had that idea from the beginning, and you would have been confident enough in yourself to believe that, but somehow you're not in a position to actually have to do that. And so he had some good deductive moments. It was a good episode. I like how quickly he was on that too by looking at the tree branch, and I didn't really get the whole mudslide thing. I had no notion that was even, he mentions it twice too. I still don't even get it. What pointed to there being a mudslide? You could say, oh, look how muddy the boots are, but that's just because it's a muddy area, period, right? I don't really know. Maybe I missed something at the beginning of the episode. Every episode here is so good that I want to almost rewatch it. Those are the two things that were maybe a little bit lacking. there wasn't enough evidence, or at least maybe I just failed to notice it, as far as the mudslide itself, in terms of, I didn't catch that at all, so it just went over my head, kind of like the car would have if I was standing there. But also, they didn't bring up the murder method at all. As far as the ramps, where did those ramps go? Did they find them? What did he do with them? Where did he get them? How did they prove that he used them, and really killed her? How do you really, how do you really get yourself to explain that how did the car go flying like that? How did he manage to make that happen? How did he get her to go so fast? How did he put the ramps there, or even that he put the ramps there? None of that was ever discussed. Like, what the fuck? I'm pretty sure I didn't miss it, so they just ended it too quickly. Like, okay, fine, you accuse me, how did I kill her? Oh, you just brought these ramps out in the middle of a road that anybody could have driven on, and you somehow timed it just right with her being on the phone, and you somehow lied about your dog being hurt to get her to go fast, and then she somehow went fast enough to get in a crash, and, like, nobody else came along the road to either witness it or to potentially fall victim to the ramp themselves. Like, how the fuck would you explain that to a jury or anything? Like, really, what the fuck? But you somehow get, again, it's so oddly specific and elaborate that I wouldn't even believe that you could do that shit. And so what you have is a simple ability to consider that you have the simple ability that like that part is sort of left out. Sharona was kind of a little annoying here. I like her better in the premiere, where she's kind of more helpful and whatever, but here she was sort of falling for the psychic aspect. But this psychic element was a little bit less impressive, actually, so I won't hold it against the mentalist or psychic too much, because none of it really informed that too much. Like, she kind of looks like Christina Fry a bit, like with the red hair or whatever, but other than that, it's like the way they show it in Psych is different, and the way that even that goes in the mentalist is different because she has more credibility. Whereas here, it's like she's already a clown, so you just prove that she's goes from a 99% clown to a 100% clown, right? I would have made her have a bit more credibility from the beginning. It's like the cop doesn't like her, the captain doesn't like her as it is, and Monk doesn't like her. Like, nobody really likes her. Sharona kind of likes her, but she's had like no success till now, so it's kind of a weird thing to suddenly give her so much credibility or believe in her. I rambled on so long that it went back to the title screen of like the episode select instead of staying on the episode. Yeah, that was, again, we're off to a roaring start. This is a truly hallmark, iconic series. I can't say anything negative about it. But no, I like those qualifications. Like, the reason why it's not an A is because, again, maybe the mudslide thing was a bit of a weird, I don't know where that came from. I didn't really get it. And I also didn't get, which could just be my fault, maybe I just missed that aspect, but there were a number of things I called pretty right. In fact, there was a line of dialogue that I predicted on the nose. I love that. Right before they said it, and I didn't see the subtitles, they didn't show up yet or whatever. I said it as soon. What was it? I can't remember. I said exactly what was said. Like, I don't know. But, yeah, and I obviously predicted what the plan was going to be, sort of. Like, and it sort of, like I said, reminded me of Sleuth, where Michael Caine sets up that, like, he killed Taya, his girlfriend. I haven't heard of, I've been this excited for a Taya since Yu-Gi-Oh! Those are the only two Tayas I know in the whole universe. I've never met anybody with that name. I don't know any celebrities with that name. I don't know any other characters off the top of my head with that name. It's such a rare name. And everybody would say it T. Instead of Taya, it's T. But no, you have, he has like the hair and the fibers all around, or he has like a lock of her hair to show that he killed her, and all around his house to imply that he's going to frame Andrew Wyke for the killing. And so he sends Andrew scrambling all around. And so that's exactly what happens in terms of the... That's exactly what happens in terms of the thing here with respect to like it sort of just reminded me of that scene. Like, you set up the whole stage to frame him. So you would have known that you didn't do it, though, so why admit something else when he kind of got emotional? And once again, why not keep a recorder around and on at all times? Now he could just deny that and get away on a jury trial because they couldn't come up with the murder method or the murder weapon because it's so elaborate. Like, it still makes it look like a car crash. How did you set that shit up? Right, like, you don't know that. Now, like, what's going to happen with that piece of testimony? This happens in a lot of these shows, like Psych and The Mentalist, where, you know, they'll say something like, oh, a Freudian slip. But now, that's not admissible in court, or you wouldn't be able to really show that to the court. So, like, even though that happened, it's like, what, is the cop going to testify that he said that? Or it'll make him a suspect, so now they'll investigate him further, but it doesn't mean that you have decisive proof, right? For the audience to say we're satisfied, but in real life you'd have to go through a lot more, and a jury might not be able to even hear that, or it won't be enough to convince a jury, so you have to go through a lot of different elements to really make that happen. And the way that you can do that is obviously with the other side of it, as far as the whatever. It's a good episode. We'll look for a movie starting with C. I'll try to avoid the Netflix category. Bird Box was a real fucking disappointment. See, maybe it's an expectation thing. Like, Alone and Bird Box both got like a D, right? And so, but I'm being harder on Bird Box because I expected more, and just the premise was really shitty. Yeah, I was sort of pleased with Alone. Like, oh, that's the kind of gimmicky, obscure kind of thing that I'm looking for as far as these movies are concerned. But what was the other one? The Fourth Republic was kind of like that. It's obscure, but it's not terrible. That was like a C. Alone was like a D. Bird Box is like a D. It was so unsatisfying with the creature. Like, there was nothing about it that was interesting. I don't get what really happened in the supermarket either. Like, he somehow sees the entity in the what seems like a cold storage room, and I don't know. I don't get it. Like, somehow there was an outside, so his friend sees it and kills himself, runs in there and kills himself, and then they close it, and then they still hear that guy. So that's to show that, like, somehow, how is that guy still alive in there? But those characters are kind of dumb, too. They never learn. They keep letting people in, and every time they do, something bad happens. I would still stay in the supermarket even after that. The fact that guy's trapped in there. Like, there's a reason he's trapped in there. They probably realize he's turned and that's why they did it, or I don't know. or he's doing that on purpose to himself to try to trick them into opening it and looking and killing themselves. It's such a stupid premise, it's literally The Happening 2.0. That was my immediate connection that I made, but I even said, but surely this is going to be better than The Happening, but in the end, it's really not. It's really bad. Like, the creature isn't satisfying, you don't get to even see it. There's nothing about it that I really like. I mean, it's just kind of boring. It's not scary, it's not satisfying. There's no explanation really given. There's nothing really, no solution really even come to aside from, blind people. But I even said that, and that's fairly obvious, but so what? Like, now you'll live amongst the blind people, but you can still die if you go outside. Like, the blind people rely on the sighted people to go out and do stuff for them, but the sighted people can't go out and do stuff either, because then they'll die. So like the least threatening, least fleshed out, least physically, present, least scary, least effective, least interesting, least visual, least, memorable kind of villain or entity in any story ever. Like, it's just trash. What the fuck? It's just a shadow. You don't get anything from it. You don't get any visual of it. Like, I understand they can't see it, but we don't even get to see it. Like, that's the whole point. We should always see it, even if they never see it. Or they do sometimes see it and they kill themselves, but it was so stupid. Like, it's such a convoluted kind of premise. Why does it need to be that elaborate? Like, let's make it simpler. There's just a bunch of monsters out somehow, and they're going to kill us if they see us. So we have to hide from them, right? That would work. It'd be basically the same thing. Or even like a monster that we see, and if we see it, then we die somehow. Like, I don't know. It was just so unnecessary. Like, you get lost in the minutia of how this works. It's like, why does it even matter? It's so oddly specific and elaborate. Like, it doesn't need to be that way. Right, you're just kind of, and that's kind of what draws attention. Like, look at this premise, but the premise is actually dumb, dude. If M. Night Shyamalan comes up with it before you, there's a reason why maybe you should never go down that road again. They really made this big name production with Sandra Bullock fucking... There's some aspects of it that are better than The Happening. Like, it takes itself maybe a bit more seriously. It doesn't have some of these dumb lines of dialogue like cheese and crackers and stuff. There is one moment that I always refer to from there that's actually pretty funny and good, where he's like talking to the plant, and it's like, he's talking to the plant and saying, I'm just here to use the bathroom, and I'll be gone. But then even that, I joked, like, you're saying that you're going to be using electricity in a sewage system that is detrimental to the environment. Don't admit that shit to a fucking plant, dude. But, he's like saying, I won't hurt you, or whatever. I'm just here to use the bathroom, and then I'll leave. As if, like, begging for mercy from the plant. That's a genuinely funny moment, and then it turns into a plastic plant. So that's a good funny... M. Night Shyamalan actually has some pretty good humorous moments in his movies. Like, when the cop is talking in signs about, a girl couldn't jump that high, and then she brings up, like, I've seen Olympic gymnasts that could be fucking doing that. Like, some of that dialogue is actually pretty funny. But he obviously struggles with his dialogue in other ways, although I do consider Signs to be a masterpiece anyway. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that one, so we're going to go ahead and look for a movie that starts with a C, and I'll really try to avoid the Netflix thing. That could have redeemed my perception of the Netflix movies if it had actually been good. Okay, so today we're looking at what movie to watch for the letter C after having watched. Let's just recap what we've done. So we're sort of alternating between the alphabet alphabetical list, like every letter gets one movie that I watch in between an episode. So the movies are meant to be sort of obscure and ones that I haven't really heard of right now, like super well-known ones. So you go one obscure movie, then one episode of a mainstream series. In this case, it's Monk for now. So we did, I think, The Fourth Republic was the obscure movie for the number, I guess, before letters. Then we did Monk episode 1. Then we did Alone for letter A, obscure movie. Right, then we did, so Fourth Republic got like a C grade, Alone got like a D grade. Alone is like Gravity without because they both don't have any like real character interest or payoff, but without the special effects and technical expertise that had. And then, so Fourth Republic was a C, that one was a D, Alone, and then we watched Monk episode 2, and then we watched Bird Box, which is like a D as well, just very disappointing. The entity wasn't very interesting or scary. And then we watched Monk episode 3, so now we're going to do the letter C. And so we got, for the movies, we got C, D, D, and then for the episodes, we got A, and then B for episodes 1, 2, and 3. So now I have a few for C that I looked through that I wanted to consider, and so let me put them in here. And again, I'm just going basically by the thumbnail image that it shows you. List, choose, randomly kind of a thing. And so what you have here is, there's that movie Cats, which is, some musical starring pop stars where the cats look kind of creepy. And so you have that. So I'm going to make a list and let it randomly choose for me. I'm going to hold veto power. But, Cats is the most, it's sort of obscure in how bad it was considered to be, but it's well known and infamous for how bad it is. It's like a musical with pop stars that are played by these animated cats that look sort of lifelike and that people find kind of creepy. So you have Cats, you have, like, Can You See Us, which I don't know what that is. It looked almost like something to do with androids from the title, but I don't know. That one looks more, that'd be in the bottom tier of my preferences. And then you have some girl's name, which I already forgot. I'll just put girl name. I'll figure it out later what it is. I don't know anything about that one either. For some reason, it just grabbed me. So that would be like the third preference. And then the second preference would be like I just kind of looked at, like Candid Bias. So maybe I should do it between those top two. I can't tell exactly what that's about either. It just has like a mask that looks kind of cool, and it could be, almost makes me think of like Eyes Wide Shut somehow. So you have, I could choose between Cats and Candid Bias. Or you know what, we could do a showdown between each of these sets, the preferred and the not preferred. So let's do the girl's name and Can You See Us, and maybe I will actually abide this. Okay. So between these two we have, it shows Can You See Us. Okay, so the girl's name is out. And then we'll do Cats and whatever the other one is, the Candid Bias. Pick randomly. So I'm going off just to two. So Cats is out, then we're going to do Candid Bias or Can You See Us. Okay, I would rather not be Can You or Candid. Come on, be Candid Bias, please, please. It is, okay. I'm totally not cheating either. So we're going to look at that. I'm intrigued by potentially seeing Cats, but then again, it is so bad that maybe I don't want to put myself through that. But no, I did that in a fair way. I picked out the ones that seemed the most interesting as far as, like... I picked out the ones that seemed the most interesting just based on the image, because that's all I'm going on the alphabetical list. I don't know anything about it. I'm not even looking up the synopsis. So the point of this is to go in fully blind into something relatively obscure. So we got Candid Bias, which again, I don't know anything about it, so we're going to start that here in a second. So we're watching Netflix version of Candid Bias. That gives you time to prepare it. Like I've been trying to do that more lately for the stream purpose. I guess if you just joined the stream, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about, but sometimes when you look a word up, it doesn't actually show what you're looking for. Or maybe it's just wrong. Like with Monk, it sort of did that. Or maybe I'm misspelling it somehow. Candid Can You See Us is there. Maybe some of these might be wrong too. Then I'll be, oh no, I was just celebrating that I don't have to watch Cats, but now it's going to be, and see, by looking it up, now it's going to fuck me over, but some of this might be outdated, but I think generally it's okay. This is so annoying to fucking do sometimes. I don't even want to know what it's about. I don't want to know anything. Am I missing something? Is that like not one of these movies or what? What the fuck is going on? Oh, coded. Okay, my bad. It's coded bias. Okay. So I don't know anything about it. Again, just the name seems kind of cool, and the name seems kind of cool, and so does the actual image. But it's going to turn out to be somehow shitty, and I won't like it. But whatever. So let's go ahead and we're going to start in a few seconds here. Coded bias. Again, that's the whole appeal of this. Like, going completely blind, you don't know anything about it, and just kind of, it's relatively obscure. So it's the sort of thing where even if I don't rate it too highly, I still liked it. Like, Alone was a good example. I like the atmosphere that it starts with, at least. Like, when she's getting in her car and driving, and her low-key, quiet disposition. But it just doesn't go anywhere, and it needed more of a payoff, character arc type of thing. And so we're starting from the very beginning. It'll be like minus, like with 125.32 remaining from 0,000, starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay. I have no idea what it's going to be, actually. Or is it going to be like a documentary? Oh, don't be a documentary. I don't want to see that. If it is, I might actually skip it. Cambridge, Massachusetts. It seems like it's shot like it is a documentary. That's too bad. Well, even though I respected the thing, I'm not going to watch a documentary, so it's going to be... You gotta be kidding me. So we will do Cats then. Fuck off. So get the Cats one ready. Man, way to just troll the shit out of me. Like, I tried to escape it any way I could, but no. Now that means it's meant to be. That's it, dude. Just let it happen. Just the way they look is so disturbing. So we're going to watch the Netflix version of Cats. It's going to have an hour, 49 minutes, and 59 seconds. And we're going to start in a second here, so it gives you time. So that is the ultimate bait. I go in, letting the list determine it. And we're going to have to suffer through this because Coded Bias was not actually a movie, it's a documentary, and then the other two, like Carrie Pilby or something, I'm just curious what that would even be about, but that was the other one. Can You See Us? So, like, this is what I mean by obscure, though. Even though it's well known, it's known for the wrong reason, so I guess that counts. So we're starting from 0, 0, 0 in 3, 2, 1. Or that didn't seem right, so let's do it again. Starting from 0, 0, 0, 0 in 3, 2, 1. 57, 56, 55 is the seconds remaining on that. Yeah, this is like a big name thing. And it's also like, it's also a situation where, working title. What is it? No, it's called Cats. That must just be a company that worked on it. But it has like some big pop stars in it supposedly too. I think maybe even Taylor Swift or somebody's in that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I saw like a silhouette of a cat in the clouds. The Egyptian. It's going to be a musical, but also it's going to be bad. And the way they look is going to be creepy, apparently. Now, is it going to be a world of mixed humans and cats, or only cats? This is almost making it look like a horror movie, like they're trying to creep up on somebody. They're just going to get food. This looks so weird. I thought that was going to be like their prey to eat. Or they just threw her back because she's not welcome on the other side. In the human world. They're not dogs, so why would you say that? Cats using cat stereotypes like what is a Jellicle? I don't even know. Now they're saying she's a witch? Some of these lines are pretty good. Eminem's been real quiet since that line dropped. The Lynx and the Minx thing. Again, I'm not gonna hold it against it. Yeah, like I'm not gonna watch a documentary, but I'll watch a musical about fucking cats. They really like that word, I guess. What the fuck does Jellicle mean? I don't know. It sort of feels like it's parodying itself, though. Like it's kind of making fun of the whole... I don't know. I think the main issues people would have is, number one, that it's just a musical. There's a certain... People don't like musicals, or even that... even that you have... The way they look is kind of just weird. And I won't be able to identify exactly who is who if they're played or voiced by a celebrity. But it's like a bunch of rich pop artists getting together for a musical kind of shenanigans, which is how this kind of thing gets made. Unashamed. Maybe you should be ashamed with the fucking way you look. It's not being a feline that's the issue, it's the fact that it's the fact that you look like a person too. I mean, again, this isn't that unusual in a musical context. It's just like, is the whole thing going to be music? Like, there's going to be no dialogue in between? That would be kind of bad. Oh, come on. I want to see what I'm watching for the plot. So if you try to understand the context of the scene and what's happening, she got dumped by the humans because maybe she wasn't welcome in the human world, and they're sort of initiating her into their cat cult and making sure she's one of them or on the level or something. That would be my interpretation, but I'll be political cats. Look, I appreciate that this is a big intro music number, but it's gone on a bit long, dude. Which might be the theme of the whole movie, that it's sort of self-indulgent. Yeah, that's good, dude. Yeah. Like, we don't want to attract attention to ourselves. Also, we're going to sing loudly. No, don't start again. Really? Did George Lucas write this? Like, it has to be every Beethoven cliche that you would expect. Is it really now? Why not 9 names, for one for each life? I don't like how he keeps going into song. Give us a little time without this. Like, the song ended now. Let's not do a song for a while. Did you know that most Bollywood movies are musicals by definition? Because they'll randomly just break in the song in the middle of a scene and put a music video, 5 or 6 music videos, in the middle of a movie. You said it 3 times because you want 3 names. Ineffable. What the fuck is that? What is with this 3-name thing? Is this like a real psychological phenomenon that cats respond to 3 different things you call them, or what? Why are they placing so much emphasis on this? Like, this is maybe taking it too literally. Like, you wanna... It's about cats, but rather than just tell a story that happens to involve cats, you're gonna do something else weird with it, like this. The way they look is, again, just not... Some people find it creepy. I just find it kind of unnecessary. Like, it's not... You'd rather just have an animated movie about cats, or you'd rather just have live-action cats, but not human face cats that just look weird. I don't... You gotta... It's just not gonna be non-stop music. Like, what the fuck? Give us a little plot. Like, I don't know what happened. The dialogue, there's a magician and he's gonna win, like, the election, or I don't know what he's gonna win. He's gonna win the right to be taken into as a pet by a human. You gotta give us a little more exposition. I don't care about the singing and the dancing right now. Give us something a little more here. Stop saying Jellicle, dude. Stop it. This is the second Jellicle song. Oh, nice. He saved it. Made the mistake seem intentional by doing that note at the end. We need, like, a professional musician to react to this, like... Stop saying Jellicle every fucking line. Shut the fuck up, dude. Jellicle can't... Take a shot every time they say Jellicle. They just love that word. This is some sort of social experiment. How many times can we get away with saying the word Jellicle? Bro, I don't know if I can handle this shit, dude. I don't want to see a non-stop musical, bro. Like, I know it's a musical. You know, the right way to do it is, like, every half hour have, like, a musical number where something relevant is happening. Not, like, every fucking 5 seconds. Even when the official song ends, like the intro song, it'll be, as a human? Like, you, even when a song ends, it's like, oh, hooray, now we don't have to worry about another song for like 20 minutes until something else major happens. But then it'll just do it anyway. They'll just go break into song in the middle of speech, like the one guy was doing earlier, talking about the musician. It's very odd to follow this. They keep repeating themselves too much. But that's just because they have to repeat everything 3 times, because a Gumble cat? Gumby. Not everything has to be a fucking sung line, dude. Take some lessons from Bollywood, at least there, where I'm criticizing that every movie is like that. It doesn't mean that everything has to be like that. Right, even there, they'll have a song and then wait 30 minutes and then have a song. This is just non-stop. I must admit it, even as much as I might criticize it, it's very hard to follow the story. So maybe I could say, like, I just don't get it. So that's why I don't like it. It's too complex for me. But this could be like an unintentional horror movie. But not really, because the music makes it feel kind of silly. Like, would this appeal to kids? Because everything looks so weird that I don't think they'd like it. They'd rather be animated. It's like, who is this movie really for? Kids won't like it because they'll find these creepy. Adults won't like it because they'll find it stupid. And also potentially creepy. Some kind of rich roleplay fetish fantasy. You have a feline fetish and you want to roleplay and sing and you want to make a movie out of it. You know, if you really like this, then go ahead and do it. But it doesn't mean you have to make a fucking movie out of it and share it with everybody. We get it, dude. We get the Jellicle thing. We get the Gumby thing. Like, you don't have to keep repeating yourself, dude. We're not stupid. So we've seen that there are humans in this world, at least, because that's the first thing a human does, is yeet a cat back into their domain. Let's see, that was a good line. Helpful Boy Scouts. A good rhyme. A Beatles tattoo. You know, maybe this will be looked at as some masterpiece in the future that people just didn't get. If you analyze like every scene and every frame. Okay, now you're making it weird with the cockroaches. Now you're making it weird. Okay, dude, what is going on, dude? Wait, you unzipped your fur and that looked kind of creepy too. What, are you gonna eat them in front of us or what? Oh my god, I don't want to see a human-looking cat eat a human-looking cockroach. What the fuck was that? Dude? I mean, now you're just trolling. Now I don't even take it as seriously. It's one thing to show these creepy... Oh my god, this is actually grossing me out. Like, it's one thing to show a human-looking cat, and that's creepy enough to a lot of people. But now you're gonna play into the cockroach thing? Like, really? What could be more cute than cockroaches with human heads being eaten by... What the fuck, dude? That's them, like, almost being deliberately stupid. Go eat the mice, too. It's too much wall to wall. This is the problem. Even if you thought the music and the songs were good, it's too much. It's too much. It's badly paced. Like, you got to break it up with some good story. Give us a villain. Give us a exposition. It's just non-stop music. That's the whole movie. 100% music. I don't know who these people are. Like, I'm sure these are famous pop idols. Clearly the only way you could get away with making a movie like this, but I don't know if this is showing them in the best light. Again, some people might find that, some of these songs are actually pretty good, and some of the lyrics might not be bad, but you got to give us a little something more, or maybe that's still just a preference. There's nothing that says that was awkward. Like, she made a joke and then it goes on a bit too long. Why is she being so annoying, like, jealous of him? It's amazing how much of a difference it would make if this was just animated. If you made the same exact movie and it was animated, people would have a vastly different reaction, I think. It might still not be good, but it wouldn't be as awkward. Good one, good one. This screenplay written by George Lucas, you have become the very thing you swore to destroy. Like, just write what is the most banal, predictable thing. Like, cat got your tongue. So that's my main criticism so far. Even if you assume the music is good, the songs are good, the lyrics are good, even if you assume that, you need to break it up a little more would be my preference. It shouldn't just be milk bar. You could show that in a more artful way, though. That there's somehow... Why do you have to lick it if you could just drink it like a shot? Right, like, since you're, like, fully humanoid. They kind of accentuate this last line, whatever it is. How does he do it? A bow wow wow to... Can we get a point now where it's no longer singing? See, you could make this an interesting story, but you're not even trying because you just keep doing music. Not saying you can't tell an interesting story through music either, but I don't know how they're doing it. Foreboding music. Yeah, let's get some actual interaction in. The humans are coming to kill you, or something. There's been too much music, so now we just need a good thing. He's going to immediately start into a song. It's hard to get immersed or take anything seriously when it's so, you know. The main character has a very distinctive look, her, but a lot of the other ones I'm not going to... Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. Not again, dude. Not again, bro. Not again. At least I don't really have to watch it. I can just listen to it then if this is all it's going to be. Like... Okay, dude. This is not what I was looking for. I really thought it would be like a cohesive story, even if it's a bad story. This is the mistake. Non-stop. First of all, just the way they look, but non-stop music. This is the whole movie, like, just forget it, dude. I don't know if I even want to watch the rest of it. I should almost have to, but... This is no man's land because it's cat land, but you're sort of partly humanoid anyway, so is there another world of... That'll be the twist ending, that there's another world of cats that you mistreat. So the actual humans mistreat the humanoid cats, and then the humanoid cats mistreat the actual cats. I don't know if she's really sung too much herself here. Maybe she isn't even. Grisabella. They keep repeating shit too much. Yeah, again, they have to say everything 3 times. I really don't get what's going on. I don't understand. Why is he so bothered by that? That was his ex-wife who died in a horrible accident and got run over by a car. So McCavity is like the bad guy, but with a name like that, you would think. Look what the cat dragged in. Okay. Take a shot every time they... Like, cat got your tongue, look who the cat dragged in. There were a couple other ones like that. Really? In fact, I'm remarkably fat. You really need that line? This is some sort of weird form of torture that I'm doing, but I guess I'll still do it. So that was a minorly interesting development, but it's just too much, wall to wall. It's like so far like 90% music, if not more. It's just sort of fatigue, but at least be clear about it. You haven't been this disappointed by a musical since Joker 2. The gay stage and screen. Oh, look at that bait. Top 10 baits in history. Masturbator. We get it, you're fat, you like food. You're the one who's singing about it. Oh, that's actually kind of a funny effect. The fact that he's singing through drinking, that was actually kind of humorous. Each of these cats represents one of the 7 deadly sins. So this is gluttony. That could be some sort of an ongoing theme. It just seems like just a bunch of random excuses for songs. Almost makes it sound like he's singing Backstabber Jones, but it's like Busto for Jones. Maybe there's all these like in-jokes if you're an expert on cats. I'm going to turn you into taxidermy. That could be like a threat that I'm going to kill you. That's what that guy keeps doing. Now, is McCavity the one who made her disappear? Or I thought they said McCavity was somebody else at the beginning. Like the magician there, but maybe it's somebody else. Maybe it was that guy, I assume. That's on the wanted poster. Right, who just made the one chick disappear. This movie is fat shaming people. I would have just looked at this idea and said, let's just make it an animated movie first of all. Now, is he a human or is he a cat? I guess he's a cat. I saw his tail there. He looks almost more just like a human. No, he's not, though. At least I like him because there's like a trap. It's a case where I forgot what I was going to say, but I'm going to like him more than anybody else just because whenever he's on screen, there's no singing. It's just I don't like those lines that are just sung like just exposition. We make our home in Victoria Grove. Like, that's not a very lyrical line. It's just a basic exposition. See, this is all just... This is a lot, dude. Still an hour 16 left. I may very well not finish it, but I'm almost curious to see what happens. Yeah, like if cats like milk so much, but they don't like swimming or water or whatever. Is that dogs or cats? I feel like it's cats that dislike water. Maybe dog. No, I've seen dogs though in water and they don't seem to mind it much. They'll kind of slosh around a little bit. But yeah, put a cat in a pool of milk and see if it likes that. Yeah, it's just too much singing though. I guess I'm not really bothered by the visuals as much as other people would be, but I don't think it really does much to serve the story. And it would have served it a lot better if you just had that, you know, animated or some other connotation to it. Cat burglars, like, do you need to specify it in that case if you're going to be... I'll stop with the Victoria Grove shit. Like, that's such a shitty line. See, that was a good line. So some of these rhymes are pretty good. Oh my god, dude. Of all the things I could be watching right now, can I just skip this and watch something else? Like, really? But I guess I'll indulge it. So we do this, and we do Monk episode 4, then we'll do another one. Like, that was so unmelodic, unlyrical. It was just random lines and exposition, that sequence. Down from the library comes a loud ping. I want to see some adversarial thing, not just with McCavity, but with the humans. Like, why did the human throw her down there like that? And these cats are humanoid, so they'd be pretty heavy to treat like that. I really thought it was just them offering them food, like, we're giving you like a fish to eat or something. But instead it was, why are fish even the sort of thing that cats eat? Because they don't like water. So they'd never come into contact with fish otherwise. If you want fish, then you have to go hunt it yourself from the water at least. Right? You don't expect it to be given to you. Why would that be an acquired taste that cats like, when it's not something they would normally be able to get themselves? Yeah, McCavity is known for setting up these sort of traps. A dog. So dogs are going to be cast as the villains, not unlike humans could be too. But humans are almost being treated as larger than life in a way that just doesn't even apply here. See, this at least could be interesting what's happening here, but they're not giving it the chance, because now we'll break into another song. Like, which one is played by Taylor Swift or whoever? Is it just like maybe a cameo appearance? I swear there was one that actually might have been. Or just a whole bunch of famous singers. Maybe we've already seen them and I just don't know. I certainly am not recognizing the voice. Or sometimes the scenes end sort of quickly, in terms of they'll be dancing and then they're just all gone and she's by herself. Like, is she just imagining that she has a bunch of friends? Or on a barge in the middle of the Thames. He's trying to win the competition too, but if he just kidnaps everybody, he had a delay in answering that, like he didn't know his own name. That's kind of pretty funny. I fully understand. Thank you for telling me. Like, the way they're kind of expanding about that was a good thing. There's a few good interactions, but they're using the music too much. Like, at least he cut that song short. Deuteronomy. You look like Orlando Bloom or some shit. Okay, stop with this shit. Lived many lives in succession. So she's won the thing before? Bro is literally Orlando Bloom. Is that proper grammar? Prosper and thrive. Her progeny prosper and thrive, not her progeny prospers and thrives. That doesn't seem like proper grammar. We need like a proper analysis on this, though. Maybe there are some pretty good things about it, but it's just so hard to even keep up or figure out. I don't know. Yeah, what a surprise that when you're singing a song about her loudly and saying her name over and over, that you have her come. Like, what are the chances she's here? Oh, because we've been singing her name for an hour and she can hear it. Like, what the fuck do you people want? She'll come and say. I gotta look up the cast and see who is actually in this after. I guess I'm not a very good judge of it. I almost swear Taylor Swift or somebody was in it. But she'll probably have a limited cameo type role. She wouldn't want to be in the whole thing. And maybe they won't even show the singers. Like, sing a song for this cute little cat movie, and just they give them the lyrics. And it doesn't matter. They didn't show them what the cat would look like, or the character. See, these must all be famous singers. Oh, here we go. We're back to the Jellicle. But they keep saying like their names over and over as if to tell us, like, remind us or expose it. The Jellicle moon, the Jellicle. Yeah, there's been not enough meowing and too much singing. Oh, I don't even know what to say about this, dude. There's about an hour left. I'd almost be curious to see the rest just because it's just sort of overload, though. Even if I liked it, it's too much. First of all, it's too long. Just do a Jellicle counter. How many times did they say Jellicle in the movie? Whatever it means, even if it's just to do with the subject matter of the story, or it's some actual real term that I'm just not aware of, it doesn't matter. Jellicle is said way too many times. The Jellicle moon, and the Jellicle chair, and the Jellicle house, and the Jellicle fair. Like, come on. Everything is Jellicle. Jellicles come to the Jellicle ball. Under the Jellicle moon, and under the Jellicle stars, on the Jellicle planet, in the Jellicle world, and drink some Jellicle tea while you take a Jellicle shit. Like, give me a break, dude. This is just so incomprehensible, though. That's the biggest mistake they made. I would have made a more clear-cut, driven sort of story and just had a couple songs here and there, but maybe that's just a preference. Why does the whole thing have to be so much music? It's actually rare that I've seen a movie like that where the whole thing is in song. Usually they'll break it up with some scenes here and there, I guess. Right, like it still can be considered a musical, even if it's not 100% music, which I guess even this still isn't, but it's about 90 or 95% music. Every time I think there's going to be a scene and some dialogue, they interrupt it by doing that shit. Maybe they're sort of justifying it in the context of, well, everybody's trying to practice because whoever sings the best song gets a second life, gets to be reborn, and so therefore you get to, you get to justify that they're not just singing just for the sake of it, they're doing it to practice and whatever, just to get better at that. Right, like in real life, if that was a thing, everybody's going to start becoming a singer, because if you can sing well enough, you'll get reborn in a second life. Like, that's a good motivation to get everybody to be singing like a clown all the time. Okay, so even though I don't want to, I'll finish that just because the cats. So we have about an hour left, I think. I'll kind of go back a minute or two. I mean, look, dude, you got to take the good with the bad, and we were caught between the documentary and this, which is just ridiculous. But the more I do stuff like this, I actually realize I'd be good as an editing, sort of producing role. Where, like, I wouldn't make the whole story. I would let people do what they're doing. But then I would do it in a way that they might even object to, but I'll stand by it. Like, let me do some sort of game theory ending. Let me do some sort, and I'll force them. I'll force them to do it. So I'd be an editing producer where I would have, like, some sort of a power to do that. So I don't know exactly where we were. It was, like, at the beginning of some other musical number, but it's like, this fucking Jellicle ball thing is so overdone. I don't know where I was. I don't remember this, but then again, I might have been blocking out the whole fucking thing from my brain. I'm so confused by what this is even trying to be or anything. I won't even try to comprehend it. So we're dealing with the Jellicle, the leader. I just don't get it. Like, I really don't get it. They say that word, Jellicle, way too fucking much. So we're starting Netflix version of Cats with an hour and 7 minutes and 00 seconds remaining. So we're going to start in a second here. I always give sort of extra time in order to allow for the fact of you to sync it up. And so we're starting with an hour, 7 minutes and 00 seconds in 3, 2, 1. Who will it be? Who will it be? Who will it be? Who will it be? And who really gives a fuck is the bigger question with this shit, dude. It's so, like, I don't get it. I was rooting for it in a way, like, what if it has a good villain and an interesting story, but we've heard this Jellicle song already at the beginning. Like, we've heard it the whole movie. I mean, this is all these cats do in their life, is just sing all the fucking time. Like, can't you, I love it. Like, it's so, what was that fucking groan, dude? I just don't get it. Like, I don't know who made it. I don't know who's part of it besides some stars. I swear, like, Taylor Swift or somebody was in it. I swear. Like, maybe just for a brief little cameo song, but the villain was kind of moderately interesting, but they're not really doing enough with it. And just kind of, A couple of them have been kidnapped and nobody seems to give a shit. Alright, we get a little flourish of music there. Look, dude, I'll do it because this is a good format that I'm enjoying, but when I say obscure, it doesn't mean it has to be fucking shit. But, I don't know, dude. It's not even, like, bad in a funny way, like The Room or, you know, something like that. It's just kind of not interesting. And it's too much music. Jellicle ball. Like, we get the Jellicle ball is your biggest fucking thing, dude. In your whole life. Yeah, let's get an eyes wide shut sort of party moment, and that would redeem this. The villain comes in and takes everybody hostage and fucking blows something up. Give us some sort of conflict. Everything's too nice and everybody's just singing. This music is kind of nice. It's just non-stop music, dude. Give us a little break here and there and it might have been better. Well, it couldn't have been much worse. I'm not even trying to judge it too harshly, but it's sort of hard to follow, which means it's just so complex that I can't handle it clearly. That's what, I think people would it would lose people just with their appearances, that it's not really that interesting visually. The Jellicle ball, the Jellicle cats, the Jellicle moon, the Jellicle thing, the Jellicle song, the Jellicle lyrics, the Jellicle dance, the Jellicle food, the Jellicle shit, the Jellicle romance, the Jellicle baby, the Jellicle milk, the Jellicle bar, the Jellicle house, the Jellicle door, the Jellicle handle, the Jellicle fucking... What is Jellicle, and why do we have to hear it so many times? So she's like a leadership figure who had like a really weird name, and I totally forgot what it was. A real mouthful that doesn't make for good lyrics either. Like, I don't know if it's based on something or what this is, but it's just like the star power of some of these people. Maybe they just want to indulge with the thing, with the fact that, oh, just sing a couple songs and people will watch you for that reason alone. This part is always nice because there's no lyrics. Because it's the ball, the Jellicle ball. At least we get a break from that. I'm almost relieved. The Jellicle, 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 Jellicle. Like this is the commentary that this movie deserves, though. You need more conflict. It's just random stuff happening, though. There's no, like, real structure. You can't really make a movie like this because now the villain has to come and abduct somebody else and, you know, try to rescue them and give us something more than just... This is, like, good in the first 10 minutes, like what they did to just introduce all the characters in the happy-go-lucky life. But then what happened is it kept going in this direction the whole rest of the movie. Right, where that's all it's been for the most part. We've seen the villain a couple times. We need to see more interaction with the human world. Although I can see why the human world would want nothing to do with these fucking clown cats. Because all they do is sing all day. Like, that's why they were throwing her back. Like, we wouldn't mind you just as living amongst us, but if this is how you're going to act, maybe you deserve to be ostracized. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? Holy shit. I cannot stand you for even 2 hours, let alone a whole lifetime. It's way too long, too. Like, you know, I feel like it should already be almost over, but we're barely halfway. So this is really going to go on for a whole nother hour? Like, I might not even finish it here. In fact, I won't finish it. Bro, I just had to sit through Bird Box, was garbage. So is this going to eclipse that as an F? I almost don't feel like it should be an F, because even as much as I don't think highly of it, some of the production value and the music and the lyrics and the visuals aren't actually that bad. Like, a lot of work was put into them. It's more just like it's not cohesive at all. I don't understand it. Right, like, oh, this looks kind of cool. This is a nice scene. They're dancing, and nice moves and choreography. But what is the point of it, right? It's very rare that I give out Fs because it has to have no redeeming quality whatsoever. So if it has like a good villain and a satisfying ending, then I don't mind, right? If that guy is dealt with. But again, you need conflict in stories, typically. You can't just have everybody be happy-go-lucky and that's it. Unless it's like a comedy. I guess for a musical it could be like that, but give us something. Not even conflict, but just a MacGuffin device. Your life is so good, but you want it to be even better because you want to be reincarnated as somebody. I like that one line, like, he wants to be reincarnated as somebody skinny so he can get fat all over again. Wow, longest period we haven't heard lyrics for, and also the longest period we haven't heard the word Jellicle for. Okay, dude, okay. What a nice, memorable event where they're dancing to music. Oh, wait, they're doing that all the fucking time. Now we end the dancing and the music to start singing again. Everybody's exhausted. What are you trying to prove? I don't get it. You could have made this so much more interesting. But again, what is the motivation? What is the anything? There's going to be some trap to try to get you. The way the villain operates is kind of fun. He sets traps and he gets them to jump in the hole, right, and abducts them and stuff. Here we go. I preferred silence. It just goes on and on, dude. You know what's weird is that this might still not be an F grade because I have some minor admiration for the visuals are so good at times. I like some of the sets. The way they look is a little bit awkward, but I think the visuals of the sets alone would guarantee that it's not an F. I hate to say it. So imagine, I'm going to put Bird Box in the same box as this movie. Well, it depends how the ending goes, because if it just goes on and on like this, I'm not sure I really understand it. I was rooting for it. I wasn't going in with like a real negative thing, but... And I can't even judge it that way by saying, oh, it's too much music, because if that's how it's meant to be, a musical, then so be it. There's no rule that says you can't do that, but I just don't get it, really. At least we get some different singing styles and stuff in here. It's not all just the same genre of music and stuff. See, these must be all stars and different, but the fact that they look like these ugly cats doesn't do them any justice. It's just weird. But see, I'm very open-minded. Like, I wouldn't totally dismiss it. I just wish I could follow the story a little better, but... like, what is... like, try to describe every scene, like, what's happening. What is happening? I don't know. I have no idea. She's kind of sad about something, but I don't get what. Just that she's alone. And, like, what is the fact that somebody's been kidnapped and they don't even seem to acknowledge that yet? She's spying on somebody who's sort of sad. Singing sadly and thought they were alone. I wonder what a kid's reaction to this would be, though, because it's so... it's not really upbeat enough for that either, so... they'll just find the word Jellicle funny and they'll keep saying it. I really don't get it, but again, the sets are pretty good. And I'd say the costume and the makeup is good, but it doesn't really serve much of a purpose, though. Right? You would have been better served at being animated. These are just like their mating calls. You just said, lead you home, follow me home. Okay, her voice is kind of nice, though. I like the way she said chances. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know. There are moments in life that you really, They're just moments you just got to get through in life, and this is just one of them. I don't want to skip it, but I don't want to watch it, and she was born in a middle-class family like Kamala Harris. I'm surprised they haven't made that joke yet. You're a pussy. Don't be such a pussy. Or like the way the Penguin says it in Batman Returns. It's very kind of dark. Now there's the pussy I'm looking for. And he's so perverted that he does mean it in the worst way possible. Seems pretty safe. Nobody's doing anything. Is that where this takes place? Near London? Like, I don't even know that much. We got the Egyptian. We got the milk bar thing. I mean, this is hurting my commentary too. Like, I have nothing really to say about this. I guess there was nothing else really that memorable for C, as far as I could tell, though. Can you see us or whatever? I don't know what that was. The one chick's name, which I don't know what that was. And then it's gonna be like, I don't know. Okay, you just join in. You need more like structure. Like, have a scene, and then as a result of the scene, now there's a song. Not just like every scene is a song or something. I'd love to see somebody in the theater actually watch this and react to it. Like, what are you expecting to get out of this experience in your life? I like some of my reactions in the theater, actually, that are pretty funny. Like, I'm watching Avatar 2 with somebody, right? And when they do that moment at the end where the son is repeating the line, "The way of water connects all things," to Jake, right? Sort of motivating him or whatever. I sort of roll my eyes, and they were laughing like, bro thinks he's Christopher Nolan. James Cameron thinks he's Christopher Nolan. Only he can get away with that title drop kind of dialogue where what is exactly a Jellicle? I don't know. At least we're getting some dialogue. Like, I'd love to have more of this. But no, I kind of roll my eyes because, you know, he says, he title drops "The way of water connects all things," blah, 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 the way that Christopher Nolan does in The Dark Knight. But at the end, but that's different because he does it at such a high level that you can get away with that, whereas normally you would not be able to. But magic is evil, like that one guy. Bro fell off hard to be doing a role like this. It's an inspired kind of thing in terms of the subject matter and I'm so confused by it. Like, yeah, this movie needed me as an editor. No, I'd love to do that. I'll produce somebody's work, and I'll leave them alone for the most part and let them do what they want. But then I'll watch it and grade it like what I'm doing now. Wouldn't it be cool if this scene had this moment where Christopher Moltisanti came around and saved Tony? And I would demand it. Like if they say, no, I don't want that. No, you're going to do it. Otherwise, I'm not going to produce the thing. You're going to do it. Like I'm telling you to do it. Oh, is he singing too? Oh no. Okay, this is not. He's an old man, dude. Don't subject him to this. This is unbelievable, dude. What have we stooped to in society that we're making a movie like this? But no, that's one of my favorite things. Like Christopher Moltisanti has to come and save him in that episode to show what a beast that guy is a legend. Like Tony does the best that he can, but he gets duped and tricked by that guy. And he gets the upper hand, and then he's about to get shot, and they have some dialogue back and forth, and then Chris comes in against Tony's orders and saves him. And it's like a real game theory moment that despite Tony's best efforts, he needed an external force to help him because this guy's just too capable, and he disobeyed Tony's orders that they were even on the phone. Don't come. That would have been so satisfying. And it's the same general outcome, but the Fiend of the Fell. Jump scare moment. Everybody's just so happy and upbeat. Like, give us some conflict. I want to see these cats suffer. That's kind of a good line, but they look so disappointed. Average viewer of this movie. This is a boomer cat. Boomer cat laments the good old days of Shakespearean theater. A phrase I never thought I would utter. Bro, you're killing me right now, dude. You're killing me. Where are we getting this lightning effect from? Not really much of a performance, though. He's just kind of standing and just talking through his stuff. Delayed applause. A guy on his last leg. Somebody who's washed up. Oh, wait, like the actor who's doing it, that I won't even mention his name, because I can't believe he's in this. Like, both the cat is washed up and the actor is washed up to be playing in this fucking role in this movie. Big name cast, big name singers. At least I can tell more easily who that is. The subtitles sort of spoil this. Nobody recognizes this guy, though. He keeps taking people away. It sort of gave away that it was him, even though you could have guessed that. It said McCavity gasped early on. See, he's the one character that I like because at least he's presenting some sort of conflict. They're going to have to go and fight him and something. Like, even Nightmare Before Christmas is good, right, with the musical elements, but it has some other good substance to it, too. And again, it's animated. It was ahead of its time. Don't watch this movie at night like I'm doing when you're driving because it'll put you to sleep and you'll fucking crash. It wasn't my fault, officer. It was the fact that I was watching Cats. Oh, that's okay then. That has a 100% guarantee of putting you to sleep. This is what M. Night Shyamalan was watching in Signs when he hit Mel Gibson's wife and killed her. Somehow he got an advanced copy of it 20 years early. I want to hear somebody like analyze this in great detail. Like the Garfield. I haven't been this perturbed by a cat since the Garfield channel did that 10-hour sex Q&A video. Right, like, you want disturbing cats. Now that's the disturbing cat at the end there. Like Jim Davies, the whole shit, being born in the toilet. If you know, you know. The point is that the way he analyzes one comic strip there, Garfield may die from the nicotine when he's looking at the... But he stands defiant. He doesn't care. Then let me die. Right? And he analyzes it for like an hour. We need that guy on the case here. I would almost do it myself, but I just don't even give a shit enough to even play into it as a joke. Okay, now we're getting a little tap dancing. There was this girl in my school who did this. Like sort of a dance in like 3rd grade or some early grade. And it was just so random. Like she just did it in the way that's like... It's cool and all, but... Everything in those age is like looked at in a marginal way. You're not looking at it like, oh, let's critique it as though we were, you know, experienced in this field. Just like, oh, what a cute, nice little novelty. But that's kind of annoying because, I don't know, it makes everything like obscure as far as like, oh, that's some cute little thing. But what if you're actually like a professional level? Then it goes like something else. But this is how they sort of introduce characters. They'll just keep saying their name over and over. Now, I don't mean to be a dick, but I hope a train runs them over so we can get this shit movie over with, but I wouldn't really say that, but perhaps you shouldn't be playing on a railroad track anyway. I low-key might still give this a D, though, because there's such a visual aspect to it in terms of the sets and everything. And the songs aren't completely terrible. Right, I won't completely discount. There's some good rhymes, there's a couple good lines. I might question the purpose of them and the story behind them, but I can't question the inherent value of well, see, that's a good shot. What was that imagery there with the way the guard was standing? Something looked weird about that. This should have happened much earlier, where she's getting ingratiated in, getting her own room, and then you get to now join them and help save everybody from a cavity to prove your worth. You were abandoned by like a human who threw you over the side. Maybe the implication is this isn't actually how they look, but this is how they look in their own world. Like, to humans, they look like cats do to us, but in their world, to each other, they look like this because it's to show that they're alive and, like, they're communicating with each other and stuff. That could maybe be the implication. I guess. Because the way that woman threw her is like, what you're throwing is as big as you, so how could you throw it so easily like that? I think I just broke the whole theory of the movie. Whoa, what the fuck is he doing? Does that mean that was McCavity all along? This is a good way to at least break it up. Nobody can stop this guy. Funky music. what the fuck is going on? But no, I at least like this guy in terms of somebody just shoot that fucker. Do we have a cat law enforcement? He's abducted a number of people already. You don't have any like defense against this. You just kind of sit there and let him do his thing. This is giving me like some kind of James Bond vibe. The way she's laying there like a Bond girl might do, singing a song at the beginning. Is McCavity going to single-handedly make this a D grade instead of an F? That's what I'm kind of caught between. Like, let me give an explanation for each letter grade. It's not an A because it lacks proper structure and story. Like, it's sort of disjointed, right? It doesn't have, like, a strong narrative thread through it. Then it's not a B because it's like one demerit for each knocking down of a letter. Then it goes from a B to a C because it's like either it's too much music or it's not using the music exactly right. Again, a movie can be full music, but it doesn't feel like it serves the plot or it really earns it. It's sort of exhaustion. And then the reason why it's not a C is because there's either too much music and not adequately qualified, not a strong enough narrative to it, and then from C to D, it's because there's not enough of a character interest. It's just sort of random stuff happening. This is like a Bond fucking intro. Gold member. So it's not a C and instead a D because you're able to realize that again there's not a lot of character interest or character development. They're too busy singing about random stuff. I like this song. This is actually really good. It's giving that vibe of... I just like everything to do with McCavity. Why would they let you even be doing this? Because this is like McCavity propaganda. We hadn't seen that anybody was really on his side up until now, the way that... I like this as like a propaganda. We're trying to brainwash you with our song to convince you that McCavity didn't do anything. Or they're just showing off that he disappears from the scene of the crime. Oh, look at him, dude. He might save it from being an F, unironically. I like him. So are you saying that you have a complex of being short that you're trying to overcompensate for in the context of crime? That's why you're a criminal, because you have some sort of inferiority complex? How did they set all this shit up, even? Let's see some game theory way of defeating him. Why can't anybody else compete? If you were so confident in being the best, then why would you need to do all that? Couldn't you be rebirth him as a better person? Oh shit, you even got rid of her, so everybody's being held down by his gravitas. He is quite powerful to be able to just do this on demand. How is everybody just being held there, though? Like, held down and stuff. They're all sort of tied up. Oh, now he's betraying his master. Isn't this his guard? Or no, maybe it's not. I can't tell who is who now. Oh, you see, this is at least exciting because this part of the movie might redeem it to a D. Somebody's actually gonna die. Don't break into song, though. Yeah, where is her? Where is anybody? Where is she? Like, old dude. We need Batman here. Where is she? Believe in the power of feline friendship. That one magician. You're not as good as fucking that guy, though. McCavity. How about you just find out where she is? That would be constituting it. At the beginning, I somehow thought this guy was McCavity because they're talking about magic, but I didn't realize he's just like an amateur compared to him. He could turn to the dark side and become McCavity's apprentice. I like that name. Meowstopheles, how about that? You really have to sing? Is that part of this whole magical ritual? Is that really necessary? Yes, but can you make somebody magically reappear or disappear the way that McCavity's doing? That's all we really care about. This is all just about giving him confidence, but then you have the ability to recognize that I don't know. You need like a game theory explanation. Why couldn't he have just done this from the start? Okay, those lines kind of repeated themselves a bit too much. The fire in the roof. That was a good line out of a hat. This is a pretty good scene, actually, in some ways. But there's quite a few people you need to bring back. I like how there's sort of almost spirit channeling to give a motivation that you have. I guess McCavity is more intelligent than you. Is that really Orlando Bloom? Because it really looks like him. I got to look up the whole cast and everything after this. We're almost done, actually. See, this scene is always good because there's something going on with it where he needs the confidence. Okay, don't keep repeating the same line, though. This is a pretty good line, even like the singing of it, even if it doesn't rhyme. But they're kind of overdoing it. I like the fake out too. You thought he would have had it the last time because they're motivating him, but now he's going to have to succeed. You get another fake out. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's good. Then she sings it. Now, because of what he did, he deserves to be the one who gets the second life. But it'll be the new chick somehow. They're really repeating this too much. Okay, dude, stop repeating it. Looks like they're almost about to kiss, but they just kind of rub up against each other. They're repeating the same lines too much. That's one problem with this movie. We get it, dude. Why do you have to keep doing that same line? Give us something more. Oh, come on. What the fuck? This is like a 5 minutes of just repeating that same line. Give us some other chorus part of it. This part of the movie was written by 3 Days Grace, where they repeat their chorus over and over every time. Yeah, okay, at least give me some other lines of dialogue here. Okay, dude, okay. Now we gotta have a final face-off with fucking McCavity, the greatest showdown since Oogie Boogie versus Jack Skellington. What about all the other hostages then? If you could do that, then bring them back too. Right, we gotta find where Ian McKellen fucking everybody is. I'm so confused by this movie. Crazy cat lady, good one. Every typical cliche cat joke that needs to be made. We got like a final epic action scene here. Let's see if it's actually good. Still better fighting than Batman Begins, where the camera's so zoomed in and you can't see shit the whole movie. And it's just really awkward. still better action direction than Christopher Nolan. He's channeling his old success. Physical combat, the lowest form of conflict in a movie, just between life and death or some minutia of that. It's just not really the highest level. That's why some of my most highly rated movies would be like Amadeus or The Truman Show, or all the conflicts there are more existential. Even Sleuth is more of a mental battle. I am waiting for this movie to end. Bro. This is what I have to endure as part of this, but generally I've enjoyed this. See, I didn't mind Alone or something else as much. You could say, it just means I don't like musicals, but it means that there's still a better way to do it. Like, it doesn't have to be like this. The most fascinating thing will be to see the cast, but I guess I wasn't very good at identifying them just by watching it. I have no idea who most of the people are. The makeup doesn't do it justice in realizing who they are. Orlando Bloom is one that I suspect, but I can't be sure. So what's going to happen now? She's going to save everybody from a cavity, and then she'll be the one who gets a new life, even though she's a new member, abandoned thing. Or she gets to be reborn what is the word again? I can't remember. As the fucking, whatever that word is they kept saying that I blocked out of my memory because I've heard it too many times. They'll use it as like an initiation that she can sing. No, don't sing. Fucking don't say that shit. That's the one thing you should never say in this movie. So we won't actually even finish it, I don't think. It'll be very close to not doing so. That's what the director said the whole movie. Sing, sing, sing. It's just not very clear sometimes what's happening. But no, I haven't given an F to hardly anything, or an A to hardly anything, so I like to keep that at a super high standard. Like A for the first 2 episodes of Monk, and then an F for the 1 episode of Sopranos. I think it was episode 9. Whichever one's about the soccer coach and the drama and the chick who tries to kill herself or does kill herself. I don't think she does. She attempts it. Like, the kid gets involved sexually with a coach, but then it turns out that she actually loves him and it's consensual, and that's why she was killing herself, because he was moving away. So Tony misinterprets it. She's mad that he's moving away, not that he's... I'm burnt out of watching this movie. I'm not even in like a mood to make jokes about it or something. I'm just not. I don't know what I just went through, dude. Again, it's not even enjoyable in a funny way, like, The Room or something bad, like something that could be fun to laugh at. It's just bad. It's borderline F, but it could be a D still, too. It just didn't have enough substance to it. It's very hard to follow, too, because it could have just used a lot more scene. It could have used a lot, I guess, but it could have used more scenes of dialogue, which it had very, very few. And they always start to break in the song, even when it seems like it might be that. And so... It's just sort of a movie that insists upon itself too much. Let's do the costumes, let's do the sets, let's do the music, and just that speaks for itself. But it's missing like a story, really. The only real substance you have is McCavity. That's it. Like, he's a bad guy and he's making people disappear, and that's it. Like did I miss that scene where they were fighting was where he's actually beaten? Or I thought it's just bodyguards and stuff were beaten, and then I really don't know what's happening even. Oh wow, you got that feline riz. If you touch me, you'll understand what happiness is. Wow. Okay, dude. Okay. Yeah, a new day has begun where I don't have to watch this shitty fucking movie anymore. Yeah, tomorrow we'll watch episode 4 of Monk, or maybe I won't even, but at least I have the option to. We keep rotating, so that'll be the next major thing I watch. Then we can watch a movie that starts with a D, and I really hope that we end up with something better than this, because it's not even bad in the fun kind of way that you can laugh at it. It's just kind of bland and boring. I'm really not enjoying it. Why? Why him? What is the special significance of it? You are the Jellicle choice. Why? Why? I don't get it. I thought it would be the new chick. I don't even get it. I don't even understand, like... I don't know, I don't get it. Like, did I miss something that happened with the whole McCavity situation? I need, like, some sort of explanation, but I almost don't even care. We need an AI summary. Summarize this movie. That's, like, a funny feature that you see on YouTube. Summarize this video, and it'll explain things in a very odd way. Like in a Let's Play type of video. It'll try to sum up each part, but... still a more satisfying conclusion than Eyes Wide Shut, where there is no conclusion to all the stuff with the cult behavior that everybody kind of fluffs up that movie too much. It just ends like, oh, at the poker table or the pool table, and it's like some kind of a look at him as trying to escape from this fucking movie. Ineffable. Jellicle's cheering. So everybody's back and happy. I really am confused as to what even happened at this point in the story. Unashamed femininity. I just kind of missed the story of it. What was the story? Aside from McCavity kidnapping a few people and you just getting them back. But what else was there? Just a stray cat. There needed to be other story dynamics, right? Just something besides random singing that maybe there were dynamics that I just missed, because I'm even willing to acknowledge that. Like, I sort of didn't get it, but maybe it could have been a bit more clear. I just don't get it, bro. Or yeah, some of it might be credit, so maybe we would get to the end of it. There's still 13 minutes left. I really haven't seen you at work. I don't know what work you've really done. Is that what this is meant to be like? This is sort of breaking the fourth wall. Why does that one in the back look so terrified? To the right. He looks so, like, scared and disgusted. He's realizing the movie's still not over. That's my face right now. A cat is not a dog. Why is this necessary to emphasize so much? The cat resents familiarity, and you're assuming the cat's gender? Almost sounds like, oh, Canada, the way you would sing the national anthem. Bowl of milk, caviar to a cat. But you say they have 3 different names, and we have to learn the minutiae of that. there's something more to this than I'm realizing. Like, look at the amount of work they put in with everything. Like, there must be some deeper meaning to it that just went above everybody's head. This is like some sort of a hidden masterpiece that we just weren't ready for it yet. Like, you gotta analyze this. I just don't have the energy to do it, but please put a cloak of mercy and just end this shit, dude. Just end this shit. Are they gonna end up together now? Rubbing their heads together? I'm expecting almost a kiss here somewhere. So she's initiating her into the order. Don't turn it into a song now. So just her being accepted into the group is enough for her. And somebody else gets to become the Jellicle cat rebirth. But I don't really get it either, what happened with that. It'll show him come back in reborn form. I don't get it. Was that McCavity himself, or who was that? I just don't even follow the whole story. Did he like somehow redeemed himself, or I don't know. I'm so confused as to what happened. I don't get it. Like, I need an explanation. Directed by Tom Hooper. Produced by Deborah Hayward, more like Deborah Wayward. You went wayward with this one. Music by Andrew Lloyd Webber. I'm a little torn. I'll give it an F, but for some technical elements, I almost have to give it a D because, I don't know. It had a lot put into it that it's hard for me to say. I don't want to give F just because it would be trendy to do so, but I also can't explain like anything that happened. It just felt so unnecessary. I'll give it an F just in principle because it's so incomprehensible. But maybe upon further analysis I could change it to a D if there was something I didn't understand about it. It was so like weird, I don't know. Again, it wasn't even like fun or funny or interesting in that kind of way, even to make fun of it. Stephen McRae, Lucy Bevan, I don't know, dude. But no, between some of the music maybe not being bad and maybe some of the visuals and stuff and costumes not being bad, it could have been okay. Eve Stewart. Oh yeah, how come I'm not noticing the cast names here? Simon Hayes. I'm done, dude. I'm done. The biggest musical disappointment since Joker 2. But I think the mistake with that is every movie is ruined by a pop star who wants to be part of it, like Lady Gaga. So you're catering to her. That's why you made it a musical, and that's why you made it what it was. Like, the point is that we get... oh, now we get more singing even in the credits. If you dare to watch this fucking movie... No, I'm watching the whole thing. Like, you put me through this. I wouldn't say the songs are completely garbage, though. Honestly, some of them were pretty good, or they had some good lines and moments in there. I just think they overdo it. And I still don't know what the Jellicle stuff is. But none of the songs are like really iconic in the way that, you know, would be really noteworthy, but I really don't understand even what happened at the end with who was chosen to be. I need to read like a synopsis. I just need to know like what even fucking happened in this movie, because I didn't get it. I did not comprehend. It's an F, but again, some of the technical expertise makes it almost like an F plus, where it's borderline D. It's weird because, you know, even alone I gave a D, because again, some of its presentation was okay. Like, it's cliche, it's bad, but if I can give that a D, I should probably give this a D. If I give Bird Box a D, I'm honestly doing it just to sort of be trendy with, oh, it's so bad, but it's because the story was so incomprehensible to me. I'll give it an F, but it could be a D at best. I don't know what to tell you, man. I have nothing to say. I'm at a loss for words. At least you have beautiful ghosts. What a weird line. It's wild and it's free. This is obviously a song that we had heard earlier. I think that's the reaction a lot of people would have, is they just don't get it. It's sort of sensory overload, too. It doesn't even necessarily mean it's that bad, although I will say it's bad, but, like, it's hard to even follow, really. Like, a lot of it you just don't even get what's happening. You need a little bit more, again, logical structure to it. Scene by scene, like, you would have a hard time explaining. I'd love to do that. Let's interview people outside of movie theaters and ask them what even happened in the movie. Explain to me scene by scene what happened, because I couldn't do it. I legitimately cannot even explain what happened. She's abandoned at the beginning, McCavity keeps kidnapping people, and then that's pretty much it. That's the whole movie. You keep getting introduced to characters randomly here and there. She's getting ingratiated into the family of the Jellicle cats. She doesn't do anything the whole story besides just sing to people, but I guess that's all that anybody does. Like, so we did get to the end of it, so yeah, we'll look for Monk Season 1, Episode 4 tomorrow. And I don't know whether I'll watch the whole series, but I'll kind of let the thing decide. I'll let the failure state conditions decide. So he would have had 1 on the plot armor count so far, but it's negated by one of the A grades, so we have 1 more A grade in reserve too. So if it's really that good that it can survive those things, then so be it. And so it's a case where you have, we got to learn more about the wife and the car bomb and stuff. Bro, the credits are still going though, but how? How can they still be going? Bro, how can this movie be so bad, bro? Why did I even have to watch it, bro? Why? Why? What a disaster, though. For, like, the amount of money that seems to went into it, the amount of effort, the amount of star power names. Perfect World Pictures. I mean, it'd be a perfect world if this movie didn't exist. What a disaster, dude. Young Sheldon. That's what auto plays at the end there. Young Sheldon. I don't know how they determined that. Like, would it always be the same or something? But yeah, I'm pretty much satisfied with the fact that was garbage. And so I'm fine with that. I don't know what to tell you. I honestly am at a loss for words. And the reason why is because it was just a lot to take in, and it just didn't feel fun either. It felt sort of bland and dry almost. I don't know whether you want to call it pretentious or whether you want to call it like sort of overblown somehow. It didn't have like a lot of conflict or character arc or character development or anything. She gets accepted as a Jellicle, and somebody gets turned into another life as the Jellicle choice, and I don't know what the point of it is. I'll read like some sort of synopsis or analysis on it, just out of curiosity to kind of explain what the fuck did I just watch. But I'm okay with the general stereotype. See, sometimes things are unfairly treated like that, though. There might be movies, like Signs is a good example. Yes, the aliens don't make entirely a lot of sense all the time, but it's still a much better movie than people give it credit for in a lot of other areas. And so if you can do that, then you realize that I don't go into the mob mentality that everybody just wants to shit all over something just because. And so the reasoning behind that is that you have... I still am objective, so it could be a D for some of the technical expertise at best. That's pretty much it. Okay, so here I'll do a session without the microphone to kind of compare to just randomly. I felt like doing that and I hadn't properly set everything up, but let's go over a few philosophical concepts that I haven't talked about really too much in depth in a while. So, damn, I was kind of on a good stretch with that, and now I kind of lost my train of thought. This is the whole beauty, I should have just been recording the whole time. Basic social contrivance is a reduction to structure by which everything is controlled in a way that is reduced to an initial perception, which is not consistent with really how the mind works or is capable to work, as in the infinite objective nature of the mind versus the limited subjective initial structure of the physical state. So you reduce that's basically the function of social contrivance, an expression that people want to see everything reduced to that, something that they can understand or something that can easily be predicted and controlled right through this performative aspects. And so the point being that it's not, the two don't have to be limited in that way or tied together. One doesn't have to be reduced to the other. And so what you have is a situation where those two don't have to be tied together. It can be anything, and there's a lot of projection that goes on. So, non being treated as negative, or, again, assumption of some incentive of zero-sum means or some stimuli acme or something of the sort. And so, again, it's an insistence upon a structure. It may be functional, but it's sort of indignantly insisted upon. It's a good example of cognitive dissonance being countered, basically, in a way that you not only practice a half-mass reduction to a structure, right, in a functional state, because it might be tied to zero-sum means, it might be tied to other things, etc. But what you actually do is you don't simply recognize that, okay, it's useful for me to do this, and so I do it, even though you sort of do acknowledge that. You'll pretend like it's something more, or it's inherent or absolute, or whatever, right? But it's functional, so you could recognize it as being functional, but then now it would be more difficult for you to maybe rationalize doing it. Or again, it's inconsistent, it's artificial, so there's a half-mast issue with it where it may be useful to do, but then you won't do it fully, and you'll do it only in an arbitrary half-mast way, and then you'll also do it along the lines of, that's the best way to observe a certain contrivance state, right? By simply being neutral, a lot of projections will happen, and you see also this weaponization, like the modern witch hunt, or the weaponization of either psychology, psychiatry, medicine, etc., where like every idiosyncrasy, because of course people don't have idiosyncrasies en masse, like people are just robots that behave exactly the same way all the time, every time, as they are trained to be in indoctrination in society, but so you're defined by what little is left after all that reduction to structure and indoctrination, etc., constant reinforcement, stigmatization, etc. But what happens is any idiosyncrasy you have, which of course is unique, again, because people just don't have those. They're all just uniform, behave exactly the same way in every situation all the time. If you like to be clean, now we're going to weaponize that and say, oh no, that's OCD, and we're going to give it a name and condition and label as if that means anything, as if that's even real or tells you anything. Somebody likes to be clean. Somebody doesn't like to talk as much as other people. Somebody likes to, have certain habits or hobbies or idiosyncrasies. Like, that doesn't mean anything more than simply what that is. But there's this, uniformity, right, where whatever the preferred or structured mandate of the era, like this is how you must behave according to the powers that be, according to, again, the machination process. This is what it enables or allows. Now anything outside of that becomes, it's undesirable behavior. So again, it would be weaponizing superstition back in the day, like, it's a witch hunt, we're going to call them a witch, or we're going to do this or that, because they don't specifically meet or fit into exactly the way we want them to behave. So the same thing happens with this sort of social contrivance structure in modern times, is that, again, it comes down to we're trying to weaponize certain labels that really have no meaning and that are really just made up, because we're going to take a list of idiosyncrasies and say, well, if you have this idiosyncrasy, you're this. OCD, if you're clean, you're this. If you're whatever, you don't like to talk as much, or you're not super outgoing. So what you realize in looking at all this is the sort of nature of trained behaviors, as in, see, when you use that, you say, this person has this condition because they're not practicing social contrivance in the exact way that is preferred or expected, right? But then you realize that social contrivance is not an inherent process. It's a trained behavior, especially in the particular manifestation that you're talking about. It's not like you're born and inherently, even after growing up a little bit, in nature, we're going to suddenly know this language that you have to be taught, and you suddenly know all these exact behaviors that you have to be taught, and you behave in exactly these ways that are consistent with modern culture, modern society, modern technology. Those are not inherent things that you would just naturally do. And so, yes, there's some basic level of communication that might be observed, but this notion that everything would be a preconceived notion, like, oh no, this is exactly how you ought to behave if you were just born in the jungle and living off nature and, all that, then no, you would have to assume the knowledge of a language and assume the knowledge of, again, just because something's a trained behavior doesn't mean that it's, whether you should or shouldn't do it, whether it's good or bad, it means that it's not inherent. And so these perceptions that, somehow you're deviating from an inherent or absolute state is not accurate. You're deviating from some subjective, even if it's collectively contrived, agreed upon, a contrived state that is a reaction to the inherent state. And so what you're actually exhibiting is, in any form at all times, an inherent state. And so now it creates some confusion for people that, you're just exhibiting an inherent tendency. It might be an inherent tendency that is not desired or mandated by a contrivance state modern in society, but what you have is you're exhibiting inherent state tendency, and you have a problem posed by the fact that again, it's all sort of trained behavior. So just realize the undue emphasis, right? So on two levels, it's like if something is inherent, right? If there's inherent value, right, whether to a person or whatever you want to look at, if there's inherent value, there's no need for undue emphasis or contrivance, because that inherent value would speak for itself. So there would be no need to insist upon it. And if there isn't inherent value, then there also wouldn't be a need for undue emphasis as sort of an overcompensation and a pretense. So for example, there is inherent value, so you don't need any undue emphasis. It would speak for itself. It would be self-evident. Or there isn't inherent value, so now what you have is, well, all value then is contrived, or what is valuable is not relied upon, so now you contrive it. So it becomes a contest of contrivance, like who can put up the best performative aspects and appearances and pretenses, etc. And what you have resulting from that is it's a situation where it's very easy to control people because you tie some external contrivance to zero-sum means or to a machination process, like, so now they don't question it, or it sort of bypasses any questions that they might have. So what you have beyond that is the fact that, yeah, like again, if there's inherent value, you wouldn't need undue emphasis, because again, the value would speak for itself. And if there isn't value, then it comes down to, again, a contest of contrivance, like who can place undue emphasis the best, the most, in the absence of value. But that's not value either, so it's a reaction to a lack of that value. So either way, a contrivance state wouldn't exist, because you would have undue emphasis either way, whether it's insisting upon value that's already there and self-evident, making it more than what it is, or twisting it some way, or allowing you to basically just do it allows you to put up a front in such a way that you have a pretense and you have, how would I explain it? Like, you place undue emphasis because in the absence of a value, but then you're pretending like it's inherent, or again, you exhibit. This is the best way to describe much of contrivance behavior. Like, you would acknowledge by the need of placing that contrivance or undue emphasis or process that you're doing, you would acknowledge that the value isn't inherently there, but then you treat it as though it's inherent or absolute value, but then you actively have to practice or uphold it. A good example is like morality with religion and God, right, where, of course, morality is inherent and absolute and comes from God, but also it has to be actively, subjectively practiced on an everyday basis on a subjective, human, flawed, arbitrary, narrow level, right? So it's an absolute standard, but it can't be held absolutely accountable. It's not inherently practiced. It's only done in such a way that subjective, imperfect, flawed, arbitrary human beings must subjectively, narrowly, initially uphold it within their own facet of I don't know, within a perspective that you have to uphold it within a perspective that, again, it's not questioning the functionality of it. Human beings enforce laws because these are the things that, again, subjectively at a time, a society agrees upon. This is what we want, this is what we don't want. That only makes sense that, okay, you would use resources to enforce that, etc. That's not the question of functionalism. It's a question of, do you value something within the perspective that of treating it, again, and it's a cognitive dissonance argument that the best way to get people to enforce that is to pretend like it's inherent or absolute. And so what you have is the ability to consider that that's the indoctrinated form of it, that it's not enough to simply enforce it on a subjective level. You try to bypass people's reason or cognitive dissonance, though they treat it as an absolute or inherent, so that they don't even question it on some basic level. And so now you have a case where that's another layer of it. But again, whether it's functional versus whether it's inherent or absolute, because in practice you're seeing and recognizing in action that it's not absolute. So you treat it like that in pretense, but then it requires the active subjective practice. Okay, so here I don't really feel like even washing the monk thing. We have to recover and wash the stain out of cats out of my mouth here. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I learned something on cats that I looked up because I was so curious. So Taylor Swift was in it. She was the one who sung that sort of James Bond. I really couldn't tell. The James Bond type moment where she's singing the, the McCavity's kind of great reveal song or whatever. McCavity, he's not there. So Taylor Swift did that song, and then we have a situation where it's based on some 1939 poems or something of the sort by some famous author, and so at least that gives it more context. Like, if it was just some random movie, I don't know what the fuck any of this stuff is, and it's, it almost expects people to know what some of this is, or relies on just the strength of the work to say, well, you can't question all how weird it seems because it's based on some famous piece of work. So if it had been done in animated form, there was like a 1994 Steven Spielberg animated version of this that was supposed to be made. I guess it never got made, so instead we get this later on. Like, there's at least some background to it. I knew it had to be something like that, because imagine if there was no source material and you just see this. Like, it's so outlandish that some of it might just be a fault of the work. Maybe the work isn't that good, or, maybe they played it kind of straight. I don't know, but it's a situation where at least there's some background to it that makes it make a little more sense. And I guess that word, I keep forgetting even what it is. The Jellicle is not really a word. I thought it was like some sort of breed of cats or something. I don't know. But it's just some term from that story. It's a 1939 work that I forget the name of, if it's even the same thing. But, well, it couldn't just be called cats. But, yeah, it is an already existing piece of work. And so that, whether that makes it better or worse, at least it helps to explain why it seems so outlandish. Though if you're very familiar with that piece of work, you might still not like it, but you could at least understand it a little better and say, okay, here's what they did wrong. If you're not familiar with the work, or if the work didn't exist, then you're like, what in the Jellicle am I even watching, because I don't know what any of this is. Right, it's just, now you can just blame the source material, but I don't know. So yeah, here I'll just watching sort of random stuff. One thing I was discussing, I wanted to discuss, is the amalgam theory that I always talk about. It's a term that means like the humanity is one family, one big family, and so it would point to that as far as like, how could you eat? It's not really an idea of charity. It's something different. Humanity is one family, and so how can you eat 3 meals a day when somebody starves? You could apply it that way, but it's something more broad than that. Like, you wouldn't look at things in some sort of superficial way, or some sort of cynical way, zero-sum, everybody's out to get you, or you got to prove something, or seek external reinforcement on everything. That shows sort of an imbalance. Speaking of this topic we were talking about before, like you require constant reinforcement through externality, whether positive or negative, whether, you need somebody to place some positive undue emphasis, or you need, somebody being nice, or a good salesperson or something, so you need positive emphasis that way, or you need negative reinforcement, like, look how, you feel better about yourself by looking down on somebody else, or something. You're critical, or you're using it, like stigmatizing something else to make yourself reinforce your own standards, right? You only need that because you're in some contrived, imbalanced state where you constantly have to overcompensate for some other unnatural emphasis and other imbalance that's created by a contrived state. And so what you have is, if you're at peace or at a neutral kind of state, more like what you see in nature, you wouldn't need to do that because it would just be you're at peace with yourself, so you don't require any reinforcement from externality the way that people do in society on a constant level, whether it be through social contrivance, whether it be through, again, some sort of undue emphasis, so you're sort of overcompensating for an imbalance. And it also would remove like some sort of these knee-jerk reactions to certain things like, idiosyncrasies. Like a good expression I use is, everybody has one, so if you realize that, you would realize your own, and then you'd realize that it's not that big of a deal. Instead, people insist upon them. They'll ignore and insist upon their own, like, oh, of course, we don't have any, or we're just not aware. So for us, that's normal, because we're just used to our own idiosyncrasy. But when we see it in somebody else, either the same thing or something different, we ridicule that. So it's not a question of what the stance should be. It's a question that if you were a little more self-aware, you would realize that, oh, well, you have one too, and everybody has one, or certain quirks or whatever. So you wouldn't place as much emphasis on it. You would just realize, okay, that's sort of universal, so it's kind of arbitrary, interchangeable. It's just a function of humanity, period, that we have some sort of difference that way. Or you'd realize sort of a nearness postulate aligned basis that familiarity is a fallacy, like something is normal or good because you're familiar with it, but then that's defining all of reality by your own narrow, like the unwillingness to be puzzled by your own narrow perception, like you know only a fraction of all that there is, even in the human collective, and then the human collective is only a fraction of all that would be known, possible to be known in all of existence in the universe, etc. So what you have instead is the recognition that you're able to recognize the simple fact that you have you have the ability to recognize the fact that you're able to you're able to recognize that you have a ability of you wouldn't, in the amalgam theory point, you wouldn't it's not even about like, some sort of righteous thing, or it's not about some positive social contrivance. It's about more like a neutrality. You wouldn't care or look at things in terms of that, whether it be preconceived notions or performative aspects or zero-sum means or projections or all these kind of things. You would just look at everything in a neutral way because like everybody's just the same. It doesn't really matter. Everything that they do is well known within the self-awareness of this is general part of human nature, so you'd never be surprised by what anybody does. You might not like it, or you might try to discourage or encourage, but you would be aware of human nature as a general standard, so you'd say, well, all of the things that people do are well within that awareness, so it wouldn't be a surprise or a big deal. Might be seen as jaded or cynical or desensitized, but that's the best way to understand too, like how to counteract it. Then it's not that, oh, how could somebody possibly do this? Let's try to make some external excuse that, oh, the devil made them do it, or oh, it's this condition or that thing. Like, no, the condition is that they're a human being, and that's one of the many things that human beings can do. So you can better understand the tendencies and try to counteract, but you can't just say, well, they only did it because of blank, influence, externality, but the fact that influence made them do it, it's not a 100% ratio that everybody, like violent video games makes people do something, or blah, blah, blah. It wouldn't be a ratio where millions of people might do that same thing or be exposed to it, but they wouldn't act out in that same way. So it says more about them than the influence, right, where it's not a question of the influence existing, it's the fact that that's all it took to make them do that. It means that it still says more about them than the influence, right? And so now you have, that's the amalgam theory look at it, but the other look at it is the fact that you have a situation where the idiosyncrasies and things like that you would look at as a baseline. Oh yeah, the familiarity fallacy, that you are aware of such a small fraction of all in existence, but you're also unwilling to be puzzled and face cognitive dissonance, so you don't want to be you're not willing to be puzzled or think too much. And so what you have is a simple ability to recognize that you have the simple ability to recognize that you're in a position to people don't like being made aware of a process overall, just a process of nature or reality, like, oh, let's flirt and do all this and that, but we don't want to be aware of the stimuli acme or the nature, how it works in nature, even though you're capable of that awareness, and in the back of your mind you might be aware of it, right? But in a technical level, in your job, you might be aware of it, but in practice, you want to bypass cognitive dissonance. That's part of the whole rizzing up, or the whole, let's try to deceive people and try to make it out to be something more than what it is, place undue emphasis, myopic, kind of fixation, undue emphasis. So even though it's not the case, you want to be deceived in a certain way. And beyond that, you have the simple ability to recognize that this extends to it's the fact that you define all of reality by your limited perception that you even know would be limited, but yet you still insist upon it indignantly instead of being willing to be puzzled and all of that. So it serves maybe a half-assed functional basis. But the problem with it is that you're defining everything by your own perception. So how can I describe this? Like, what you're familiar with is good, and what you're unfamiliar with is bad in a general sense, not always, but that would be a general perception. But then you realize or like you've heard about something, or et cetera, et cetera. This is why marketing is so highly valued. Just your awareness is defining. If you've heard about it before, now you already have some preconceived basis. So you're defining all of reality by your own limited myopic perception of it. And so the point with that is that you have the ability to recognize that it's not a very strong criteria, even on an objective level or anything of the sort, because you realize, well, what you're familiar with is a very small fraction and portion of all that there is in even the human collective knowledge, everything everybody knows, collectively, whatever. Or, again, even that's a small fraction of everything that there is known out in the universe. So what you realize is that how can you describe, or how can you abide by a standard that, what I'm familiar with is somehow a credible thing. So I'm going to judge things based on that. I can't blame you for doing that, because that might be all you have to go on. But I can blame you on holding that as a highly credible standard, because now it's like, oh, well, I'm familiar with this, so it's a good thing. I'm unfamiliar with this, so it's a bad thing. So the vast majority of everything in existence is bad just because you're unfamiliar with it. Or, again, it's sort of arbitrary and not based on a standard or criteria by which you realize that, well, you have at least a consistent standard that you could hold, like, okay, I'm doing it based on this criteria, but oh no, it's just based on familiarity. So the fact that you happen to be exposed to it, even outside of your own choice or control, because you happen to see an ad for it, or you happen to be born in a certain area, so you're exposed to certain things to do with that area, etc. more. A good way to show it is like, oh, you love your country, you support your country, insert country here that you happen to be born in, that you didn't have any choice or say in. So, in other words, it's interchangeable. If you had been born in Nazi Germany, you would have loved that too. If you would have been born anywhere else, it's interchangeable arbitrarily because you're insisting upon it. Like, my country, as in the fact that you happen to be born somewhere, oh, you like it just based on that reason alone. The fact that you happen to live there, you like it based on that reason alone. The fact that you happen to go to a certain school and you met your partner there, you like it for that reason alone. So it's the near response to it. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't value those things. It means that you shouldn't unduly value them on that basis because it becomes arbitrary. You happen to be born somewhere, so you like it because of that. But if that's the criteria, then you could interchange it and say, well, no matter where you were born, you would have liked it to a degree just based on that. So it's like this non-basis of self. Everything is to do with the self, as in it's valuable because you live there, or it's valuable because you were born there, or it's valuable because you have some experience there. So it's interchangeable because it could have just as well been anywhere else, but you just do it because you're just reacting to something that you didn't even choose and insisting upon it as though it's something you actually like or desire. So instead of using an objective inherent criteria to say, okay, I have this standard, and based on this standard, I like this, I dislike this, or preference, or whatever it might be. No, you're just doing it based on pure non-choice reaction insistence that you're just taking something that is already there and just, okay, now we're going to value it based on that. Again, there's a difference between simply saying, this is where we are, this is what we have to do, fine, but versus saying, oh no, I'm valuing it as though irrational insistence upon myself and emotion and things like that, bypassing reason and any sort of standard. I'm doing it just because, not because it has some inherent definable criteria that if I objectively looked at every single country or place or whatever, this is how I came to the conclusion. No, instead I'm just going to insist upon it, and you get these sort of antiquated standards that are like that too, where people will insist upon things just because they're used to them, or something like, oh, remember in the good old days where we used to do this sort of hard work, but the only reason why you did it was because it was necessary to a zero-sum process that technology may now make obsolete, so you're getting to the same end result, but you're glorifying the process of how you get there only because it was necessary then, but it might not be necessary now. So it's a zero-sum process that you did for zero-sum means self-interest, but now you're glorifying it into being something more, so you're insisting upon, oh, I would rather make something more difficult to get to the same end, just because I feel like I'm proving something or I feel good about myself, even though you're getting to the same result faster or without the need for that. So again, you're insisting on some antiquated standard that you only did because it was necessary or functional, so you're turning a functional basis into some higher kind of measure of standard in place. And you also have a situation where you're able to consider that you have some other criteria because you're able to consider that I don't know, like just the familiarity fallacy that everything should be judged based on your myopic perception. So no matter who you are, the vast majority of existence is all going to be bad, and the only things that are going to be good are things that you often didn't choose to even be exposed to, that you were exposed to by family, etc. And so you're just insisting upon that, not a choice reaction. So by whatever standard you may have, or any standard, it would not be consistent. It would just be, the only standard is the non-basic self. It's not like, oh, I value things based on this criteria, that criteria. No, you're insisting upon, I value it because I happen to be born there, and because I happen to be exposed to it against my will or not within my choice as a kid, and because I happen to experience it then, and because I happen to do this and happen to do that. So that's just where I happen to live. That's just where I happen to go to school. But instead of recognizing that, you're saying, oh no, but that's where I met the love of my life and the soulmate that I meant to be out of all 8 billion people in the world. Or that's where I found my dream job or house or whatever. Just because, again, not a choice reaction, insisting upon that. Again, it's the undue emphasis that you're placing to recognize that, to recognize the simple fact that you're able to, you recognize the fact that you're able to have a standard. So again, you have this sort of narcissism or emphasis that you have to place that everything that happens to you is the biggest deal in the world. But by doing that, you're also removing some sort of self-awareness. Like, if you want what you're doing to be the best, you shouldn't do that. You should hold it to a standard and say, okay, I'm going to look at it objectively in terms of criteria and standard, and not place any emphasis on it. But instead you place emphasis because, oh, it happens to you, so therefore it must be good. So that's how I bypass the cognitive dissonance of everything in the world that I could possibly... I always struggle to say that when I'm speaking quickly for some reason. Cognitive dissonance. I sort of combine it together somehow. The point is that I'm going to have this objective mind that can tell me, well, there's 8 billion people in the world, just on the stimuli-acme basis. So therefore, out of those 8 billion people, what are the chances that the person I'm meant to be with are the best possible person based on whatever subjective criteria, standard, attractiveness, etc., personality, however you define it? Doesn't really matter, all these subjective things. But based on whatever standard you have, it's impossible that the person that you would be with happens to be somebody who happens to live in the same geographical area, etc., go to the same school, same workplace, but you do it because of a nearness postulate, right? And so now, it's not a question of whether you like that person or preferential treatment. It's a question of the absolute that you sort of pose that, oh, it's meant to be and we love them and it's 1 in a billion and 1 in 8 billion even, and the only one we're meant to be with, and we have to specify the stimuli-acme and restrict it, and we can't be with anybody else at the same time, etc., etc. So to create that sort of contrived structure, now you have to look back and say, well, how can we bypass the fact that our objective mind would point to, well, we don't have a criteria standard out of 8 billion people in the world, how can we specify to place undue emphasis opposed to the false absolute? And the way that you do that is by, you do it in such a way that I don't know, it's basically just let me think. I sometimes, I'm in a rhythm and then it's kind of hard to get back to exactly what point I was on. You do it because, again, it's an irrational insistence upon the self, not unlike emotion, where you can't really explain or adequately, consistently describe it. You would just say, I'm just doing it just because, or you wouldn't really even think about it to that level. You would just do it and then wonder or struggle with the conflict that, oh, how come it isn't absolute? I treat it as though it's an absolute. I pretend like it is. I place undue emphasis. But then when some conflict occurs, it's like, oh, how come it's not absolute anymore? Right? So it's a bit of an inconsistency. And so what you have is a simple ability to recognize that you're trying to narrow something down and reduce it to a physical initial layer and state. And the reason why you're doing that is because of the simple fact that, again, you're insisting upon non-choice reaction, and so it's just very, very hard to quantify, but that's why people would have to do it, because, again, if you use some objective criteria or standard, it may be very difficult to come to a conclusion then, or you wouldn't have the means or resources, so instead you have to convince yourself as though, again, like, if you use standards and all that, you wouldn't need to place any undue emphasis, because you would say, okay, now I'm going to, within my standard and criteria, I'll come to the best possible conclusion based on that standard and criteria. But the alternative is, oh no, I'm going to place emphasis and insist upon it in the absence of those using a standard, because now I have to place emphasis, because if I don't, then what rationale would I have to specify something, stimuli, acme, or whatever? So now, how come I, live here out of all places in the world? It's not just because I happen to be born there, or because I don't have the means to go somewhere else, or because I just happen to be, some reactionary creature without all these means that the objective mind would point to. Oh no, it has to be that, oh, I love it here, it's the best place on earth, and I'm going to insist upon these things because I've been exposed to them. So it really is this irrational insistence upon non-choice reaction that you're exposed to. Like, whatever you've experienced is valuable just for that reason alone. And there are other fallacies to do with this too, like newness, for example. Newness would tell you, like, oh, well, you should watch this movie, but oh, it's old, I'd rather watch a new movie. But then it's like a sample size fallacy too, like the majority of movies in existence are going to be older, so it's not old if it's new to you. If you've never seen it, it's still new, but you judge it based on that, like, oh no, I'm going to watch something newer. And so what it leads to is now you'll say, oh, older movies are better than newer movies, but that's only because you've only seen or heard about the best ones, the classics that have been agreed upon, etc. You wouldn't hear about all those shitty movies from that old time as well. And so now it creates a problem where you'll say, like, oh, modern movies suck and old movies were the best. But that's not an issue, and it can apply to other things beyond just movies. But it's not just a case where that's true. It's like you've only heard about the best classic movies like Casablanca, Godfather, etc. You haven't heard about all the thousands of shitty movies that came out at that time too. So the vast majority of movies at all times are bad. Let's say 90% of all movies are just average or mediocre or even bad. In the modern day, that's true. In the older day, that's true. So the majority of them are not very good. It's just that there's a small percentage that are good. But of the older movies you've seen, like let's say from the 1900s, you probably only have seen or heard about the absolute best ones, and you've not seen the majority of them, whereas you've seen probably a lot more of newer ones, again, just because they're new, and so you have a larger sample size. So let's say you've seen 1,000 movies from the 2000s and on, because you've been living during this time, so they've been modern, but you've only seen 1,000 movies from the entire 1900 to 2000, or even not even that many, but so the sample size is unfair, because now you have, first of all, a more narrow span of time, where one is only like 20 years versus almost 100 years based on, movies weren't being made the entire time, but still, you had silent films and stuff. But the point is that The point is that you have a situation where you're basically able to consider it in a way that you're actually you're able to just again, you're comparing 100 years almost versus 20 years. So again, seeing 1,000 movies from even an equal number of movies from each sample size isn't fair, because you've seen too many in one, right, in the 2000 era, so you're placing too much harshness on that, whereas you have 100 years to draw from with the other one, so that's not a fair comparison, number one. But number two is also the fact that you're more likely to have seen, again, you've only seen and heard about the classics from that era, from the 1900s, whereas here you're just seeing things more uncritically, just whatever you happen to see just because it happens to be new and happens to be on TV, etc. So now you realize the simple fact that you're able to you're able to see the fact that you what do you call it? Just again, it's a fallacy on a number of levels, but you're not comparing an equal span of time. You treat like, older movies as in 100 years of movies versus newer movies, which is a couple years worth, right? So that in itself is a fallacy, whatever the result of that comparison might be. And then the other side of it is the simple fact that, again, you're judging one by only the best in the classics that you've heard about, whereas the other you're judging more in a broad scope that, I've seen hundreds of movies from the 2000s, just randomly, where I've only seen, like, let's say, if somebody hypothetically, not me, but or I've only seen 100 movies from the 1900s, and all those are much better than these on average, because I've only seen The Godfather and Casablanca and this and that, whereas with the newer ones, I've seen Big Fat Liar and random shit, because you have, no real desire to, you're not being as critical about it. You're not saying the best possible thing. You're saying just whatever, right? Whatever you feel like, whatever you happen to just be exposed to. So getting back to the amalgam theory, you have the simple realization that you're able to basically do it in such a way that, again, sort of the human family and the sort of neutrality, non-base inherent standard of, again, it's not placing undue emphasis based on nearness. So it's less about, we should care about everybody on the planet, because that wouldn't be practical to do. But it would be that we shouldn't place so much emphasis on what is near to us just for that reason alone, whether it be friends, family, etc. So you wouldn't be so fixated on undue emphasis there. You would treat it more neutrally and broadly, and it wouldn't be so much irrational insistence on the self. So again, you have this human family where there's less of this pretense of divides between people based on arbitrary things like country or just lines on a map, or based on, again, cultures and things like that are arbitrary, interchangeable, universally applicable, all part of human nature, collectively, just different variations of the same thing. And then, based on race and gender, and none of these things matter. You would just see, again, humanity is just like one thing, and just everything else is just arbitrary reductions of it, but inherently it's not really that big of a deal. And so you would look at things in a more neutral level way, where instead there's like all this zero sum and preconceived notions and all these kind of things, which is understandable why that is jumped to, because there's a lot of it is actually telling, though, like a principle of non that would expose so many things and projections and contrivances, even in the absence of in the absence of performative aspects and undue emphasis. So simply by not contriving, you're defined by that. You're not defined by contrivance, you're defined by mere non-contrivance, inherent practice or reality. And beyond that, you have the simple ability to see that, again, the contrivance response to the inherent state is the outward effect. And so now you're able to basically, let me actually watch something here maybe for a second. Or here's one element, is that, let's go over some examples of like narcissism and examples of like human ego, and also examples of the ability to whatever, like what people consider crazy or something like that. What you have is the ability to see that some human ego can be shown in a lot of things. When something happens in nature, like animals humping, whatever, it's no big deal. That's just, it's just nature. But when we do it, it's a big deal. Or everything to do with us and, that sort of egocentric thing. But then beyond that, like keeping a diary, keeping a journal, it's not even that you expect anybody to see it. It's more just an expression of your thoughts and etc. Right? That as if they matter more. It sort of gives you closure on things that something happened and you think about it, but you're not satisfied, or there's something more that you have to say about it. And so you kind of chronicle it, and then you kind of let it go. Or you kind of feel like, okay, at least I made a note of it, then I can think about it later. And then even if you never do, right, even like what I'm doing now, these are all like forms of narcissism in a way, but everything everybody ever does is kind of like that. Social contrivance is definitely that. Again, a lot of it just insisting upon the self, that something just happens, it's no big deal, but you make it a big deal because, it's about you, whatever. And then the bigger picture point is a simple fact. It's a simple fact that you have, again, that's like some narcissistic element, like religion, that everything revolves around us and God created us and all this kind of stuff. That just, why is that necessary? Oh, did God create animals too? And do animals have a moral code the same as us? And just like, I don't know, it's just too convenient and too much about us. And then the other point is the simple fact that you have, like signs of craziness or something, like talking to yourself, but that's just called thinking, right? You have an inner monologue, you're self-aware, you're thinking, right? Or what else? Just certain things like thinking too much or thinking deeply. Again, thinking is the issue. Thinking is the enemy. Just remember that. If you're a member of collective, large society, overextended stimuli acme, 8 billion people, thinking is the enemy. Thinking is a bad thing. And that might sound like something the government would say, but it's more broadly just what society does. Like, you just kind of go along and don't question anything, but then you still struggle with the conflict of contrivance associated with that. Like, it's not a very strong standard. And so now that's the inherent versus the contrivance response. Like, you're suffering from the conflict anyway, regardless, but you just kind of dress it up, whether it be an inherent conflict or some overextended thing, like through social contrivance or some overextended element. And so now, right, whether it's the inherent or contrivance response to the inherent, it kind of reflects the same thing. That you would have, people would make an assertion like, some inherent state of being, but then they would have to actively uphold it. So the fact that you have to actively uphold it means that that's not the case. Again, doesn't mean whether it should be, shouldn't be, etc. It just means that the fact that you have to actively uphold it means that, that it's not inherent, and so you could just as easily not uphold it, or you could do it in a different way, or it relies on that to be done. And outside of society is a good objective way to look at it. Like, if you weren't a part of society, you would obviously do that. Or this is an interesting concept too, like the stigmatization of wealth, like as if it's a bad thing, like, I grew up poor and I had to work my way out of the streets or whatever. But even if you do that, then what happened? Now you became successful, and then your kids become even more successful, and then their kids become even more successful. So the point is, assuming you follow that process, somebody might have been poor at one point, but at some point they're not going to be anymore. So why are we glorifying? This is like the absolutist tendency of, how people are controlled. Like, we need to glorify your struggle and suffering. It's admirable to struggle. It's admirable to starve and struggle to feed your kids. It's admirable. You're such a good person. It's a bad thing to be wealthy and successful. You should want to struggle and suffer like, the masses. Like, why is that the way we look at it? We can respect it, that it might be difficult, but at the same time, like, our kids are starving. Like, why did you have them then? Why did you have kids if you couldn't handle it? Why would you get a pet if you can't feed it? Like, don't give me that. So the bigger picture point is you have the simple realization of you have the simple realization that I don't know, you have some ability to see that you're able to This is kind of hard to do at times, but I haven't done a session like this in a while, I guess, where I'm just doing random stuff. But let me think. What was I saying? Just you have the ability to recognize that certain emphasis is placed, undue emphasis that is necessary, that you have to constantly actively uphold it, which shows you it's not inherent, which shows you it's not absolute or anything like that. It's subjective. The good thing is I could always go back and listen to what I was saying, but it's like I'm trying to go into multiple points, but I'm trying to hold at one point too and kind of go back to it, but it's kind of hard to do that, so whatever. Part of that's amalgam theory, and it's just the idea that, again, like a collective human family sort of thing. A lot of these objective things too that I use, like the terms and concepts, they never make a claim as to what you should do, right? That's just more like a perspective. Like, human beings are all one collective family, right? If you look at it like that, the human family versus just the more nuclear specific family. The problem with that is you're not saying what you should or shouldn't do, but it would only be natural then to not place undue emphasis on nearness or specificity like that. And so now you have like I was saying, thinking is the enemy. Again, not what you think about. It's like blaming the eyes for what you see, right? Don't blame the fact that you have eyes for what's in front of you, right? Like you're too observant. You're looking at too many things. Stop looking. That's what that stop thinking would be. It's amazing how readily that is actually considered. Thinking is a bad thing. Having a self-awareness, inner monologue, self-actualizing, that's all a bad thing. If you think too much, it's a nerd, or you're weird, or paranoid, or something, or whatever. And if you think too much, you're also it's the fault of thinking, not what you think about. Think of your mind as just a mirror of what you see in front of you that's just a little more detailed, like, so you're just observing reality as you see it. And so what's the problem? Why should you need to say, oh no, don't do that, because you might expose something bad about it? But why would you do that if don't say that, it's the fault of you thinking that's the issue. No, it's the fault of what you're thinking about, right? That there's a flaw with it, otherwise you wouldn't have that issue happen. And so now you have a situation where again, you're observing something, and if it's flawed, regardless of the standard, then that's the reason why there's an issue. So the issue isn't that, you think too much. Like, there's so many of these things. We got to distract ourselves. We got to dumb ourselves down, drink alcohol, use drugs. We got to dance around it, kind of go to therapy, instead of just sit. This is the solution to a lot of those things, or at least an alternative. Just sit there and think. Think fully, deeply, objectively, self-aware. Write it out, talk it out if you have to, whatever. So just think about everything, and then you come to your own conclusion, and you realize why. So, but instead, you got to dumb yourself down. We got to reduce the mind to the functional mind, like make ourselves a human function instead of a human being, where all of our effort and energy and thought goes into doing a zero-sum practice like a job or work, etc. Right? And only in that context we're allowed to think. And then you come home and, we got to drink beer to dumb down our thoughts, and we got to watch TV and do folly favoritism to dumb down our thoughts and distract ourselves. And we got to do social contrivance to reinforce certain structures and collective contrivances. So all of this is relevant, and the reason why it's relevant is because all of that seeks to undermine thought in a way that, again, thought isn't the enemy. Well, that means there must be something incompatible with thought that you're doing, which is a lot of things, which again is even the non-basis of self coming back in the perspective that to overextend to a collective is very difficult for people to do otherwise. And so now you rationalize it in such a way that you have you overextend it in a certain way, and you're able to basically just I don't know. Let's see. You have the ability to... I don't know, whatever. That was a good session, so we could watch Monk later or maybe tomorrow. That Cats movie was really fucking stupid. I did manage to get through the whole thing, though. I'll give it an F as a principle, but arguably it could be a D just because of some of the visual and achievement in terms of the songs and everything. Not that they were great songs, but I mean, I can't completely say that they're terrible. I was going to watch something like from Shark Tank, but it turned out that I don't need to I ended up not really having time to. So now, let's just end off here. Okay, so here I'll just look at some other random clip of something. I'll do Monk, I guess, tomorrow. I don't really feel like doing it today. So we'll do Monk Season 1, Episode 4. We need like a full day to recoup from that Cats thing that was just absolutely... beyond words. And see, it's not even bad in a fun way, and that might seem like a strange statement, like either it's bad or it's bad, but there is, like, the room is bad, but it's also super funny and interesting in that way, or something else like, you know, where you have Plan 9 from Outer Space or stuff like that. It can be kind of fun because it's just so bad that it's almost good, and so that I can appreciate on a certain level that, you know. But that's different than saying, you know, what are some other good ones? Like just movies that are so bad that they're good. Even some of the stupid ones like Batman and Robin or something. Although that one's not really that fun. But there's some puns and stuff that could be a little interesting. But it's a case where, you know, you're in a position where... I don't know, so I'll watch like some part from Shark Tank or whatever, and that would allow me to just be fine. Or I was actually watching some Until Dawn playthroughs and stuff. It's kind of fun to see how stuff turns out maybe differently than in my playthrough, although I don't really know. I almost feel like, oh, I'm spoiling something, because even though I played the game, beaten the game, it's going to be different, and so it's like, you know, it's different, so I don't want to see some crazy ending. But there's probably, I'm just assuming, there's probably some conspiracy to do with the CyberLife who made Connor, and like, you can expose that and take them down, and like something crazy, some big crazy conspiracy with them that seems to be hinted at, the RA9 thing. There were a lot of things that were hinted at that I didn't get closure on, but I was still satisfied with the ending of the story because it was like very consistent with how I played it. Like, you know, bureaucratic Connor and pacifist Marcus and something else. Like the mommy Kara, where you're just trying to be a good protector of the girl and stuff like that. And so you have a situation where you're able to... I don't know, there's some fun dynamics there, like at least, again, you're realizing you're on RP sort of thing, even if you, even if you basically do something else, like, you're not seeing the best possible ending of the story, or even the intended ending, but, you know, everything is intended, I guess, in a way, but it's still kind of fun and satisfying, like you're telling your own story. That's the whole appeal of those kind of games, is that was an interesting ending. I love what happened with Marcus, too. Like, even though I lose control of the character because he dies earlier, but again, it's sort of like deliberate, he becomes like this martyr symbol of something that he refused to fight back against the guy. Right, that's when I sort of decided. When the son is assaulting me, Leo or whoever, right? Carl Manfred's son, you kill... Or no, he's beating the shit out of you and you don't fight back. And so I refused to fight back there, and then I refused to fight back when I got killed later. So my whole theme was being a pacifist who just doesn't believe in fighting and hurting people, and so even fighting back. And so that serves you very well because you're able to basically, turn him into some sort of a legend like that. But then the other androids fuck everything up, Jellicle, and then they become all violent once you die. They don't really take the message or the lesson that you wanted, because that female takes over, whose name I forget, and she ends up being like the final boss. That moment was super satisfying because like she took over and now Connor takes her down. So I both created the monster and took the monster down in terms of, by having Marcus die, I gave her more support and it allowed her to take over somehow, even though it was the exact opposite of the message I was trying to send. And so I created that by my decision with Marcus, but then I also stopped her by how I decided to play Connor. So I love that, how the two kind of meet together. And then Kara kind of has nothing to do with the other two, right? That makes it kind of less interesting because regardless what happens, maybe they can somehow align, but she basically just gets away. Like Connor was trying to find her too, but she's kind of less important. What Marcus is doing is like to do with the rebellion itself, so that's far more significant. And so, I mean, it's almost the kind of game you could play like this just with your voice. Like, as long as it froze time, like make a choice. I don't know how much Detroit lets you do that in terms of time, but like that's one thing I don't like about the Telltale games is that they kind of rush you. Like there's a time limit on everything. Like why should that matter when you're basically just doing it? Like I get it, so you can't overthink it, but whatever your choice is your choice. Like it sort of simulates reality that you don't have a ton of time to think, but the way that everybody moves in The Walking Dead is so stiff too and awkward. I always made fun of that. That's why it's called The Walking Dead, because the characters you play as are basically walking to their death in terms of just being so slow and sluggish and stupid. And so now you have a situation where you're able to okay, I'll try to find something here. This road gets really shitty sometimes. When it's like raining or something, this whole thing is fucked up. So what we can do is we can basically decide to I kind of want to watch something like that. I was watching like some parts of Until Dawn. I guess you could like watch key moments, but then again, it's weird to feel like, oh, you're spoiling something that you already played, but like, oh, I want 100% Detroit, but that would take a whole lifetime and it'd be kind of redundant because you'd have to replay the game over and over. So you kind of have to accept that, like, that you'll never be able to do that. Here, let me do maybe both of these and just see. Shark Tank and something else. I want to see some Shark Tank clips and I want to see some actual playthrough clips. And yeah, it gives you a good excuse to shit all over Detroit. Even though that game kind of makes Detroit look a little bit good because is that the home of CyberLife? You would assume it must be. Like, or whatever. They have significant production there because, again, it's similar to what is Detroit known for, making cars. So it's not surprising that they would potentially be able to make androids too in a similar whatever. Like they're just good at that kind of thing, production industry. And so you have a situation where you're able to I don't know. So I can watch like Northern Lions or Far From Subtles is kind of a good one. And so you have Northern Lion, Far From Subtle. Those are some options for the actual fucking whatever it's called. I keep trying to say Until Dawn for Detroit. Like, see, it's a game that has a really good storyboard. Like, if I was to compare it to Heavy Rain, everything that's happening in this is much more interesting, whereas in Heavy Rain, it's the most base, lowest common denominator cliche. There are cliches in Detroit too, but they kind of are elevated by, well, it's not just a person doing it, it's an android doing it. There's some more nuance going on. There's some, you know, it really is a lot more interesting. And all of that material is very interesting because you have, I don't know, you have a lot more going on with it. And so you're in a position where you just have to, and see, why does this road feel like this? Like, it feels so shitty. I don't know what it is with this. This is like when I felt like one of my tires was fucked up and the cop pulled me over. It's just like something raggedy with this fucking road. Sometimes you don't notice, but then when it gets bad, it gets really bad. I gotta maybe, you know, I tried to do that last time where I filled the air in my tires and it just wouldn't even work because one of them doesn't read properly. Like, I'll have to check it tomorrow, I guess. So what you can do now is you can basically I don't know, I'm trying to decide what I want to do. Or again, just watch random Shark Tank clips. And then tomorrow I'll do Monk. I'm not feeling I really like it today. It's sometimes so hard to navigate this shit when you're driving, especially in the dark, at night, it's raining. I don't really feel like fucking around with it too much. And so you have a situation where let me try to find something here. I really can't though. Yeah, like Heavy Rain is kind of fun to watch as well. Let me maybe watch like a random part of this. Let's see what it chooses for us. I've seen this whole playthrough probably before, to the point where it even probably spoiled my own experience with the game, that I would have played it blind. Or, you know, there's some of these React channels that compile everybody's reaction to something. So, for example, you have you have a situation where, you know, it'll pick a big moment, like the one where they're getting beat up. The fucking Madison Page is fighting with the people in her room. Like she's having her little night terrors. Let's see what part that is here. Fight for your life. So we're watching. Let's actually see what happens. This is going to be Far From Subtle, Heavy Rain, Part 17, I think. Fight for your life. Oh, I'm going to run out of battery, too. This is a disaster of a night. Okay. So we're going to start this in a second. It's Fight for Your Life, Heavy Rain, Far From Subtle, starting from the very, very beginning. See, like, moments like this would be perfect for that compilation purpose, because it's like one of those big bait moments that just is meant to be obviously very noteworthy and makes for good sort of reaction content, even though, you know, when people were making games in this day and age, in 2008, they weren't exactly thinking like that, but the way that now almost they would be, because they know the whole culture around that. But like the whole Until Dawn thing is so plays into that with the psychiatrist guy. Like you're able to realize that I don't know, those scenes are just such good fodder. So we're starting from the beginning. It's actually not part 14, or it's not part 17, it's part 14. But you have a situation where we're going to start from the beginning in 3, 2, 1. Or let me actually redo it because I always fuck up. It always delays. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Welcome back. This is the most exploitative scene ever, where you get a shower scene and you get a fucking action scene in one that is like both totally unjustified, like just for the sake of it. Like, I kind of like the whole short hair vibe though. Genius detective moment. There's somebody in the apartment. Just trying to leave. Because you would think, oh, it's a robber, and oh no, my suspect is leaving, my victim is leaving, but they'll let them leave, like, you know what I mean? Like, let them leave and rob them blind, and it's okay. Why would they stop you from leaving? They want you to leave. They maybe jammed it in some expert way. You know what this almost made me think or wish at the beginning of the playthrough? It's like, maybe she's a secret agent, and she's, you know, they're out to get her for that reason. But she's like some sort of FBI, CIA special agent who has some enemies in high places. So this is a regular occurrence for her. The fact that she's able to fight so well too. As if to imply that you could really let a character die this early. Like, it's good sort of combat practice. Two, and then it sort of turns into 3 later too. She throws a fucking chair at him. I love this. This is just such a guilty pleasure. She tries to bite him here too, I think. This is one of those weird moments. Like, they have her cornered, but then how do you fuck this up moment from a history of violence? Or you can, like, look at their eyes look kind of weird, like they're not really people, because they're not. Something about them seems... And this could have some disturbing connotations, the fact that she's on a bed. I mean, how would a normal person be able to do this shit anyway? Like, this is what I mean. It makes her seem like she's a special agent kind of thing. I wouldn't be able to do this. Look how aggressive this shit is. Look at this, look at this. She grabs a fucking thing from the ground, like a broken glass. One was like a piece of glass and one was like a knife. Like, look at this scene, dude. It's so stupid that it's a dream sequence. It almost shouldn't be. I mean, what did you expect, though? You really thought that was actually happening? Oh yeah, I just lost one of my main characters in the game. I guess you don't even know she's a main character yet, though. This maybe is even the first time you ever see her, so it could be that it starts off like that, and then she's not even one of the main characters. It would have been good if it wasn't a fucking dream. The like super agent, special agent fucking moment. But I love the psychology of that too, yeah. The game just started and we're about to get fucking murdered by some burglars. And the game could end like that. Like, I wish it was actually for real. Yeah, that's just a normal occurrence in her life. Like, and if you lose her, she's gone for the rest of the story. Fuck it. Like, but that's a good way to sort of prime you for the combat later. Yeah, the one in the bathroom just appeared literally out of fucking nowhere. They keep using that poem thing. He just sends that to all the parents of the victims. A lot of the parents don't really even understand it either. Like, they just kind of dismiss it. Or they don't have the will to try to figure it out. It's so needlessly elaborate, though. Some of the lines of dialogue are awkwardly delivered, too. The acting isn't even that bad. In fact, in particular, I think Shelby's acting is really good. But, all their voices are weird because it's like they're not really, English isn't their first language, or they're trying to speak like American English even though they're British or some other European something that Quantic Dream is to do with. I don't know the whole thing, but they sound like they're Europeans trying to speak English like they're American, almost like Christian Bale in fucking American Psycho, although he does a better job of it. Though it feels awkward in that way, that they're kind of like sort of putting something on and putting it. Yeah, they don't give a shit about you. They just want to talk about the kid. Paparazzi always creates like an interesting debate topic that, like, I'm not defending what they do, but it's one of those things you got to take the good with the bad. Obviously, some people take it too far, and it leads to people getting killed or whatever. But it's a case where you should, in a general sense, just the fact that they might bother you a little bit, you can't victimize yourself too much, because it's like, yes, there's limits, but the same reason why they're after you for a picture is the same reason in part why you're famous in the first place, etc., etc. So when you're a millionaire for who you are, you can't be that upset that people are interested in what you're doing in your everyday life, because the two are sort of tied together. Cult of personality. It's not really like LA Noire, though, because that has more gameplay focus still. This is in one session, they'll just play the whole fucking game through. It's very cliche, the story. Or they get like a nasty spoiler in some other... They're playing like the Pooh-Yous. I remember this. This shows you I'm a real fan of theirs. They're playing the Pooh-Yous, and like they get spoiled. Somebody says Snarf, Scott Shelby is the origami killer, or something, and they're still in the middle of playing it. And it turns out to be true. But... you know, they're wearing raincoats because it's heavy rain. Good one. Like, there isn't anything distinct about the clothing of the characters in the game. I really respect what they did early on, especially in their formats. Like, just the visual aspect, a lot of it's very good. Yeah, YouTube to see an archive that we leave as unlisted just because we... And they had to delete a part, too, because of the nudity or whatever that Madison Page has, which I don't really remember that even. But yeah, what if I'm doing a first playthrough and I'm streaming it and I show that? Like, I'm going to get banned. That's kind of unfair. I guess the chat would let you know, but what if you're a small streamer? Then maybe nobody would even notice or even care. And so, I'm just not really feeling like doing much of anything right now. I don't feel too good. I don't know. Sometimes you're just kind of tired and just out of it, and I'm just done. So the thing is that, and probably there is something wrong with my tire, I actually have to check it. And even if I'm complaining about the road, how come I notice it only now? Maybe because it's raining, but probably more so because I do have to fill it. But I swear that icon never goes away when I go to try to fill it, like last time. So what we have is the ability to, now what part is this? Part 15. Panic attack. But no, it's like Heavy Rain checks off every cliche in the book imaginable. That is just very, I don't know how to explain it. Like every single scene is just a cliche that you've seen like 100 times in other stories. And just like a one-off thing just to flaunt the try to attempt to make it a choice game. Whereas Detroit is at least a lot more inspired, where some of these scenarios are a little bit different and unique and interesting, and just the whole premise of it is very different, because you have the ability to consider that it's involving androids, and it's just different than Heavy Rain is just playing it sort of straight. And the biggest letdown is that the Origami Killer isn't actually all that smart, or, well, he is, but I don't fully understand, because he doesn't seem like he's fully aware of what he's doing, or why does he do some of the things he does. Like, he helps Lauren try to investigate him, motivates her. I don't really gotta like, let's do a character point system between like Light Yagami versus Origami Killer. Obviously Light wins, but we give the Origami Killer some points for doing it like in the real world, I guess, for what it's worth, like rather than with the Death Note, even though I don't take much away from Light for that, because the context of his crime is on a bigger scale. But either way, like, let me think about it. Intelligence wise, Light is like a 9 or a 10 out of 10. He's more like a 10, honestly. Scott Shelby is pretty smart. Again, it's hard to judge some of his actions, but in terms of planning everything out and getting away with it for so long, he's got to be at least like a 9. And then creativity, I'm going to give Light a 10. Obviously, he's always very on top of things with respect to coming up with these crazy ways to hide his notebook and, you know, all that. Shelby's creativity might also be a 10, because he comes up with, I mean, even the murder method is incredibly creative. You put the child in there. Although one thing I don't get is, he puts the child in there and he has a camera, but the child can still like yell at stuff, right? He doesn't gag their mouth. It doesn't seem like, so they could be yelling and somebody might hear it, like it might be a remote location, but whatever. Like his creativity is probably a 10, because just to come up with the murder method and some of the ways to try to get away are pretty good, right? I can't really argue with that. You know what that reminds me of almost is like most iconic stories where a killer kills their victims with water is like Chinatown, where that's even what the synopsis says, like on IMDb. Something to do with, a killer who kills their victims and using water. And then obviously Heavy Rain. Yeah, let's do that. Noah Cross. Let's do a 3-way. Loser gets to fight Noah Cross, which is obviously going to be Scott Shelby. Oh, that's a good one. Although Noah Cross doesn't do anything like this really that smart. He's just a powerful man, more so than a capable one. But no, you have this... Okay, so Light's a 10 out of 10 intelligence. Scott and Light, let's say, are tied for 10 out of 10 creativity. Initiative, certainly... I mean, you'd have to give it to Scott, because he's setting all this stuff up with no real prompting. Like, you know, just the willingness to do it in the first place. The whole origami test and everything. So I'll make that a 10 out of 10. Light could actually be a 9 out of 10, because he's not motivated until he gets the notebook. So maybe Scott wins that one. And then I may be fluffing up Scott a bit too much, but emotional strength, Scott is probably like... it's hard to assess, because that's part of his motivation, but it never really makes him slip up. So I'll give him a solid 8 out of 10. Maybe even like a 9, because he doesn't do anything to fuck up. So maybe Light and him are tied. Oh, I'm really fluffing up Scott. They're tied at a 9, because Light's weakness is that he gets a little cocky and stuff at times too. Shelby's weakness is part of his motivation is around that, but he never lets it really let him get caught. Maybe with Lauren a little bit. I don't know what he's doing with Lauren. And then you have the situation where Social skills, Light's like a 10, and Scott is a little bit lower. Like he's okay at getting things done. He convinces the parents, and he's good at lying and stuff. I'll give him like an 8 because sometimes he can be a little bit awkward too. But no, dealing with Lauren, dealing with some of the other people, probably be a solid 8. I don't know. That's maybe hard to assess. Their bonus skill, obviously, Light is going to be like his just overall deductive capabilities or whatever, just everything. His perceptiveness, his foresight. And then for Scott, it would be sort of like just his planning, how he's able to do these elaborate things with, and I mean like a combat skill, I guess, could be a noteworthy one because that's something that Light wouldn't have. But with a person like Light, it would never come down to that anyway. And then, like if Light was trying to catch Scott, it wouldn't be that difficult. Well, it'd be moderately difficult, I guess. I mean, a lot of people are on this case and they can't figure it out. Norman, Jaden, and stuff. But like I'm safe in saying that Scott Shelby is the most capable character in the whole game because you have Ethan and Madison and the whole police and Norman, Jaden, and everybody working together, and they still barely catch him. Right after everything he's done all this time, like it's a very fluky, flaky thing. Yeah, let's do the losers bracket now, where we do Scott Shelby versus Noah Cross. Now Noah Cross from Chinatown, so intelligence goes to Scott at a 9. Noah Cross is maybe like an 8. He's not stupid, but maybe there's nothing to indicate that he's like a total genius or anything like that. Like a criminal mastermind. He leaves the glasses there in the pool, in the water where he killed the guy, so it's not exactly like, you know, he's not perfect when it comes to that, and he's not doing such elaborate things like Scott. So Scott's creativity is a 10 out of 10, and Noah's creativity is maybe only like a 6 or a 7. Like he doesn't do anything super noteworthy, maybe a 7. He's killing people with water, but I mean, not like, so what? That doesn't, well, I guess that's part of why I gave Scott that, but it's not as elaborate of a situation, so just like a solid 7. Then initiative is a 10, obviously, for Scott, but then Noah's pretty high too, maybe like a 9, that he even says the line, like, under the right time and place, you will find that a person can be capable of anything. So for someone to say that is very, initiative based, like, he does whatever needs to be done. And then you have, so Scott still wins that, and then you have emotional strength. Emotional strength is going to be, Scott is at about a 9 out of 10. And Noah Cross is at like about the same, probably like a 9 out of 10. He doesn't really show much weakness that way. In fact, he almost might be a 10 out of 10. He doesn't really ever have any lapses that... He's pretty calm and collected and everything like that. And so you have a situation where... whatever, that might go to... That's still like a tie, and then social skills... Probably, they're both good at times when they need to be. But I give maybe Scott an 8 and maybe Noah Cross like a 7. And then the final skill would be like, again, the Origami Killer's planning, and Noah Cross's sort of ruthlessness, that he's willing to do whatever he wants to do. There's like a pseudo sequel to the movie called like The Two Jakes, which I almost would have wanted to see. And I never have. That could almost fit in the category of obscure things. So what you have now is the simple ability to I don't know. I want to watch something else, but now I can't decide what it is actually going to be, so I don't care. This is Panic Attack, Far From Subtle. I don't know. It's just one channel that I really like, but these kind of games are almost like watching a movie, so there is a certain fun factor to it. And it doesn't matter so much whose playthrough you're watching, because it's just like I'm reacting more so to the story itself. Even if it takes a twisted turn, it's like these games do a lot better what Telltale games claim to do, though. It doesn't feel like those have much impact. Like my Walking Dead playthrough, I don't feel like anything I did was that meaningful. There's a lot of fake outs where it seems like it could be meaningful. Like my fantasy would be going with that girl in the RV. What's her name? The one chick who's like in the military, Air Force or whatever, and she's like she's like in a position to, she's kind of going nuts and just killed the one chick. I don't remember any of the names. Lily is her name, and she kills Carly, I think. And so I would have wanted to run away with her, and you should almost let me, and maybe she'll kill me in my sleep later and suspect me of doing something bad. But, you know what I mean? Like, she's gone nuts, but it's just a case, because her dad's dead or whatever. But it's just a case where you have, you can't really do that. I even looked that up because I was curious to see, like, how could they change the entire game like that? Or you just completely abandon the rest of the cast of characters. That's how I would make it, though, if I was made one of these games. I would have moments like that, but you could genuinely go with her, and you might end up dying later because you just... Yeah, she'll suspect, oh, you stole something from me. We went out to hunt today, and you stole half my food. I know you did. And then she'll kill you in your sleep to take revenge for it. Like, because she's just kind of losing her mind. After her dad dies and everything. That game is good, but there's a lot of awkward ways that they present stuff that are not the greatest. And so now we have a situation where that's another playthrough I could watch. They did play like all these noteworthy games, like every major game over the years when this was current was definitely in that category. Like, they seem to really like story games too, on top of anything else. Which I'm not even the biggest fan of those inherently, but if you do it the right way, it can be very good. And so I'm sort of just stalling this whole session. I don't even care. Like, I just want to go to bed. So, whatever. So we'll watch maybe this one, Panic Attack, Far From Subtle, Heavy Rain is Awesome, Part 15, starting in a little bit, just to give you time to sync it up if you're so inclined to want to do that. If you want to watch me watch a video of somebody else playing a game, you're not watching me play a game or give commentary on me playing a game. You're watching me give commentary on somebody else playing a game while they're giving commentary on them playing the game at the same time. So we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Or seem to be delayed, as it always pretty much is. So we go back. There's always like a stutter the first time, a buffer. So we're starting from the beginning in 3, 2, 1, Part 15, Heavy Rain. Now they're fluffing themselves up. The best playthrough we've ever done. And you'll never know, they say. We'll never tell. Then Ben probably doesn't get any of that internet money. I almost just want to see other people react to that part too. Madison's part. So none of the other parents even bothered doing this or something. Or they couldn't even figure out what it was about. I like these little thoughts that you can do, so it's almost like giving yourself advice from the character's point of view. But see, that's pretty good evidence in his favor. He's never done origami in his life. But then again, you would say, I've never killed somebody in my life, but then you do when you're in this sort of trance-like state. The way he says it is kind of casual. Yeah, some of the delivery is a little awkward, again, on account of maybe some language barrier type thing. But that poem thing was like along with something else. Yeah, I never would have guessed that. I never would have guessed. It's a good justification though, because they always do like to wear costumes, so. You just got hypnotized by the carousel's movement, going around and around and around. The old classic carousel hypnosis induction. A covert classic. If you know, you know. Like where you do it sort of without the subject knowing that you're hypnotizing them, because it's like you're sitting at a mall and you're sitting by the carousel, and you tell a story about your kids going round and round. One day I brought my kids here or to a carousel, and you tell a story and you kind of use that as an anchor and make them think about it and look at it kind of inadvertently. They went around and around and around, and it made them almost dizzy, and etc., etc. And you turn that into a point of fixation, similar to like the pocket watch effect, etc. And so you end up doing it where you kind of put them in a trance that way without them knowing. It's just like a little classic kind of story. That may fall under the stimuli acme as somebody's fetish. Anything can be a fetish. This is what they do, though. They just really delay everything. Just kind of drag out every interaction. Or they're using that stupid little touch thing too, PlayStation Move. Why is it called PlayStation Move when it doesn't move? No, he's right here in my basement. I mean, oh, whoops. I thought he was supposed to go out the back door and try to sneak out or something. But I think that's an option that you can do it like that. I can't blame them for doing this per se, but nobody really suspects Ethan for a super long time, though. But it tries to almost make you believe as the audience that he might be that guy. Or it wouldn't mean that you have to be the origami killer. You could just be a copycat who did it like one time. Like the one guy wanted to be the Manfred's son, or not Manfred. Or is this guy Manfred too? No, Gordy, Kramer, and something else. Now he has a panic attack in public, hence the name of the episode. Or he doesn't like crowds anymore. At the mall, he fucked up. Some of it's just unconvincing with the way that they show some of this, though. What did he say there that was getting Becky so worried? Sort of like negative affirmations. Just wear a blindfold like in Bird Box and you won't even notice them there. It's only rational to be nervous around large groups of people because you are aware of human nature and tendency, and you know that the more people there are, the more likely they are to exhibit some sort of negative tendency, as they are prone to do, so it wouldn't be a surprise to be weary and apprehensive of their presence. You need Madison as your little mommy nurse roleplay fetish. That they do sort of end up together, or at least in certain circumstances they end up together. If things go well, basically. I feel like they played it sort of permadeath too most of the way, but then at the end I remember Madison dies to like a sledgehammer from Scott up top in the conveyor belt thing, and then they actually do reset there. Be the controller like in VR or some shit. You gotta recalibrate that shit, I guess. I was never the biggest fan of motion control type stuff, but I think Skyward Sword won me over a little bit. Even though it's not a one-to-one super accurate motion, it was still... Or no, it was. Or yeah, you cause them all to like melt into a puddle when you hit them, I feel like. I remember a lot of this pretty well, actually. Or he's having a flashback to the balloon day. The kids especially sound really weird. Or they get to relive the meme that they like so much, Jason. They love this. The origin story of Jason Voorhees, where he was abandoned by his dad at a mall, he got hit by a car, and that's how he turned into this hateful serial killer. how many different ways can he say Jason too? Like, how many different deliveries does he have for this? Sometimes the game will just advance the scene anyway, though, because holy shit, this is kind of annoying to listen to. Actually, fucking. Even the kids, English isn't their native language, or the American dialect that they're trying to make it sound that way. That was the whole episode too. They wasted so much time to play stuff as slowly as I do it. Oh God, I really am just tired. I'm glad I didn't watch Monk today. I'm just not feeling good. So I'd rather just wait till I'm a little more fresh. I don't want to ruin it when I'm looking forward to it, especially when I ruined my yesterday with that cat shit. It just gives them the option to look. It doesn't mean you have to keep looking. But no, one of the endings is he can shoot himself, and I think mainly if his boy dies, obviously, he'll kill himself. So other than that, Ethan can't die in the course of the story, neither can Shelby. So you could fail everything, and it's just a matter of finding a clue or not a question of whether you die or not. You could just not do any QTs ever, and just... even the poison isn't really poison. Like pilot control kind of moment going on. What if you try to open all the rest of them? Bro having a me moment, goes hack into his locker and find the fucking death note. Either in the gym or in the fucking... Somebody made a video about it in such great detail about how it's literally impossible for the notebook to be transferred in one night. I think part of the issue, though, is that the light probably burned all the pages that he had used in the past, and Mikami hadn't really been using that notebook much because he used it for a little bit, and then he also was having Taka to do the killing, so he was just pretending to write in the other one. So how long had Mikami really written in that one? It would have been for as long as Mikami had been a killer before the Takada switch happened, which might have been relatively soon, but maybe not. But no, it would have been very difficult for Giovanni, but the point is, even if not for that, though, even if he knew it was fake, it didn't matter because they already had the real notebook, so I consider that a victory right there. Right, like... Okay, so Mikami realizes the notebook is fake, so he doesn't go to the meeting and he doesn't do that. Or, like, he's not a complete moron and so he tests it or something, right? But it's a case where he wouldn't go and it wouldn't incriminate Light, but it also wouldn't... As if they couldn't have just looked in the locker anyway at any time. Like, Light wouldn't have some way of knowing that for making me like... Oh, that's very fitting that this is where their paths cross at the Crossroads Hotel. Ethan and Madison. Maybe he lost his house, too. He doesn't have a son anymore, so fuck it. I mean, the first one was sort of his fault, though, where he loses a kid in the mall. That has nothing to do with the origami killer. This one I almost can't blame you for, because... But that at least is a good explanation for why he was chosen. Because the guy wants somebody who lost a son. But it makes him look like a bad guy that he has almost done this on purpose. It does give you plenty of opportunities here to practice. Like, even the moment where you're able to do the Madison fight is a great example. Like, that's the most epic, intense encounter you'll have till pretty much the end of the game, probably, where you fight Scott, or a couple other points like that. Or you know what kind of gives away who the origami killer is like when you fight him as Norman Jayden, assuming that is the origami killer, his build and physique clearly matches Scott. I guess the way around that would be, that doesn't necessarily have to be the origami killer. It could just be Scott doing his own detective work and he has his own incentives, or it could be somebody else. But it could be Scott, but it doesn't mean that it's the origami killer, right? It could be somebody else, like, or he could be for a different reason. He could be there to, well, I feel like that makes it kind of obvious, though. At least if you assume it's somebody that you know. Right, it could just be some random person you haven't met yet, but then if it was somebody that you knew... Yeah, give me a free continental fucking breakfast. I love the terms they use that make it sound so much better than what it is. Continental breakfast. It's gonna be fucking cereal and shit. This is like a callback to the balcony scene at the beginning, where he's looking over his balcony at his nicer house. And he used to be a nice big architect. I don't know what he's even doing now for money. As if he has like a full-time ability to just chase his son. What's he doing for work? Like, I guess nothing, but maybe he has some money saved up from fucking from being an architect in the past. Bro thinks he's Ted Mosby. I haven't been this sad for an architect since How I Met Your Mother. But no, the form and the structure of this game is good. The content itself is not that good. So everything in here is going to be all the things that he tells him to do eventually. Like, he wants him to kill the drug dealer. But how would he know, like, the timing of this? I guess he would update the locker when the time was needed, but... I don't see what being an architect has to do with that. So the first one, you take the car, and then you go on some crazy car chase where you basically, again, you can't die. So he gives him each of these things for various tasks that he's going to have to do over the course of a period of time. See, he can still talk, which means he could maybe still yell. And if he could yell, then he could be like a vat. But no, he could yell and somebody might notice him and try to save him. Right, the fact that he can talk. Or maybe he only takes that off. He has like tape, but he takes it off when you or he even had a piece of origami that he gave back to Scott. And the way they try to explain it is, even Lauren says that, you've tried to befriend everybody who is a big family victim, right? Family of the victim, but it doesn't make sense because again, Lauren isn't very encouraged and doesn't feel like she's going to do anything, and he motivates her to do it. What was it that he was even after from Lauren? Like some piece of evidence, I guess. But no, it's like he's the one who motivates Lauren to try to do something. She was down and out. She wasn't doing anything. She was a prostitute. How does he know the killer is white even at this point? Like, what would that have to do with anything? Maybe he's been spotted in some way? This scene is kind of funny, too. This game has so many good golden kind of scenes, like where Blake or whatever gets mad at you and stuff. And you kind of argue. So, Jesus Christ, Heavy Rain is Awesome, Part 17. By Far From Subtle, starting in a little bit here, so I'll give you some time to match up. I'm literally like asleep, dude. I'm gonna fucking crash and die. So you have a situation where, good thing I'm not watching Cats, or that would put me to sleep in a fucking jiffy. The Jellicle cats, and the Jellicle ball, and the Jellicle house, and the Jellicle car, and the Jellicle moon, and the Jellicle spoon, and the Jellicle foot, and the Jellicle mud. I don't fucking know, dude. Reminem's been real quiet since I dropped. It was just a very incomprehensible sort of story that I just didn't get, and it was just dumb. Even though it is based on some strong source material, supposedly the thing from 1939. So you're basically able to consider that. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Doesn't act on impulse, but plans his crime in a very meticulous fashion. How does he always cover the face in mud? I guess when he goes to, after they drown, then he puts them somewhere else. I like the way he says that. An origami figure. You know, and he just started working on the case, so you can't be too hard on him. I like his boss, actually. He's very fair. Oh, they were muted. So he already found out the heavy rain aspect of the story. I don't know how he really comes up with this. As if you couldn't just crawl out of that shit, climb out of it. He might be tied up in some way, but I don't think he is actually tied up. Or like the thing is all locked up, but yeah, I like this part. They kind of argue and it's kind of funny. But yeah, now he correctly brings up that you've been working on the case for years. So who's the second one? The first one's a Jesus Christ guy who they're going to see in this part. I don't know who the second one actually is. And then you sort of suspect Gordy Kramer and his son. I forget his... Your gray glasses, what an insult. You're just a bureaucrat like Connor. Pretty genuine reaction sort of scene. Where he has like that weird Brooklyn, Manhattan, New Yorker kind of Yankee accent in such a way that, you know, okay, dude, I'm tired. The zone is like all the people who match the psychological profile and are close to the proximity, not of this victim, but of the original victims, like. But how would you even know that? Like, based on where the victim lived or based on where the body was found? Because that's different. He could put the body wherever he wants, but... Or we should have to get a warrant, but we don't have time for that kind of shit. Ain't nobody got time for that. When you said dirty cops there, it makes me think of that moment from GTA 5 where it's like Trevor saying to Lester says the cops, and then Trevor corrects him, dirty cops. But yeah, there's so many good... I remember this too. Now she says, you could say he crossed the line. Man, how do I remember this so well? I haven't seen this shit in years. I remember that. Ben being hyper literal, kind of like my type of humor. I do like Ben quite a bit. Ben is actually the most funny and interesting of everybody. I don't even like Frasier that much. Becky's kind of low-key and almost basic and boring. And Frasier is, Frasier is a little bit obnoxious. More like the windows of my house. I like how he says that mouthful and then he says he's not the killer. Don't blame the apartment. The apartment's not the one that's crazy. He's crazy. Average NA landlord. Yeah, you shouldn't drive when you're this tired. Holy shit. I'm just going to bed, dude. Yeah, Blake is a bit of a cliche, like, headstrong type. Hank is better because even though he's kind of like that, he's sort of jaded, and I never found out what made Hank hate androids so much, right? I can't remember. Like, one of his family members died to an android, and that's why he turned all cold and became all jaded and became all cynical and stuff like that. There's some vague theorizing that Blake might have been the origami killer, but then the premise there is that he's just not smart enough. And yeah, why did Scott Shelby quit the force anyway? I mean, to become a private eye, but there must have been more to it. Or he kind of acted like the families of the victims hired him, but they really didn't. He just uses that as like an excuse. Although to some extent they kind of believe him when he approaches them, but I forget how many victims he actually had. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, I can't even do this. Holy shit, I'm dying, dude. So Blake and him have some history. You can always judge it sort of by the intelligence level. Not that Scott really seems all that smart on the surface, but yeah, nobody's accusing you of anything. You just have an FBI agent randomly in your house. Like, that's just a normal occurrence. Average global warming alarmist. So he's on welfare, disability or some shit. That's kind of cute how she said that. His hobby is praying and being religious, I guess. Okay, so today I'm going to watch Monk Season 1, Episode 4. The only problem is I forgot my charger, so my battery's at like 35 some odd %, so I may actually run out, but even if it does, I can always watch the rest of it later, I guess. So let's watch some, or maybe in this segment, I keep doing that where I delay. Yesterday was always justified because we were getting over the madness of that stupid-ass Cats thing. Right, so at least that's justified within the context of, it's justified within the context of needing to, like, recover from that. But, yeah, let's go ahead. We'll watch something briefly here. Something like a Shark Tank clip. And I've been wanting to watch some sort of, I've been wanting to watch some form of a like those sort of choice type of games, like a Heavy Rain type thing. I think I watched a part of that yesterday. So it might seem weird, but those kind of, and it doesn't matter, again, like what exact playthrough you're looking at. Just everything's going to be different, and it's going to be different than mine. Or like Detroit, to see like how different really does it change and stuff, and I don't know. So let's look at this one. Mark gets offended by Ride Fresh's pitch. Shark Tank US is 9 minutes 10 seconds long, so we'll start that in a second. So we'll do that, and then maybe I'll do it in the later session, actually, if I'm worried about the battery, which I don't like to keep delaying this, but I typically like to do it in the earlier segment, which is now. So yeah, we're starting that. Mark gets offended. Ride Fresh's pitch, starting in 3, 2, 1. I'm sort of delaying them more now or I'll do it again, because it can be hard for you to sync up if you're kind of watching it in the live thing. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I don't know what you'd get offended by exactly. He calls out scams a lot, but he can be like very obnoxious too. Mark. Or you could even try to guess what the product is based on the name. I didn't really know what it was going to be. It makes sense, but Ride Fresh, I almost thought it was some sort of decal or accessory. Or he has the team logos to try to appeal to Mark. That's a dumb idea, though. Why do you need a subscription for something so simple? It sort of feels like they're trying a bit too hard, but you got to give them Sambovic. I can't blame you for bringing up the fact that something to do with Mark and the team, but oh, he's salty about his loss. Not that you have to be a Dallas one, but... Or why? Because it's the NBA champion, I guess. Okay, that's kind of dumb. You're kind of just salty. They're the champion, aren't they? This is why people have Kevin. Mark went out because of a lighthearted joke. Yeah, that's kind of lame. That's not a good reason to get offended. I don't even want to watch the rest of this then. That's just a clown move. What? Because you lost to them in conference finals, but the reason why they probably chose them is because I'm assuming this year they must have been the champion. Now, if they picked the Mavericks to give you, you'd say, oh, you're just catering to me, you're just pandering to me. Like, that's really low. Even Barbara's calling you out. Yeah, that looks very stupid by Mark. Things get heated with... Okay, let's see. I've probably seen so many of these, of the top clips and stuff, but... Let me check it out. Things get heated with the innovative owners of Trunkster. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Fuck the whole delay. I don't have time for this shit. The music is so iconic, though. I hate when they bring not this people, but some people bring kids in and stuff to try to pitch, like, oh, the kid came up with the idea, but maybe they genuinely did. This is too basic of a thing. Like, it doesn't mean it's bad, but it's going to be expensive as hell is the problem, and they're asking for way too much. 1.4 million for what? 5%. Doesn't seem like it could carry all that much, though. Yeah, what are your sales at? I hope you pre-sold a lot. That's cute, you get a pat on the back, but that's not a 28 million valuation. Yeah, it's going to be too much. Yeah, your valuation is just fucking bonkers, though. It still doesn't get you that valuation, though. How can you... Your lifetime sales cannot be below your valuation by such a massive margin. How long would it take you to get 1.4 million back? It's probably not even worth half that. Like, how can you... Yeah, what if it dies out after a year? He was making like an offer on his behalf. They won't stop talking. They're like that bee somebody got. Yeah, that ask is just nuts. They're actually being nice about it. Yeah, let's just keep doing this. I don't feel like doing an episode still, so I'm kind of delaying on this. Okay, so let's continue this with at 6 minutes 20 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1, and we'll just kind of go through some other clips from this. That's good enough for me. Too heavy and it's too expensive. It's so expensive. Yeah, maybe they don't even like it. Maybe it's just a Kickstarter scam, of which there are a lot. That was still a good explanation. That's what Kevin offered kind of on his behalf. That's still actually a fair offer. I wouldn't even do that because I don't know what exactly that means in this context, but 37%. Why 37 though? Lori's the best shark, actually. She's the smartest. I like Robert's demeanor, but he welches on too many deals. Mark is obnoxious despite being a billionaire. Kevin is kind of too sharky, which is kind of good, but it sort of turns people off at times. He's too greedy. And then Damon is okay. I like Damon's and Robert's demeanor, but they're kind of bad behind the scenes. Damon really screwed over that barbecue company guy. So Lori's actually the best. She has a good demeanor. She's nice, but she's also smart and gets to the point. Wait, but if they make $6 million and you only own, like, how much do you own? I guess if you own 5% for 1.4, how much would you have to do? You'd have to do 20 million. You'd have to do 20 million to get your 1.4 back at 5%. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? Oh, he's saying the same thing. So, oh, dude, we said, I'm literally Mark Cuban. I said exactly the same thing. And she's saying what I say. Even Barbara's saying exactly what I said, that Lori's the best. And look at her looking all satisfied. Mark said, that's what he's confidence. It's still not enough. It's not enough. Robert's trying to say, hang on. Once the music starts, you can't interrupt it. Sorry, Robert. I still don't agree with it. He does a royalty deal with somebody other than Kevin. Are they even showing Kevin anymore? Like, we forgot Kevin's even there. I forgot that he was even part of this episode. And then Lori says at the I love that, though. I love it. I was saying the same thing. That how long would it take you to make the $1 million back? And if you did 20 million in 1 year, which of course they're not going to do within reason, that's fucking nuts. Even they're saying 6 million is a hopeful estimate. Like, oh yeah, 6 million. So it would take you like 4 years. Right, 4 years at that rate to get the thing. So the $1 million back. So we said exactly the same thing, that, oh, you'd have to do 20 million. And then here we have, I bet they backed out of the deal probably later too. But that's what's anticlimactic. A lot of these people will welch on the deal, like after they'll just back out, but behind the scenes. But then Barbara says what I said too, that like Lori's the best, Lori's the smartest. I love how on point I was there. Like I said exactly what are the chances they would say exactly that too? Lori's the best partner. I want to watch that part again. Bro was like literally telepathic with the fucking. Put yourself in our shoes. How much would I get back? But if you did 6 million, you'd only make 300,000, right? 5%. So they kind of put their money where their mouth was, that they said, fine, we'll just pay you back. If we make 6 million, I'll just give you 1.4 million out of it, and there you go. Like, I love that. That's actually a good. I love that. I love it. And everybody knows it. Nobody questions that Lori's the best partner. Because she's all low-key and nice, but she also gets shit done. Only moment I don't like is when she gets offended, like, oh, you're being misogynist against the, whatever, the doctor. You're being a chauvinist or whatever. Like, the guy who's not looking at her. Like, maybe that's why, maybe not. Maybe he just doesn't want to deal with you. Pay you back the full amount in 2 years. I like the confidence to say that. And a royalty. $1 is not really that much, though, on a $400 product. Well, hang on. Robert tries to... They should give them a chance to say, wait a second, I'll match that. And then they decide between who they like the most. But Robert was doing the 30% thing. But no, yeah, that royalty is a bait. We'll give you $1 per... What do you mean, dude? It's a $400 fucking suitcase. Like, you're not going to sell that much quantity of them as much as... You know what I mean? Like, you're doing $1 million sales, but you're only selling how many in doing that? 10 is 4,000, 100 is 40,000. Wait. 10 is 4,000, 100 is 40,000. Really? 100, and then so 1,000 is 400,000. So 2,000. So if he does 1 million sales, you make like $2,000 on it. Am I getting that right? $1 royalty, like that. Yeah, that's the biggest bait royalty ever. That's meaningful if it's like a candy bar or some shit, like you know, some kind of a volume item. This is not a volume item. It's a... Am I doing my math right? I almost don't believe that. It's $400. So if you sell 10 of them, it's 4,000. If you sell 100 of them, it's 40,000. If you sell 1,000 of them, it's 400,000. So if you sell 2,500 of them, it's $1 million. You only have to sell 2,500 of them to sell $1 million, which maybe that's feasible because, again, it's expensive, but that's not that many sales. 2,500 is actually reasonable. Like, you can't sell 2,500 in a year, or I guess they were expecting to do more. So I guess on that basis, it's not that hard to believe. 2,500 people in the whole world have to buy on Amazon or whatever the fuck. Like, that's not that crazy of an expectation. So that's the advantage, I guess, of more expensive products, like a computer or something. Yes, it's expensive, and yes, people don't buy it every day. But they also... You also don't have to sell as much all the time. That's a weird way to look at it, yeah. So if you sell 10,000 of them, which maybe that seems like a lot, that's 4 million sales. But 10,000 is like a drop in the bucket. How many bags of Lay's potato chips do you have to sell to make that much? How many, things of other products do you have to sell? So it is an enticing option, actually. I wasn't really fully grasping. But again, would I expect that they sell that much when it's so expensive? Probably not. But think about that. Out of 8 billion people in the world, you have to have 2,500 of them in a year to make $1 million, which is not what they really want. They want more than that. But 2,500 out of 8 billion, you're trying to tell me on an impulse buy, on a little cutesy generational fucking millennial thing, on a gift for Christmas, like, that's all you need to do. So let's look at another part here. The adversarial, argumentative ones are better than some of the positive ones, but this is like, actually, this is not even working. I got to check the air in my tires at some point, and I also have to check something else. And I also want to watch Monk, but I guess I didn't feel like it now. It's kind of raining. I'm kind of not feeling up to it. I don't know. You want to be in the right mood, because it's been so good. I mean, it's been next to flawless so far. Episode 2 was really good, but I guess my objection to it was they don't go over the murder method at all. I love that. That's the only deduction on the murder method. He looks at some sort of skid mark on the ground that some metal was here, and that's it. Like, they don't procure that. They don't find it. They don't come up with a theory exactly as to what it is. Nothing. Right, he just he does that at the beginning of the episode. He says, looks like some metal's been here. And then, like, where are those huge-ass fucking ramps? First of all, where do you get those things? Second of all, it was so elaborate, too. I love it. He's calling her. He's expecting her to be the only one. He's expecting, you know, what if somebody else is in front of her? What if, you know, somebody else is around? How can you expect that on a, you know, public road? Maybe it's not a very busy road, but... You might think, well, somebody else wouldn't be going so fast, so they wouldn't die. But they would at least notice it, and they would at least... Now they'd be a witness, like, oh, what was this clown doing on the middle of the road that almost made me get in a crash as I bumped over this shit? And, like, you know, what is he doing with these huge... Like, I love how conspicuous that is. Let me haul out these huge-ass fucking metal ramps. And, oh, it's just a prank. We're just doing a TV show of fucking... some kind of daredevil driving pranks gone wrong. And so now you have this ability to... Okay, let me look for another part here. Oh, I don't know what's happening with my phone. I hate when it does this. But yeah, you would have that, and then you notice is like the tree. That, how could it like go over the tree and this brush is not disturbed? So you came to some of those conclusions quickly. Kevin hates dirty cookies business model. I think I've seen a lot of these, but I'll watch it anyway. So we're going to watch that in a second here. Kevin hates dirty cookies business model. Not enough royalties. He'll give you a second to load that shit up, to sync it up. I mean, this is the easiest practical way to do timestamps when you watch so many random things too. It's one thing for like a episode, I could sync it up better that way. Right, because that's at least a more committed, longer thing. But if I'm watching a 5-minute video here, a 10-minute video there, right, it takes on sort of a different form. And so now you're basically able to do it in such a way that we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. I have to give more notice, I guess, there, because, like, I don't know. You should have it ready, I guess, by then. I'm never too big on food products, though, because they kind of come and go. Oh, God. I don't get it, though. You can use it as a glass, but you can also eat it. Mark is a low-key a vegan, or what? Churro, we gotta get Charles Barkley in here. Oh, that's a good way to put it. You drink your milk out of your cookie. I would have never guessed that she's Egyptian by looking at her. I thought Egyptians were supposed to be black, based on historical context. People always have make an argument about that. Were Egyptians black or not? Which they're kind of in the middle at times, like, whatever. They're sort of dark skinned, but not as black as other parts of Africa. You're an engineer at Boeing. Oh, God. That's way too expensive. Kevin hasn't said anything yet. You barely even notice he's there sometimes. still doesn't match the other evaluation. Okay, so today I'm going to watch Monk Season 1, Episode 4. The only problem is I forgot my charger, so my battery's at like 35 some odd percent, so I may actually run out, but even if it does, I can always watch the rest of it later, I guess. So let's watch some, or maybe in this segment, I keep doing that where I delay. Yesterday was always justified because we were getting over the madness of that stupid-ass cats thing. Right, so at least that's justified within the context of, it's justified within the context of needing to, like, recover from that. But, yeah, let's go ahead. We'll watch something briefly here. Something like a Shark Tank clip. And I've been wanting to watch some sort of, I've been wanting to watch some form of a... some form of a, like those sort of choice type of games, like a Heavy Rain type thing. I think I watched for part of that yesterday. So it might seem weird, but those kind of, and it doesn't matter, again, like what exact playthrough you're looking at. Just everything's going to be different, and it's going to be different than mine. Or like Detroit to see like how different really does it change and stuff, and I don't know. So let's look at this one. Mark gets offended by Ride Fresh's pitch. Shark Tank US is 9 minutes, 10 seconds long, so we'll start that in a second. So we'll do that, and then maybe I'll do it in the later session, actually. If I'm worried about the battery, which I don't like to keep delaying this, but I typically like to do it in the earlier segment, which is now. So yeah, we're starting that. Mark gets offended. Ride Fresh's pitch, starting in 3, 2, 1. I'm sort of delaying them more now or I'll do it again, because it can be hard for you to sync up if you're kind of watching it in the live thing. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I don't know what you'd get offended by exactly. He calls out scams a lot, but he can be like very obnoxious too. Mark. Or you could even try to guess what the product is based on the name. I didn't really know what it was going to be. It makes sense, but Ride Fresh, I almost thought it was some sort of decal or accessory. Or he has the team logos to try to appeal to Mark. That's a dumb idea, though. Why do you need a subscription for something so simple? It sort of feels like they're trying a bit too hard, but you got to give them sample of each. I can't blame you for bringing up the fact that something to do with Mark and the team, but Oh, he's salty about his loss. Not that you have to be a Dallas one, but... Or why? Because it's the NBA champion, I guess. Okay, that's kind of dumb. You're kind of just salty. They're the champion, aren't they? This is why people have Kevin. Mark went out because of a lighthearted joke. Yeah, that's kind of lame. That's not a good reason to get offended. I don't even want to watch the rest of this then. That's just a clown move. What? Because you lost to the... You lost to them in conference finals, but the reason why they probably chose them is because I'm assuming this year they must have been the champion. Now, if they picked the Mavericks to give you, you'd say, oh, you're just catering to me, you're just pandering to me. Like, that's really low. Even Barbara's calling you out. Yeah, that looks very stupid by Mark. Things get heated with... Okay, let's see. I've probably seen so many of these, of the top clips and stuff, but... Let me check it out. Things get heated with the innovative owners of Trunkster. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Fuck the whole delay. I don't have time for this shit. The music is so iconic, though. I hate when they bring not this people, but some people bring kids in and stuff to try to pitch like, oh, the kid came up with the idea, but maybe they genuinely did. This is too basic of a thing. Like, it doesn't mean it's bad, but it's going to be expensive as hell is the problem, and they're asking for way too much. 1.4 million for what? 5%. Doesn't seem like it could carry all that much, though. Yeah, what are your sales at? I hope you pre-sold a lot. That's cute, you get a pat on the back, but that's not a 28 million valuation. Yeah, it's going to be too much. Yeah, your valuation is just fucking bonkers, though. It still doesn't get you that valuation, though. How can you... Your lifetime sales cannot be below your valuation by such a massive margin. How long would it take you to get 1.4 million back? It's probably not even worth half that. Like, how can you... Yeah, what if it dies out after a year? He's making like an offer on his behalf. They won't stop talking. They're like that bee somebody got. Yeah, that ask is just nuts. They're actually being nice about it. Yeah, let's just keep doing this. I don't feel like doing an episode still, so I'm kind of delaying on this. Okay, so let's continue this with at 6 minutes 20 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1, and we'll just kind of go through some other clips from this. That's good enough for me. It's too heavy and it's too expensive. It's so expensive. Yeah, maybe they don't even like it. Maybe it's just a Kickstarter scam, of which there are a lot. That was still a good explanation. That's what Kevin offered kind of on his behalf. That's still actually a fair offer. I wouldn't even do that because I don't know what exactly that means in this context, but 37%. Why 37 though? Lori's the best shark, actually. She's the smartest. I like Robert's demeanor, but he welches on too many deals. Mark is obnoxious despite being a billionaire. Kevin is kind of too sharky, which is kind of good, but it sort of turns people off at times. He's too greedy. And then Damon is okay. I like Damon's and Robert's demeanor, but they're kind of bad behind the scenes. Damon really screwed over that barbecue company guy. So Lori's actually the best. She has a good demeanor, she's nice, but she's also smart and gets to the point. Wait, but if they make $6 million and you only own, like, how much do you own? I guess, if you own 5% for 1.4, how much would you have to do? You'd have to do 20 million. You'd have to do 20 million to get your 1.4 back at 5%. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? Oh, he's saying the same thing. So, oh, dude, we said, I'm literally Mark Cuban. I said exactly the same thing. And she's saying what I say. Even Barbara's saying exactly what I said, that Lori's the best. And look at her looking all satisfied. Mark said, that's what he's confidence. It's still not enough. It's not enough. Robert's trying to say, hang on. Once the music starts, you can't interrupt it. Sorry, Robert. I still don't agree with it. He does a royalty deal with somebody other than Kevin. Are they even showing Kevin anymore? Like, we forgot Kevin's even there. I forgot that he was even part of this episode. And then Lori says that. I love that, though. I love it. I was saying the same thing. That how long would it take you to make the million back? And if you did 20 million in 1 year, which of course they're not going to do within reason, that's fucking nuts. Even they're saying 6 million is a hopeful estimate. Like, oh yeah, 6 million. So it would take you like 4 years. Right, 4 years at that rate to get the thing, so the million back. So we said exactly the same thing, that, oh, you'd have to do 20 million. And then here we have, I bet they backed out of the deal probably later too. But that's what's anticlimactic. A lot of these people will welch on the deal, like after they'll just back out, but behind the scenes. But then Barbara says what I said too, that like Lori's the best, Lori's the smartest. I love how on point I was there. Like, I said exactly what are the chances they would say exactly that, too? Lori's the best partner. I want to watch that part again. Bro was, like, literally telepathic with the fucking... Put yourself in our shoes. How much would I get back? So if you did 6 million, you'd only make 300,000, right? 5%. So they kind of put their money where their mouth was, that they said, fine, we'll just pay you back. If we make 6 million, I'll just give you 1.4 million out of it. And there you go. Like, I love that. That's actually a good... I love that. I love it. And everybody knows it. Nobody questions that Lori's the best partner. Because she's all low-key and nice, but she also gets shit done. Only moment I don't like is when she gets offended, like, oh, you're being misogynist against the, whatever, the doctor. You're being a chauvinist or whatever. Like, the guy who's not looking at her, like, maybe that's why, maybe not. Maybe he just doesn't want to deal with you. Pay you back the full amount in 2 years. I like the confidence to say that. And a royalty. $1 is not really that much though on a $400 product. Well, hang on. Robert tries to... They should give them a chance to say, wait a second, I'll match that. And then they decide between who they like the most. But Robert was doing the 30% thing. But no, yeah, that royalty is a bait. We'll give you $1 per... What do you mean, dude? It's a $400 fucking suitcase. Like, you're not going to sell that much quantity of them as much as... You know what I mean? Like, you're doing $1 million sales, but you're only selling how many in doing that? 10 is 4,000, 100 is 40,000. Wait. 10 is 4,000, 100 is 40,000. Really? 100, and then so 1,000 is 400,000. So 2,000. So if he does 1 million sales, you make like $2,000 on it. Am I getting that right? $1 royalty, like that. Yeah, that's the biggest bait royalty ever. That's meaningful if it's like a candy bar or some shit, like you know, some kind of some kind of a volume item. This is not a volume item. It's a... Am I doing my math right? I almost don't believe that. It's $400. So if you sell 10 of them, it's 4,000. If you sell 100 of them, it's 40,000. If you sell 1,000 of them, it's 400,000. So if you sell 2,500 of them, it's $1 million. You only have to sell 2,500 of them to sell $1 million, which maybe that's feasible because again, it's expensive, but that's not that many sales. 2,500 is actually reasonable. Like, you can't sell 2,500 in a year, or I guess they were expecting to do more. So I guess on that basis, it's not that hard to believe. 2,500 people in the whole world have to buy on Amazon or whatever the fuck. Like, that's not that crazy of an expectation. So that's the advantage, I guess, of more expensive products, like a computer or something. Yes, it's expensive, and yes, people don't buy it every day. But they also... You also don't have to sell as much all the time. That's a weird way to look at it, yeah. So if you sell 10,000 of them, which maybe that seems like a lot, that's 4 million sales. But 10,000 is like a drop in the bucket. How many bags of Lay's potato chips do you have to sell to make that much? How many, things of other products do you have to sell? So it is an enticing option, actually. I wasn't really fully grasping, but again, would I expect that they sell that much when it's so expensive? Probably not. But think about that. Out of 8 billion people in the world, you have to have 2,500 of them in a year to make $1 million, which is not what they really want. They want more than that, but 2,500 out of 8 billion, you're trying to tell me on an impulse buy, on a little cutesy generational fucking millennial thing, on a gift for Christmas, like, that's all you need to do. So let's look at another part here. The adversarial, argumentative ones are better than some of the positive ones, but this is like, actually, this is not even working. I got to check the air in my tires at some point, and I also have to check something else. And I also want to watch Monk, but I guess I didn't feel like it now. It's kind of raining. I'm kind of not feeling up to it. I don't know. You want to be in the right mood because it's been so good. I mean, it's been next to flawless so far. Episode 2 was really good, but I guess my objection to it was they don't go over the murder method at all. I love that. That's the only deduction on the murder method. He looks at some sort of skid mark on the ground that some metal was here, and that's it. Like, they don't procure that. They don't find it. They don't come up with a theory exactly as to what it is. Nothing. Right, he does that at the beginning of the episode. He says, looks like some metal's been here. And then, like, where are those huge-ass fucking ramps? First of all, where do you get those things? Second of all, it was so elaborate, too. I love it. He's calling her. He's expecting her. Okay, so here I'm going to do yet another. It's better to do something different like this at night because then I, don't have to peek at the screen as much as you're watching something less intensive. So I'm finding any excuse to sort of not do Monk episode 4 again. Not because I don't like it, but because I do like it so much that I want to make sure I'm going in with the right mindset. So I should do it tomorrow morning. I should do Monk episode 4. And then we'll move on to the C, D category. And I'm trying to block out Cats from my memory that it even happened. We'll go to D. Like, again, it wasn't bad in even a fun way that sometimes movies can be. That's what I really don't like about it. But yeah, I'll watch like a couple other Shark Tank type clips or just whatever suggested. But I will criticize YouTube suggested that unlike your main homepage, that it'll fixate on something. You watch one video from Shark Tank, now it'll show you a million from that. I don't necessarily want to watch that. Show me like Dragon's Den or something similar, right? That isn't exactly the same thing. Then it kind of narrows it too much. Mark Cuban cringes at this pitch. Shark Tank in 5. Okay, let's try this one. I kind of just keep reloading. I feel like there was a better thing earlier. Like YouTube used to have a better system for this, like for you on your homepage, and it would go on for like a super long time. It might go on even forever, and it would keep suggesting the further you would scroll, like on PC, but I can never find it anymore. It would say for you, and then if you keep going, you'll eventually find stuff that's different than what you normally watch, but still, sort of up your alley. And so that was kind of a good feature. There's another for you feature that people dislike. This is more so on your homepage, but that is the one that people dislike is like you go to a channel, so it's like your channel that other people are looking at when you're posting videos, and that people dislike because they feel like it'll show them that instead of your most recent video, so it'll show you something from a year ago that you don't want them to watch, but because it might match their interest or whatever. There's like a for you category. That thing people didn't like, but I'm talking about something else that was there before. That was actually a really good feature to have, and I can't seem to find it anymore, or it's not as good. So yeah, we're going to watch this one in a second here. Mark Cuban cringes at this pitch. Shark Tank at 5. Presumably that means it's like a 5-minute video. I can't even see the length of it. So yeah, we're going to start this in a second here. It gives you time to collect it. And I'm going to try to start doing that even though it seems a little bit tedious. So, in this much time, you could look up on YouTube, right, so you're ready. I'm going to begin counting soon. Like, you should have it open now and be ready for me to do the 3, 2, 1 countdown, of which I'll probably fake you out because it's fucking stupid. Right, that it always delays, so like it always stutters when I do it. So now we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. You have a soft something. See, Mark's the kind of guy who'll get mad that you're trying to cater to his Dallas Mavericks thing. It's Dallas Mavericks blue, and then he rejects it. But then he also gets mad when you have a Golden State Warriors thing, because they're the champion. Like, come on. That guy's voice seems familiar. What are you trying to do? Like you trying to do a stand-up comedy routine? Who are you, Jerry Seinfeld? From episode 1 where he's talking about laundry escaping. they're kind of playing into it a little bit where I can't completely hate it. Is the music included in the pitch? It wasn't that bad. They were kind of quick with it. Their delivery wasn't very good, especially his. He was very unenthusiastic about that. So if you're gonna do it, it wasn't that bad. He's not completely dismissing them either. I love this kind of statistic. I'm the first in my family to graduate from college. Look, dude, I can appreciate that, but I don't like that being used as a flex. Like, oh yeah, my family, I don't know. Again, the absolutist tendency, don't glorify suffering or struggle, and don't condemn success, or privilege, if you want to call it that. It's not a... Oh, that's a dark thing for him to say. That's part of his business model, is you want them to live. He's admitting that part of his business model. What did he say that was so funny to Lori? I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. Is that where the bad acting came from? Is that where the idea of your fucking little role play sock thing, soulmate, came on? That was a good pun. Soulmate, get it? Because you wear the foot on your soul on the sock. And Kevin's not that guy either, because he's just a passionless corporate. Oh, so Lori and Robert went out without any sort of... So you're doing it kind of as a... Are you going to quit your job then? Or if you think that, then you wouldn't even invest. These people are doing it as a bonus, right? Not as a necessity, they're doing it as a bonus. They're already successful, happy, which doesn't mean it's bad. Well, that was almost like a sympathy last minute. Spoilers, they probably didn't approve of it. I want to hear. Oh, the golden ticket. Golden ticket. All the sharks get so mad when she does the golden ticket. But in principle, forget about the golden ticket. She could do that anyway. Like, I'll give you exactly what you asked for. Like... You know what I mean? The golden ticket's just a prop, but why can't a shark just give the person what they want, what they came in asking for, right? You could always just do that anyway. So it's a symbolic gesture, but right? Like any deal, I could just say, okay, I like this product. You're asking for 500,000 for 20%, so I'll just give it to you. I won't haggle up or down. So you have this ability to it's so good. Yeah, I've definitely seen this one before. I guarantee you that probably Damon wasn't able to do that. Get his guys to approve it or whatever the fuck. Yeah, well, let's try to find some adversarial moments here. These are all still too nice. Like Mark cringed, but it wasn't like a hard cringe, and it wasn't too big of a deal. Just remember what cringe is. Let's analyze it from a psychological perspective. To cringe or to find something awkward or to be awkward is merely a disconnect between two different things. One is a false absolute versus a awareness of the inherent. So for example, if you just say or do something slowly, people won't like it and they'll ridicule you or like think you're dumb or incapable of something, even if you just like to take your time or whatever, right? But the point is, it'll be seen as a negative because, oh no, you're taking a long time to do something, so now we have to think about it and be aware of the process, etc., instead of doing it quickly as if to bypass or overcompensate for that. So we treat something as an absolute, like a false inherent contrivance response, and so now the slower you do it, or if you kind of give it some thought, or, you know, again, force people to face it with some amount of thought, with just objectivity, lack of undue emphasis, dryness, you know, monotone. So if you're just kind of dry and to the point, you're not placing any negative or positive emphasis, and you're, you know, or if you're just quiet, non-neutral, people will project all kind of things or dislike it because it reveals and exposes the inherent state of something instead of the contrived, undue emphasis that's required to value it. You kind of expose it that way. And the other side is that you're able to basically you have this situation where you have the situation where you I forgot. Oh yeah, like why something could be cringe or awkward again. It's the false absolute that you're posing that you just accept in society, right, broadly, that we can't question this absolute structure or standard that we have, and then, again, simply by not practicing it, not by being anti or contrarian, just by simply being neutral or non, or not placing undue emphasis, or not, you know, not doing something quickly enough, like doing it slowly. So anything that forces people to actually think about it, now you realize the flaw of it. So it's not the person's fault that you're in this constant contrivance state, but it's the fault of the process that they're simply exposing. Like, oh no, do it faster so that we don't have to think about it, or, you know, place undue positive emphasis so therefore we don't have to think about it. That's kind of the way that you would approach it. And then the other side is that it could also just be what's the other reasoning? It's the fact that, damn, I just had them sort of laid out, now I forgot. It could be a disconnect with that, but it could also be the fact that it's like the conflict between the inherent and the collective, or the self and the collective. The idea that everything is overextended self-interest. So, for example, you know, the self values the collective because they're part of the collective values the self because, you know, they're a member, so it becomes like this fallacy. It's like people only really care about themselves, and so all the other things that they're doing, whether it be performative aspects, undue emphasis, is all just an extension of that. So it's that sort of disconnect, like, do I really have to put so much effort just to pursue my self-interest and overextend it to other people to try to get something back? Like, so it's the amount of effort that you're willing to contrive and be artificial for that same zero-sum process. And so it's that sort of disconnect that you have, that you should be able to do that. Like, whether you should be able to do that in terms of if it was more direct, like, okay, just pursue your zero-sum self-interest, period, unabashed, then there's no fallacy of permission that you feel like, okay, society has to give you permission almost to do these basic inherent things. Society restricts you in every meaningful way, right, in life, and then expects you to be grateful or something for the few little breadcrumbs left that it gives you of all the things it took away, right, rather than looking at it inherently like, you don't need a reason to justify doing something, you need a reason to justify taking away the ability to do something, but that's not how it's framed in society, kind of like with freedoms and stuff. But in a general sense, society is in a position where you are exposed to something, and the reason why is because, again, you have this non-base of self, so it's a question of how much effort you want to put into overextending it to a collective, so that this is glorified as sort of honorable or positive. But considering, it's interesting too, because if you're made aware of this process, that becomes a thing, like, you're only doing this for money, like, whatever it might be, and that might be true, and so it's like, that's ultimately what it's about. If you took away the money or the prospect of the money, everything else goes out the window. Now you wouldn't care as much. So some people might have better or worse performative aspects in the process of doing that, but somebody who might be true, absolutist, genuine, might not place any undue emphasis, just do a very dry, very cold, very neutral. And the reason why is because they realize that. They realize, okay, that's what it's about, so why even bother pretending? So these are the two layers. Why bother pretending? Just face the inherent reality with no contrivance or overextension. Let's just see it for what it is, versus the initial half-mast perspective that, oh no, we're going to define it by the performative aspects. So we realize, okay, this is what it's about. But rather than realizing the performative aspects and undue emphasis are just a means to that end, you're instead going to try to turn it into a contest of contrivance to say, well, who can put up the best performative aspects, as if that makes it something else, like, oh, you're about something more, but it's really a zero-sum process. And so you're only doing it for that reason. So if you look at everything in that context, you realize, well, they're only doing it for such and such, but yet we treat it somehow that, oh, it's a positive because they're willing to be deceptive or undue emphasis or whatever for it. So it creates a problem that folds on itself. Like, that arguably is worse, right? You'd rather have somebody not be artificial and just let the process speak for itself, but then it doesn't justify the rigid constraints of society and collective contrivance is sort of the glue that holds all that together, as if to justify it, that, oh, there's something more than a zero-sum process, because if it was just a zero-sum process, then you couldn't justify being in society. That's part of the reason for belief systems and religions. That's part of the reason why you have to bypass cognitive dissonance in that way, because you're trying to pose a false absolute inherent that isn't actually either of those things in order to justify a reductive half-mass contrivance state. So that's the whole irony. By posing a supposed absolute, you're actually reducing yourself to a half-mass state instead of just a base inherent. So you're posing an absolute not to live in an absolute consistent way, but to actually reduce your life to a half-mass state where you're not fully practicing everything inherently, right? And now you're reduced to some lesser, like a human function versus a human being. But then, as if you have to justify and qualify even your most basic things, you kind of condemn and reject and aren't at peace with your inherent nature, nor you're at peace with how you practice it, nor are you aware of your true inherent nature, nor any of this. So the point being that, that there's this collective overextension that comes into play. And the reason why it comes into play is because you have this I don't know, like, the fallacy of permission, that, like, you need society's permission to do something, right? Or like stigmatization through social contrivance. Like, imagine how much of a slave mentality that is. Not only are you bound to a non-consensual social contract, you were born into society, you were heavily indoctrinated. Even if you were to objectively try to look at the prospect of it now, you would question it because you're biased in a form that you've already been indoctrinated, so you can't look at it clearly. It's like if you grow up and you're taken to if parents take you to church, etc., for like 10 years, first 10 years of your life, now it's a lot harder for you to look at it objectively. And so now, and you get to a point in life in general, like where you get to a state around age 20 or whatever it is, where there's two issues that happen, like, rebellious teenagers. It's just because they're thinking for themselves, and you have to beat them down and break them down into a half-mass human function within a highly reductive, restricted, contrived state. And then so it's unnatural what you're doing to them, but no, it's their fault, not the fault of your rigid structure. And then the other issue is that you get to a certain point where you just accept the reality that you've been presented with up to that point. So now all your perceptions are absolute, and you indignantly insist upon them, instead of having this open mind of being able to, still be critical thinking and learning, and you become more reinforcing. Like, you look at reality just to reinforce what you already think, rather than inform it in the first place. So now you are kind of set on your way. So whatever you experience from age 1 through 15, 20-ish, now you're going to just insist upon that forever, and you're going to act like that's an absolute and that's just who you are, even though it's highly, highly variable. And beyond that, you have the ability to consider that, the servile nature of it. You're exposed to the non-consensual social contract, then you're indoctrinated heavily, then you're exposed to enforcement, you're opposed to stigmatization, etc. And so all that, and then every little thing, like you need society's permission, or you can't do this, or you'll get stigmatized, or that's weird, or idiosyncratic, you have to appeal to this, you have to be reduced to structure here, school, work, all these things that are unnatural contrivances that may serve a half-mass functional purpose, but even that's inconsistent and folds on itself because it's not fully committed to that. But even with all that, you realize the simple fact that you might think, some of this is obvious, but people still blindly do it. So, like, there's a lack of self-awareness. You may accept it in an incentivized, structure, like, it's functional, zero-sum means tied to it. But even that's a machination process that implies a certain preference or value. Like, you could just go back to Amish times and live like that, and just, this is the worst problem that people do, right, in their lives, is they just accept something as unquestionable. Like, you're in a position, so you just have to do it, and you just accept it. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just break away from it. No, I'm going to move to a different country and just live a different lifestyle and just deal with it, right? Which may be difficult financially, etc., but in principle, that would be the basis. And then the other side of it is the fact that you have you're able to basically do it in such a way that, again, non-consensual social contract, indoctrination, stigmatization, and it overextends to every little area. It's not even about law enforcement necessarily, although that kind of reflects how far society has gone. And it's not, if you kill somebody, that's against the law, or basic things like that. It goes so far beyond that. If you do something online, if you say something online, that's a crime now. Or it'll be like, you're going so far beyond just the basic function of it. But even, again, with social norms and stuff, it's like every little thing you do, it's like you need society's permission somehow in a way to do it, right? And it creates this collective sort of conflict that is it's so strange that people accept that or adhere to it. Like, no, you don't need anybody's permission or anything unless you're doing, unless you're doing something extreme like killing somebody, right? But it's not outside of that. Anything you do, it's like it's all arbitrary. It's an idiosyncrasy, as if those aren't universal, as if, it poses like this like sort of false absolute normalcy. Like, this is this robotic ideal person that everybody has to be exactly this way, exactly the same way, and and so even though nobody is going to be exactly a certain way, but you pose this as like a false absolute, like, this is normalcy, this is what we have to do, this is established, contrived social norm of the era based on machination, process, stimuli, acme standard. And so now, when you're there, when you're in that position, now you sort of accept it blindly, even though you don't hold it consistently accountable, because that would invalidate even yourself, etc., etc. But you do that, and then so now you ridicule every little thing, like, oh, this person is abnormal in this way at this time, and this, you could do that with everything if you really want to. So, like, it becomes a little bit farcical because you're able to consider that, I don't know, it's something deeper, like, it's taken as an absolute, assuming that's even a desirable state, like, oh, normalcy just means mediocrity, who would want to be that? Anybody exceptional wouldn't be normal, all that, but also, it's a collective insistence, like, you want to feel good about your flaws and mediocrities and inadequacies, and so you adhere to some collective thing, but there's also the fact that you have realizing the nature of a process, or there even is a process, is somehow a bad thing, and then you try to again turn it into a conflict of contrivance that, oh, but this person's nice about it, besides this person's neutral about it, so you define the person for being neutral in a way because you take something as a false inherent, like, it's very artificial. That's basically what people are saying, that we desire artifice, we want that to be the defining factor instead of absolute tendency of the inherent. Like, okay, you have we have a situation where I don't know, you are able to it's kind of hard to hear. You know what I almost wish is I had like some visual aid where I could see what I'm saying, like what I just said recently. So I could look back and that would help me stay on target a little more. I guess I'm pretty good about keeping up with it. Like, I'll have an idea in my mind and just kind of run with it, and it kind of, because I've discussed some of these things in the past or whatever, so I'm not bad at doing that, but it's a lot that we're trying to cover, and so it's like an associative process that you jump from one to the next. But now what you have is a simple ability to consider that you're going to have so many things. Again, it's very disingenuous because anytime objectivity is posed, it'll be a specification or personalization, like the old fallacy that I use, like, how can a fish criticize the water it's living in? It lives in that water, so how dare it do that? Or, oh, it's a hypocrite, it's still living in the water, so how can it criticize the water and say, oh, that water's polluted, or, oh, there's something wrong with it in some way? You can't do that. You're a fish and you're living in the water, so go live on the land if you don't like it. This kind of mentality. Instead of saying, oh no, maybe they have a point, maybe there is some flaw, maybe something could be improved in some way. And so the way that you look at that is the same thing with people and societal structures. Like, well, you're still living in it, which to an extent you could try to live outside of it, whatever, but in a general sense, like, oh, you can't criticize a general inherent objective process or structure. Oh no, you're just saying that because you're blank, insert label here. But you're not looking at it deeply enough then. That's first of all arbitrary, because a person can be objective and discuss something that has nothing to do with them, right? It's not you saying that. It's like, okay, this process folds on itself, it doesn't make sense, it invalidates itself by its own standards, etc. But even beyond that, the personalization doesn't work because you have that could apply to everything then, like, oh, you're only saying this because of this, so I don't know, it's too convenient. Like, you're not looking at it more rationally. Like, it's not that, oh, you're only saying this because you're a certain way. Maybe you're that certain way because of that flaw in the process. Like, oh, you're antisocial, or oh, you want to do this or you want to do that. Maybe the reason why you prefer folly favoritism or something over that is because that process isn't as absolute as it's made to seem, or maybe there's some flaw with it that reflects. Right? On one hand, people will pose it as an absolute, like, oh, that process is absolute and unquestionable. But then on the flip side, anytime anybody questions it or exposes some flaw or shortcoming with it, and that supposed structure and expectation, now you say that now you say that, oh no, it's them. You're only doing that because of your shortcoming. Oh, because you have some condition, or oh, you're this, or oh, you're that, or oh, label, as if that gives you an answer. It still doesn't answer why should anybody be able to be that way. And it's a fault of the person. It can never be a fault of the structure, the process, etc. Right? That's absolute, even though by even acknowledging this, you're realizing it's not absolute, because the fact that they're even able to deviate in that way would invalidate it, or potentially at least expose some flaw with it. But instead you have some other expectation that I don't know, like, again, you can never question the structure. It's your fault for, it's not a fault of the process, it's a fault of the person, the practice. Like, it's your fault for not overcompensating adequately for this flawed process, not the process itself for being flawed, or some other expectation, right? And so it's disturbing to see a functional basis be used, even in a half-assed, inconsistent way, to justify significant reductions to structure, overextensions, etc., in a way that is just arbitrary and artificial. And it creates this indignant sort of social contrivance element too, where people have their little cliques, or they have their little, like, everything is seen in some way like cynical or zero-sum and projected, even if it's not. Like, it's everything relies on performative aspects and pre-con and stuff. You can't just look at it like, okay, this is just what it is. Everything is done with a pretense of a higher standard, but with pure baseline incentive and kind of opposite, the opposite element, that you require some sort of reinforcement through externality, that you're sort of insecure with your own state of being, that you require something because you're not at peace with that state of being. You're not at peace with your inherent self and tendency and nature. You're not at peace with that inherent reality, inherent man, if you will, as I call it. So that basically just the state of a human being outside. That's one of my favorite terms, actually, that I've coined. I don't, certainly that exact phrasing, at least, has never been used for that. Like, I have so many terms that sound so basic, but nobody's ever used that exact term necessarily to the extent that I have. That's why I almost need to have some of this in a published work, but I said it on a random recording on my fucking channel with 1 subscriber, so that counts. But yeah, inherent man, meaning somebody how human beings inherently are, without any influence of society or structure, indoctrination, etc. Just how you would be, like when cavemen lived in the jungle, or when, 10,000 BC and stuff, before any sort of structure and influence. How would you just be naturally, or even in a present sense? Like, if you were born in the jungle in the modern day, and you lived off nature and you did what you had to do to survive, but you weren't exposed to society or any influence, now how would you be in nature? And it would be very different than what you're indoctrinated to be by society. Now, you might question, like, what's the point in acknowledging that? But it's not to make a claim. It's objective observation and fact, right? You can observe, what would a person be like, what would you be like? A lot of the things you take for granted are contrived and indoctrinated over time. It's not saying whether you should or shouldn't do them, or even what those tendencies are that you're trained into. It's a question of to realize the nature of the process, and so now realize all of that is not inherent. So there is a value to it, to at least see the difference that a lot of things are unnatural. A lot of things are, maybe if you thought about it from that inherent base state, you would say, maybe this I agree with, but maybe this I don't. And so it's not an argument against the function of it. It's in fact maybe holding it accountable. Like, it better serve a function if you're going to indoctrinate me from my inherent state into some other way of being before I even have the chance to think about it or counter it, because I'm too young and susceptible, and that element is present. And so now you have this surprising point of view that if you have the clarity to look at it from that inherent state, now you can judge for yourself, okay, this is worth doing, this is not. So again, it's a question not of the functional basis, like, well, it's useful or preferable or good by your subjective standard or whatever, but it's good, it's useful, functional, etc., to contrive in this way and to have these indoctrinated standards, right? And to be trained this way. It's not a question of whether it's good or not, or useful or not, although there are some inconsistencies, even if that is the claim, because the standard is not fully held or consistent, or, it serves an overextension of, mass of people, more so than it serves a particular end, like, let's be the most efficient as possible, or the most functional as possible, or, there wouldn't be like one criteria you could use. But what you have is the ability to consider that you have the ability to consider that again, it's not a functional argument whether something's useful or not. It's whether you're treating it as an inherent or not. That is valuable to consider. So the inherent nature of man would not be any of the things that we do in contrivance response. It's confusing the two. Like, people are inherently evil, but evil is simply a word we create, and we call it evil because we want to discourage and stigmatize it and prevent people from doing it, and because we don't like it. It's not a question of whether people are inherently evil or good or bad, because those things are our own observations and perspectives, and they vary from culture to culture and time to time, and etc. But you would look at it from a perspective that the reason why we call it evil is a contrivance response to the inherent state. So people naturally would do a lot of the things that we would condemn, and that's why we condemn them. So it's the opposite of what is being posed as. Like, it's not that, oh, don't do those things because they're bad. It's that people would inherently do them. That's part of inherent nature, quite as observable and tendency. And even after indoctrination, people still do it. But so that's part of it, at least. Like, those are just normal human tendencies in nature. Animals kill each other all the time for food and other whatever. Like, laws of the jungle, Darwinism, etc. Like, so it's not that unusual. Again, it's not vouching or taking a position, but the position is in response. So what you have is, you have this position where you're able to oh my god, you're able to consider the difference, right? So don't say, oh, inherent standards or whatever. Look at it like, okay, everything is reactive and contrivance response to inherent man. But the fact that we call it evil isn't that, oh, people don't do this thing because it's evil. No, people would do that thing. That's why we call it evil, to discourage it and condemn it and stigmatize it and create this impression through enforcement and indoctrination that we don't want people to do it. And so it's a functional basis that, yes, it might be useful to do those things, have laws to try to prevent people from doing the things we don't want them to do. That's perfectly reasonable. But the difference is pretending, oh no, it's not that we're doing that in response to the inherent nature of man, etc. No. That means that it's an absolute now. This is how most standards work, right? There's a functional basis or incentive, but people wouldn't naturally just do that, and so it helps them to do it through cognitive dissonance and stuff. A big example is the stimuli acme. Like, oh, how can you convince people to be with only one sexual partner when they would rather be with many or several or whatever, unrestricted? You don't just simply say, oh, that's useful for society and the family system and easier to control, right? People don't want to hear that. They would rather say, well, we're going to, it's love and it's meant to be and it's your soulmate. So now you appeal to their ego and say, oh, no, it's not that society just wants to control you and it's easier to control, and it may serve a functional basis that you may even vouch for, but no, it's not that. It's the fact that it's absolute and it's love and it's meant to be and it's a soulmate and it's glorified, right? And then the other part is that, and that's why you see like ritualistic tendencies too. You got to have the big ceremony, you got to have the rings, you got to have the symbols, you got to say I love you over and over as if to convince yourself. You got to, it creates this ritualistic standard. This is love and it's absolute and it's meant to be. Also, I have to say I love you every single day as if to remind myself. I have to give you gifts and I have to, have a big thing, and we have to have this constant interaction. We have to, constantly uphold a structure as if interchangeably in a way that you would look at like, well, within that structure, right, if you practice it, anybody could then be in love with anybody, like within a mindset, because it's dependent on conditional circumstances. You have to constantly uphold it. You have to constantly say I love you. You have to constantly do this. You have to constantly have positive interactions, this interaction, tied to zero-sum means, you have to constantly do all these things. So it's not an inherent, unconditional, or absolute state the way it might be posed. It's a highly subjective, highly reactionary, highly conditional, circumstantial, active practice. So the point is only to say it's very subjective and contrived, like it's not an absolute, because with that level of active practice that it requires and effort put in, a lot of things could be possible, but that doesn't mean that it's absolute or anything more. Like, oh, you're actively upholding this state of being, but now you're acting like, oh, it's some elevated state of being that is just inherently there. Like, yeah, if you said, okay, let me hang out with somebody every day, and let me say I love you every day, and let me buy them gifts every day, and let me go out to eat with them and hang out, all this kind of emphasis and effort that you're putting in, but oh no, it's absolute, it's inherent, it's meant to be. Is it that, or are you trying to make it that by your effort and by your actions because you're able to do that? Right, you're able to uphold a contrivant state. It's the same thing like with law, like, oh, the law is just a reflection of inherent absolute morality that we're enforcing rather than a reaction to inherent state and desire what we desire in response to it. And it's a meaningful distinction too. And there's the other issue of the absolute, like, why do you need God to say something is wrong? Why can't you just say, oh, the government says it's wrong, or people, society says it's wrong, right? The reason why is because there is a subjective disqualifying element that you could say, well, even if everybody in society, individual humans, government, etc., says something is wrong, you could just as easily say, I think it's right, or I don't think it's wrong. Then you could just do it. And that's the reality of what does still happen with criminals, but that's how simple it is. In other words, all it would take for somebody to break laws and kill people, etc., would be just them to disacknowledge that. Like, society might say it's wrong, but you could just disagree because society is made up of subjective human beings, so it's your word against theirs, right? So even as much as you might take that for granted and through indoctrination, etc., you would not be in a position to question that otherwise. Like, oh no, it's God saying it, so it's elevated. It's not my word against yours, it's God's word, right? So now you can't question it. But if it's a subjective person's view, right, like, oh, you say it's right, I say it's wrong, society says it's right, I say it's wrong, a million people say it doesn't matter about the number now, it's subjective view versus another subjective view. So that means if enough people said it's right, then it would become right, and they would act on it, and that's all it takes. So that one video comes to mind that is so stupid. Like, this debate lasted like 52 seconds or whatever, where the preacher, some religious person, is debating with an atheist, and it's so such a good example of the initial minded perspective. Like, it sounds good or it makes sense if you don't think about it, but if you think about it for even a few seconds, you realize, oh, this is you're saying basically the exact opposite of what is actually the truth. So the guy says, is something absolutely or inherently wrong, and then he mocks him when he says, no, it's not, because there's no such thing as absolute, well, or this would be my extrapolation though, there's no such thing as absolutely or inherently wrong. And you say, oh, and so you believe that your worldview provides the basis for ethics? I don't know. Maybe that worldview would require laws to be enforced. Or maybe that worldview would require the active practice of stigmatization, kind of like what that conversation is even trying to do. Or it would require, raising children in a certain way, and people still committing crimes and doing things that are wrong despite that. But, oh no, it's absolute or it's inherent. Well, if it's absolute or inherent, then maybe that doesn't have much value, right? How absolute is something if it requires constant upholding by people, if it requires, even despite that, people still do it? So what exactly is absolute about that? Like, what does the word absolute mean to you then? Absolute would mean, again, you wouldn't be able to do it in the first place. Or if you try to do it, if you want to evoke God, then you say, God will strike you down with a bolt of lightning if you try to do it. That would be absolute, because it would be unquestionable and self-evident. It's not self-evident or absolute to say, no, subjective, flawed, idiosyncratic, reactionary human beings have to myopically, subjectively, limitedly, create laws and law enforcement in various ways throughout various societies, various cultures, with various technology, various means, all these different variables to enforce subjectively what they think is right or wrong at the time, which highly varies. Even it's not absolute, even in that sense. Like, forget about the inherent sense. It's like, oh, thou shalt not kill, or killing is wrong. But it's okay if the government does it. It's okay if the U.S. government kills babies in Iraq. It's okay if you have an abortion. It's okay. So even there's a gradation, like, well, it's absolute, but it requires constant reinforcement and practice, subjective human practice. So that doesn't imply an absolute. But then it also has exceptions and inconsistencies and gradation and this and that and nuance and it's wrong to kill, but then it's okay here, self-defense, or it's okay again, the functional basis might be there to say, well, it's useful to pretend that because it makes people behave a certain way. But that video is actually incredibly stupid. Like, oh my god, it's a perfect example of the long-form postulate that seems like, a surface level take, how smart, how good, but then, wait, the reality is indicating the exact opposite. And so I love the framing of that kind of discussion too. It's as if to imply you're taking a side. Like, I'm a scientist and I'm observing let's say hypothetically, and I'm observing the objective reality of nature or something, but we don't like that objective reality of nature. So how could you possibly say that animals kill each other all the time and do all these things? Like, oh no, that's terrible. We want it to be all sunshine and rainbow. So it's the problem of, just because you want something to be true doesn't make it so. And sometimes the best way to make it so is to realize it's not, so that you can counteract that. But instead, it's like a false framing. So does that mean you're saying that serial killers and rapists are right? That you're saying they're not absolutely morally wrong? Like, that's how the framing would go. You're trying to defend serial killers, Jeffrey Dahmer or something? Wow, you're a ha ha ha. I guess I have the upper hand in this argument. But again, it shows a total lack of nuance. It's not about the individual then. This is just a basic objective observation that anybody can do, and it's not personalized at all. And what you do with that is what's defining, like, okay, yes, there's no such thing as objectively, inherently right or wrong, as much as people might not want to acknowledge that, or might make them confused or whatever, right? But that's why we have laws, because those things are not absolute. Those things are not absolute, and they require constant reinforcement by subjective people. So again, all it would take is a cop disobeying their orders. It's like a very closed, structured, contrivance state. All it takes is a cop to go evil, and all of a sudden now the law is not being enforced, and they're even breaking it themselves. Or all it takes is a criminal who's good enough to get away with it, and now that's no longer the case. So it's subject to all those kind of things, where again, an absolute would imply a baseline and a universal thing, like, killing is wrong, but if you're good enough at getting away with it, hiding from police, and forensic evidence, or you have friends in high places that protect you, or whatever, well, then I guess it's not, because then you never get caught and you'll get away with it and you'll be fine. Like, so that's all it would take to bypass God's absolute will, is to be clever enough to get away with a crime, or to, again, have other considerations. this implies that it's anything but absolute. That's the only point. Not a question whether it's functional, whether it's useful, not a question of whether it's preferable or desirable, or which you could debate the exact manner in which you should, enforce laws and have laws, etc. I would argue still for a much more minimalistic example of that, like the basic things. In fact, religion can help inform that because it's an earlier state in humanity with less technology, etc. So like, thou shalt not kill. Okay, that's an agreeable one. I don't think many people would dispute that should be enshrined in law, right? And subjectively enforced. But then it gets overextended so far by modern standards that, you can't do this, you can't do that in every little minute way in terms of involving technology, etc. But you can't kill, you can't steal, basic things like that. I don't think there would be much debate on. But again, to frame a contrivance response to the inherent state is not a very useful thing to do. In fact, it causes quite a lot of problems. Or even just the expectation. Like you say, no, morality is absolute, so let's just sit here and relax because we don't have to worry about enforcing it then because it's absolute, so it'll just speak for itself. Right? That's what absolute would mean. I don't know what it means otherwise. Like, it's an acknowledgement that you want to make, but again, if it requires your active practice, then you could just easily defy it. So it's so absolute that all somebody would have to do is subjectively say, I don't feel like obeying that. I don't feel like following that. I can just do something else. And there you go. The absolute is toppled. So by that definition of absolute, it would not be very strong. It would be it's so absolute that some subjective moron can just say, oh, haha, I feel like doing something different. And there you go. It's gone. It's out the window. Like, what do you mean? Like, so, okay, if that's the absolute you want to use as a benchmark, then you can. But I'm not very impressed by it because it's very weak. Right, that's not exactly... Because they'll play some semantics game now, too, and say, well, it's just strange because you don't realize what you're actually saying, I guess, in doing that. I almost want to see that clip again. It's so fucking cringy, boron, dumbass kind of thing, but a better way to put it is just it's initial-minded kind of thing. Let's watch maybe another part of the Shark Tank, though. That really bugged me, actually, because, I'm triggered on a subjective level because, it conflicts with my beliefs, even though it's not a belief and a subjective observation, and it doesn't make a claim, and it's just a reflection of reality, but you got to personalize it, and, it's because somebody had a certain childhood, that's why they're this way, as if everybody doesn't have... Like, I love those sort of things, too. The only reason why you think that is, you have this view of women or men or whatever, is because of some childhood experience or some life experience or whatever. It's like everybody has some life experience. So, the only reason why anybody thinks anything is because of some experience in their life that maybe informed that. Or here's a good little thing, like how I explain trauma. Trauma is merely another word for something that makes you aware, a little more aware of the nature of reality and breaks through some of the contrivance response to that. So, like, when you're, let's say you have a childhood thing, right, that's like a negative experience, that's not really changing reality for you. All it can do is expose a portion of reality to you. So like, you have abusive parents, all that's doing is exposing that's part of human nature, that yes, people can do things like that, and things like that do happen in the world, right? It doesn't mean that should color your entire perception of reality, but when you say, trauma, like, or something of the sort, it's not a question of that. It's a question of, don't use that to discredit something. Like, they experienced a part of reality, a portion of reality. They became aware of a part of human nature. So in this sense, trauma is nothing more than simply saying that you have trauma is nothing more than, again, all it can do is make you more aware of reality, right? It can just expose a certain aspect of reality, human nature, etc. to you. And so it's just a reflection of that. So it doesn't mean that you should weigh it maybe as heavily as you might be inclined to do. But again, that's how... I had a better way to explain it, but that's basically what it is. Like, you would basically look at it like, again, trauma is simply an experience that makes you aware of reality despite all of the contrivances against it. You try to like live in a bubble and, oh no, something happens and now you're so traumatized. But all that did was show you some part of existence or reality that is there, that is real, that is possible, that exists, that is a part of human tendency or inherent nature, etc. And so now you became aware of something that is real, and so you can't deny its existence. So you can't censor all of reality and say anytime there's something you don't like, oh no, it's a trauma, so it doesn't count. That doesn't work. You have to consider everything. And so what you can do now is you can, but yeah, just that inherent morality angle is very irritating. Because again, if it was, then you wouldn't need to do all these things. So you're trying to pose a standard that's just not necessary. Why can't you just realize, okay, let's try to enforce them the best we can and uphold them, raise our kids a certain way, indoctrinate, enforce, all these different processes that we have to use, constant social stigmatization, reinforcement through externality. Why would all of this be necessary if it's absolute? And so it's a very basic process. So we're going to do top 3 products with crazy valuations, Shark Tank US. And so we're going to start in a minute here, just give you time to match it up. That was kind of a good segment. I like that. I guess that one thing aged pretty well. The Dark Brandon reaction. Again, I'm not putting myself on the perspective of, oh, I'm a MAGA Trump kind of a thing. But, and yeah, I like that too, this sort of false duality. Like, if Trump voters debate Ben Shapiro or I mean, somebody else, Destiny or something, right? I would come up there and say, yes, I voted for Trump. But all the stereotypes and preconceived notions you have about Trump voters as they would apply to me would be wrong, because there's a lot more nuance. I don't like him. I think he's a moron. I think he's a clown. I think he's incredibly flawed. But he's better than the alternative. And the Democratic Party was threatening to become a one-party state with this coalition between media and government. And, other dynamics like that. So on policy, it's still going to be preferable. So all these different elements come into play where you realize the level of nuance is very high, because a lot of the things you might say that are negative, yeah, I think he's a clown, I think he's stupid, I think he's a useful idiot at best to the American people, potentially with policy, etc. So, like, you're not seeing the nuance that, oh, Trump voter, you must think this, you must think that, you must like everything he does, you must hate everything the other side does. It doesn't have to be like that, although people do tend to sometimes think like that. You don't have to dig in on one side or the other. It can be much more nuanced, and so the nuance here comes along with the simple fact that you're able to consider that, I voted for him, but I hate him. I wouldn't say hate, but I mean, I don't really care for him, or I don't think very highly of him. And so the nuance is lost on people that you would have, the ability to, the nuance is lost. And the reason why the nuance is lost is because, again, it's on 2 levels. The person in a perspective might be unwilling to be puzzled. Like, you don't want to face the cognitive dissonance of something to say that, well, if I think something or support something, I support it fully 100%. And I don't want to think too deeply about it and question myself. Like, I'm just going to dig in and say, whatever I think, I'm going to think it fully and see confirmation bias and all this kind of stuff. I don't want to question myself and doubt and all that. Right? That would be one perspective to have. That, like, people don't like to question themselves. They like to insist upon what they believe and just reinforce it and all that. Right? And then on the other side, so it's unwillingness to be puzzled in the person believing something. Like, they do dig in and they do support everything blindly, and they don't want to hear anything to the contrary, but they just want to live in a bubble like that. And ironic that, Trump voters were accused of being a cult when, it's the other side that was so unaware. Like, how could this have possibly happened? You're the one who's living in a cult that's so insulated that you don't realize what over half the country thinks. Like, you're living in a delusion just because you're sort of a vocal minority, or because you have all this corporate-owned media pieces doesn't make you all of a sudden right or the majority. Like, it doesn't work that way. And so what you have is that, but even when you lose, you don't have the humility to admit that, oh, maybe we did something wrong. When you lose, you can think, okay, let's be humble, let's try to improve policy. Even then, people will cop out and say, oh no, it's the messaging. The messaging was wrong. You know what that says to me? Like, that's such a coping denial argument. Like, it's not that anything was wrong. We're perfect. We're perfect in every way. We just couldn't get the message out that we're perfect. People didn't understand how perfect we were. They need to be informed and educated of our perfection. Right? This is where I sort of lose faith in this aspect of it. Is like, why are you so dug in on one side? Right? It's not a question, okay, Trump is flawed or whatever. But when you dig in and you say, okay, Democrats are just perfect and they're just gods and they're angels and everything they do is just amazing, and why do you have to dig in? Democrats are clowns, Republicans are clowns, like, just whatever is useful is what you got to do. And then you have a situation where you just don't realize the nuance of it, and like, oh, we didn't get the messaging right, or they're trying to explain it away, not just like our policies are bad, meaning Democrats, we have flaws, we're kind of fake, we're performative, we're getting fluffed up by the media, people are afraid of a one-party state, all kind of shit, like, but no, some of that shit probably aged pretty well now. Again, not that I was giving a heavy endorsement to Trump, more so just like, and I wasn't even super confident that he would win. I was actually kind of worried about it, whether due to some sort of shenanigans or something. But I thought that, I voted for him, so that's fine. But, like, I didn't realize that it would come to this, like, it shows you the power of the media. Like, again, Joe Biden's old and he's senile and he was never that popular in the prime of his life, but he became the most popular candidate in history. And Harris wasn't liked by her own party. She got 1% of the vote, and she all of a sudden, oh my goodness, she had a chance to win an election. Like, say what you want about Trump, but like, at least he came on the scene in 2016 and now he just kind of had this following. You could say, oh, it's because of The Apprentice or it's because of other things, but like, his support still felt more organic because the media wasn't spoon-feeding him to you. Whereas with Harris, it's like, or Harris or Biden, their own party didn't like them, and now all of a sudden they're the next big thing. That disturbs me because it basically tells you it could be anybody, right? You could literally put anybody in there and they could win because that's what the corporate structure likes. And they'll push the propaganda in the media and you'll repeat it like a mindless parrot that you are. And that's just how it works. So yeah, let's go ahead and we'll start this. Top 3 products with crazy valuations. Shark Tank US, starting in 3, 2, 1. Didn't work. We'll go back to the beginning. Starting in 3, 2, 1. I don't even hear the volume anymore. Maybe that title card just doesn't have audio? What the fuck? That was really awkward. That title card was weird. I like Richard Branson. He's kind of chill. Simple Habit. She's the one he accuses of being a gold digger. See, at least Richard Branson's being nice about it. A lot of these companies still end up doing pretty well, but like not, I don't know. Doesn't mean it has to become a household name. So where do they get these things from? How do they get that connect of top teachers from around the world? How do you just do that? Just get them on YouTube. Just look up a meditation on YouTube. Only 20% of the people literally doing all the work, like... I guess I didn't realize that she was Korean. I didn't know exactly. I thought she was Chinese or something. I don't know. She speaks such good English, you wouldn't be able to tell. Chinese. There's the Chinese reference. I love that, though. Like, what is the point in majoring in Chinese? What are you going to do with that? I'm going to learn Chinese? Like, what? I majored in English and Chinese, so what am I going to become, like a translator? Like, I don't get it. Oh, Stanford here. Regular Alex Botes. That is pretty hard to do. Like, I don't know how exactly she put that together. If you're not profitable, I don't want to hear like a high valuation though. This is why you get called a gold digger. You're treating them just like another investor. That's at least a fair counter. It's like a celebrity ambassador more so than. I think she even says that and then she tries to backpedal out of it. Doesn't mean you. I mean, when you got 2.8 million in the bank and you're coming for money, and I don't really like this sort of posturing. You know, there's no rule in Shark Tank that it has to be somebody who blame the producers for that. Then. But that's not her fault. The producers took that opportunity away. That's not, though. This show's about good ideas. Doesn't matter who comes up with them. We just saw the doctor couple do it and all this kind of shit. And she doesn't really want an investor. She's almost happy and relieved. He's being nice, but he's still not going to give an offer. You can even tell, maybe she doesn't want her, you know. Mark's really just mad about it. I'm assuming Branson's a billionaire, otherwise he wouldn't have the balls to do that. But you're still not going to write her a check. Okay, so today let's look at a few different concepts. I'm using it just without the mic here, so some of these I can test against it otherwise, but here's one like psychological thing, like how you can overcome the phobia of talking on a microphone, like talking to yourself, right? Whether you're recording or streaming or something, a lot of people have an issue with that. And so the way you can overcome that is by listening to something in the background. You don't have to play it on the stream that you're doing, like listen to something on a headphone, right? That's like loud music or whatever, just some sort of sound. And so now you feel like you're talking over it, so you feel less apprehensive about what feels like awkwardly just sort of talking to yourself in silence. That can make a big difference and actually help. So listen to something as you talk, and that'll both encourage you to sort of talk louder and just to talk in general, right? It's like the music store effect. You'll listen to something on a headphone at a music store, right? Like they have those little displays set up. And then you'll start talking a lot louder to your friend, and your friend will be like, oh, be quiet, you're talking too loud, because you're trying to talk over the music that you're listening to. So it helps to match both your volume level, but it also helps you overcome the apprehension of just talking, period, and also just talking, again, seemingly to yourself in a way that seems maybe kind of weird and, you know, just odd. So we'll look at it from that perspective, and we'll also look at it from the perspective that what was the other concept, like the reinforcement of a contrivance state, like everything within social contrivance, etc., just even like basic human behavior, right, is to seek to reinforce a contrivance state, never showing any awareness of it. So it's like there's like this indignant weirdness about it, like everything is to reinforce that state of being, insist upon it, right, instead of questioning or being aware of it, like, well, maybe, you know, it's very hard to explain even, but everything is an opportunity for people to reinforce the state that they're in through externality instead of letting it sort of contradict it or question it or change it or anything. Everything's just indignant insistence upon the self in that way. And so what you have is the ability to deal with sort of a closed structure contrivance fallacy where people would question anything and everything besides that, right? So that's why it's so important to, like, the measure itself. They'll question the what or the who or whatever the specifics, but they won't question the why or even define for themselves a measure. And so what you have is, that's why it's important to get to them young. Like, you have to indoctrinate them young to morality or to religion or whatever it is. And so now you end up in a position where you're able to, just not really question that and bypass it completely. And so now you take it for granted as an absolute, but then you suffer still the corresponding conflict of contrivance, and then you're still able to, again, the way that neutrality can be seen as a negative, like somebody could just be completely neutral, but it'll be taken in a certain way and projected upon because somebody else is seeking, again, constant reinforcement through externality in a certain way that is like, it says more about them than anything else, because you're trying to do it in such a way that I don't know, it's just based in something else. So there's like a certain duality to it that's a little bit artificial. And so I want to watch Monk episode 4 today, but I almost don't know if I'll be able to. Let me think. I've been sort of delaying on that for longer than I should have, because you have, like imagine a person who's like perfectly at peace and content and doesn't really want anything. And you're kind of neutral. How would that be treated by society and social contrivance? A lot of the time, it would be treated as a negative, because it's like, oh no, we expect or require some sort of undue positive emphasis or social contrivance, or we expect some sort of, or we project something into it. Like, there's a great false duality to it, where, fallacy of ability versus will, or a different measure. Everything is assumed in the same process, and so you're able to, it's very strange, but again, there's a functional incentive behind it that explains it, because again, on a basic level, it's similar to how religion is perceived, but a little bit different. In fact, if anything, religion is more defined that way, whereas a lot of these things are just held in pretense. Like, this is like some, being a good person just vaguely, or, these are social standards and norms. People couldn't even define for themselves really what their norms exactly are, but they'll just blindly sort of adhere to it, like in a certain sense, like, this is what should be, or what is normal and desirable, etc., but you won't actually explore it in great detail or depth. So you end up putting yourself in a position, again, where everything is seen as reinforcing and contrivance-based rather than actual any sort of semblance of objective observation or just self-awareness, awareness of a process in general, stuff like that. And again, the reason why is because it's not useful, so everything is reduced to half-mass functionalism. But then, even if functionalism is the measure, it's being done in exactly that half-mass state, so it's not actually being done fully. And so you have a position where it is a little bit odd in that manner, and so you have... I don't know, I almost don't even feel like doing it today either, but I probably should. So yeah, the episodes 1 through 3 were pretty good. So it's off to a good start. So anyway, that's what we'll do next, whether I do it today or some other time. So yeah, what I'll try to do is I'll do that, then I'll do a movie that starts with the letter D. So I like this as sort of an alphabetical gauntlet where I just kind of scroll through the alphabetical list and just decide on one thing for each letter that I want to watch. And then you go through it and then you decide to... but no, here's an interesting point on that as well. Like, you know, a certain canned phrase or zero-sum aspect to it, right, is the fact that it would be perfectly okay, or it's expected for you to say, like, how are you, to everybody, even though that's like a canned, shallow thing, right? It's just, everybody says it as like a routine thing, versus, like, if you replace that with some other phrase, right, whatever it is, something mundane, like how's the weather or something, that won't necessarily go over as well, but that will. So you're doing the same process, that it's like a canned phrase that's just said universally, so it has no actual agency to it or any identity to the thing. Like, absolutists would be more, at least if they were exposed to this or doing it, they would do it more in a sense of, at least a topical sense, it would be about something. And so that's what you realize about the nature of social contrivance, is the functional basis. Like, you realize, well, I guess in practice you don't realize, is part of what's important, but there's a functional basis, like it's all tied to something. So it's one of two things. Either it's tied to that thing, so why not just focus on that only, and why pretend that it's anything else? Or it's not, in which case then, okay, that thing could be taken away, but then you wouldn't do it. So it becomes very dependent, like, it's only about that, but then you pretend like it's not about that just to achieve that better, right, in some other kind of overextended manner. So it becomes very, very disingenuous. And so now you have a position where the projection is very, very strong, because the only possible measure criteria could be zero-sum. And even if it sort of is collectively agreed upon that it is, or somehow assumed that it is, it doesn't mean that necessarily has to be the measure at all, because, again, it's sort of the framing of neutrality as a negative, because neutrality can represent objectivity in a way that's a threat to a contrivance structure that requires constant contrivance and undue emphasis in order to maintain it. Otherwise it would be revealed as being artificial, because it's not inherent, and it's even objectively adverse and finite based on its own criteria, because it would be posing these sort of absolute standards but then forcing you to practice them only at half-mast, and even being undefined in exactly the manner. So it's all arbitrary, just like people are so indignantly sure of certain things, right, certain measures or standards or morality that they have, but they're sure not because it's set in stone and absolute, but because it's not, because any amount of true thought or accountability would invalidate it, because it's kind of arbitrary. Or, again, the more rational thing to do is at least define for yourself exactly what your measure is on a particular subject or topic, or on a daily basis, or even just being in a position to decide for yourself that any inherent basic kind of morality that is posed to you. So let me see. That one clip just kind of lives rent-free in my head because of how stupid it is. It's a perfect example of initial mindedness in the sense that this debate lasted 52 seconds. So if you don't tell us what we want to hear, then you're wrong and we'll ridicule you for it. And again, it's the false inherent contrivance response that even in practice you can acknowledge what you're doing, that, oh, we have to actively uphold this thing with human laws and subjective elements and all this kind of stuff. You know, morality is so absolute that we need a cop to be trained for years to then enforce the laws that are made by human beings that vary from country to country, that subjectively, you know, change over time, from culture to culture, from society to society, from day to day, from, you know, everybody's perspective to perspective, and it requires all of that specificity in order to value it, even though it's just dumb because it's very inconsistent with how it would be treated. Again, as if you're framing it as an absolute, but almost the way it's framed is to say, it's like, oh, but don't you want that? Like, does that mean you're defending killers and murderers and rapists? Like, it's the ultimate, like, standing on the soapbox contrivance response, but you're not even aware enough to realize what you're actually saying. Those people are inherently and absolutely wrong. That's why they're able to do what they do, because an absolute doesn't prevent a subjective human being from simply doing something against that absolute. And not only does it not prevent that, but then it requires people to enforce it on a subjective level ultimately, because even if you want to treat it like, well, the law is ultimately subjective. Now, certain parts of it we might just take for granted as second nature, which is fine. Like, you know, to murder somebody should be against the law. Like, that's fine, but don't forget that it's still a human man-made construct, and so now it may be useful, but again, that's the cognitive dissonance that we always run into, that we're never able to, you're never able to value it sort of independently, right? It's sort of tied together. So you act like just because it's useful and we agree on it means that now it becomes absolute and inherent, or just because we want it to be so, or just because you, So again, it's the non-accountable false absolute. Morality is absolute, but all it takes to subvert that absolute morality is for some dumb shit to simply say, oh, I feel like killing somebody, and there you go. That's all it took. Now your absolute morality goes to pieces, and you rely on subjective human reinforcement through law enforcement, etc. So it's so absolute that anybody can just ignore it anytime they want and disavow it and do something else and even potentially get away with it. And whether or not they get away with it is up to subjective human hands, right? So you might say, like, well, heaven or hell is where it's actually enforced, but at least even if you grant that, which of course is part of this closed structure dogma, but even if you do grant that, that's not really relevant to you now. It's like somebody just murdered your best friend, and so, oh, how absolute is your morality now? Oh, don't worry, they'll go to hell once they eventually die, but like, okay, but what do we do until then? We still have to try to keep up some appearance, or, you know, we have to still do something about it on our basic own subjective level, and so now you're able to consider that damn, I wanted to do it, but now I'm going to have some trouble doing it today. Let me think here. You have the ability to consider that, but that's a good way to look at it, like that sort of topical thing that you wouldn't look at it in terms of some arbitrary thing, like some canned. It's ironic too how that's perceived. Like if you don't do that, right, somehow, so people want to be treated as this indoctrinated state that they've been reduced to. It's the same thing like rule by omission. that's ultimately a desired state. So if you treat them otherwise, it's actually a bad thing. So that is it's like a Stockholm syndrome sort of trained animal wanting to be reduced in that way.